Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maiden?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Racing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. RJ Choppy on his way to Italy. Maybe he's there. Had the layover in Filthy that he put on his Instagram yesterday. It is myself, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and there's nobody on the road.
No, it is Good Friday today, so nobody's out there. I have not slept since yesterday. That's a fresh thing. I made the mistake of taking a nap, and so I slept for. I mean, it's not like I'm going on ridiculous.
You didn't sleep overnight?
No, I slept for 5 hours yesterday afternoon, up until like 4, and so I've been up for only 12, 13 hours. It's not been a ton, but it completely threw off my sleep cycle, and so here I am.
Yeah, you were recording about 45 minutes ago, like a gumball machine video with Peyton. I was like,
Yeah.
what are you doing here so early? What's going on?
Yeah, I tried to lay down and I tried to actually sleep, and I just couldn't. I just kept staring at the roof, and I'm like, I'm wide awake because I should. This is why I don't nap during the day.
But you napped, and then you had to come all the way back up here, do Draft 101, stay till 9. You figured that would tire you out a little bit.
I mean,
You must have got replenished.
well, I mean, there's that. But 5 hours is also typically what I sleep in a night. And so if I slept 5 hours during the day, that kind of reset my sleep completely.
What's up with the gumball machine?
I guess we've had candy in there. We've had a gumball machine and candy machine in there for many, many years since I've been here, for over 5 years. And Bobby was like, well, Peyton, how much would I have to pay you to try one of each item in there? Because you can't see anything growing on the candy, but you can tell there's dust on that candy. Like no one's filtered through that in a while.
It's never been changed.
No.
Ever.
And what happened?
Well, we'll see who has change up here to try it out. I think it takes 25 cents.
So I'm gonna collect change. So there's 6 slots, and he said basically it's $10 a candy. So he said for $60 he will eat one of each candy. It's Mike and Ike's, gumballs. There's some old M&Ms in there.
Just get you a follow since he likes to comment on people's financial situations. Let's just bring on Eric. He'll probably come up here for 40 cents and dead in the middle of the night. I almost overslept.
Did you?
Yeah. After having the big Bobby conversation about his sleep, I had the 2 alarms, 4:50, 4:55. I know I reached over and turned off the 450 one and left the 455. And then I'm sleeping. I reach over, just double check, tap the phone. It's 5:10. And I was like, what happened to the 4:55? I don't think I have the feature on my phone to turn them both off, all off.
Yeah.
And I know I just turned off the top one. But thankfully, I woke up, and thankfully, no one is out on the road listening to this program because of Good Friday. And I was here early. I was here too early. I should have overslept longer.
No, see, that's the, I bet you did what I've told you, because you were like, if you have 6 alarms, you shouldn't oversleep, which is what I have now. I have 6 alarms. But I've gotten close a couple times still, because I will turn off the alarms or hit them off and just think, oh, I'm awake. And then I plop down on the couch before getting ready or something, and then I just naturally fall back asleep instantly without even trying.
Because I don't have the top button to turn them all on or off, so I don't know why. I don't know why both went off, but
I bet you turned off the other one like half asleep and didn't even realize it.
I don't know.
Like I bet it went off again and then you shut it off and didn't even realize
a
it.
packed house for Draft 101 last night with the Tolos showing up here to the building.
Yeah, it was great. The doors opened at 6:45. We got started around 7. It was me, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, and then we also had Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Kyle Yeomans, and Tommy Yarge from DallasCowboys.com, and then Vach Lombardi, who has been added to the draft show this year. But it was great. 2 hours. We weren't supposed to go more than 90 minutes. We went 2 hours. And so that'll actually
charge overtime.
Exactly. That'll be posted on the YouTube. I think Carter said noon today. But it was great. Talked to a lot of different listeners. Rodeo Ron was out there.
Rodeo Ron, 60 pounds lighter.
He was looking, that's a legit 60. It's not the Dak 60. This is like a real 50, 60 pounds that he looks like he's lost.
Because no more, what was his drinking choice? Jack?
Jim Beam.
Yeah. No more Jim Beam. Gave it up.
Yep. He's on the healthy straight and narrow, and he was looking great last night. Colby, KT, Steve from Maybank, who we met at the DeSoto Firehouse, the very first one that we did. So it was great. We had a lot of great interactions with a bunch of different listeners. Like
Whataburger feeding people.
Yeah, Whataburger fed everybody. They cleaned up that food that was knocked out. A bunch of people got to ask a bunch of different questions. I am gonna have to. I know I just shouted him out, KT McDonald, but he is. I told him I'm gonna have to shout him out at 8:40 today, because he did make sure to tell me when he got up there to ask his question. He said, "Your segment is my favorite segment on the entire radio station." So I was like, "Great! Now that the check is cleared, I will shout you out when we get to 8:40, and we'll be." He did. He said I didn't record it, but he said it.
It's probably the other KT. And he's just making just a last name. So thanks to everyone who showed up and the guys who given up their valuable time during draft season.
I will say we've done an effective job pitching the idea of Tet McMillan was what I got. What I took out of that was that everybody, it feels like that's their wish right now.
You called him a top 3 player in the whole thing.
I love him, and that seems to be the top pick preference for Vach, for Nick Harris. Zach feels that way, I think. And so everybody right now, I think, is settled on that's who we want.
So what we need to do is set ourselves up for the failure of McMillan being on the clock and the Cowboys going somewhere else for that emotional letdown and plummet.
Yeah, that might be a little like the TJ Watt situation. But it's completely possible. I think I had said it last night when a couple years ago, the Cowboys were on the clock and they were having that really intense debate before they took Mozzie Smith. Like you could see on the War Room cam, they were all going back and forth, and they were debating between Mozzie Smith and the offensive lineman Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse. And I think if it comes down to it and it's Matthew Golden, the receiver from Texas, and Tet McMillan, the receiver from Arizona, I think when it gets to that pick, you're going to see some intense back and forth from people arguing for the guy they think fits better.
A lot of questions about your Texas Rangers heading into this series against the first place Angels, and Ron Washington break out the brooms.
Ryan Zefferjohn into pitch facing Corey Seager in the first pitch. A swing and a high fly ball to center field. That one is back. At the track, Paris leads up, out of here! Corey Seager leaves the yard to straightaway center. And the Rangers get a little cushion on Corey's 4th blast of the year. It's Texas 5, Angels 3.
Sandman with the call. Seager is fixed, hits the home run, 2 more hits. He is up the average to 306. The only one close in the top 4 of the Rangers lineup in terms of batting average. The only one close to even 250. Because 134 from Simeon, 226 from Adolis, who had a home run last night. And we'll get to Jock Peterson a little bit later on. .060 in the 3-hole. That's the average of your top 4 Rangers. But let's stick with the good news. Kumar Rocker with a humongous bounce back. Man, the Angels strike out a lot. That's what I'm taking from this series. A lot of strikeouts. Kumar, 7 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned, 8 Ks as he gets his first win of the year.
Look, there's nothing like the Angels swinging and missing a bunch to build your confidence, and that's definitely what Kumar Rocker got in this game. But
first career win.
He was really impressive. That's the kind of stuff that we saw from him at the end of last season in flashes that you were like, oh, okay, this guy can be a legit stud if he's healthy and can kind of harness everything. And you saw that on display last night. Last 3 games have been obviously really good for the Rangers in terms of trying to get the bats a little bit right. They've got 30 hits in these 3 games against the Angels, so that's about a quarter of their hits for the season came in this 3-game stretch. And Sandler actually had the note last night on Corey Seager. Over his last 8 games, he's 14 for 31. He's 3 home runs, 5 RBIs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, and his OPS is 1274. So as long as you're getting that output, that's great. And with Wyatt Langford looking like he's getting closer to being back, then you're hoping that this will start to click into place a little bit.
Wyatt went deep yesterday. So there's a highlight that I saw. Pepe, see if you can get team batting stats. I want to see if the Angels, how low they are to team strikeouts with the amount of whiffs that I saw in this series, even though they came in first place and now they're in third. The Rangers, with the 3-game winning streak, are 12-7, 9-1 at home. So they are protecting the globe. Bob, they still have it. Everyone in the West and the Rangers obviously still have a negative run differential. The Rangers are tied for the highest negative run differential in the division with Seattle at -11, first place, 5 games over.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look great in that sense. And in fact, if you look at it's funny to look at the West and the Central. There's one team with a positive run differential. It's Detroit. Otherwise, it's just red up and down.
There are 5 teams in the American League on the plus side. That's it. There's one team in the NL East with Soto stinking it up right now. It's the Mets with a positive run differential in that entire division. And then 4 out of the 5 in the American League West, a.k.a. the morning show race, they are in the positive with the Rockies in the red.
Well, and it's funny to look at, like, you've got 3 of the 5 teams in the West that are at or above 500, and they're all negative. And then you look over in like different places like the AL East where the Orioles and the Rays are positive run differentials and are a few games under 500. Then you look over in the National League and you've got teams like St. Louis and Cincinnati that are positive run differentials and they're below 500. And so this is when it's a little bit wonky this time of year, but Texas is they've won close games and they've just gotten bludgeoned a few different times.
Where are the Angels in strikeouts?
Well, they have as a team 165 strikeouts throughout their lineup. So I don't know where that exactly ranks in the
18th.
overall, but and then their average, I mean, for this year, it might be a little high. It's 230, which I think we've said, is kind of high this year so far with batting. But yeah, they're struggling offensively.
18th in Major League Baseball. So they're actually like kind of right around
better than I thought.
Middle of baseball.
Now, Pepe, I would like you to check your ticket broker for prices starting tonight. Is it the must-attend event with the Dodgers in town? Let's go, Dodgers! Friday, Saturday, Sunday with mighty Los Angeles in town, and the matchup starts tonight, 6:30 pregame. First pitch, 7 o'clock with DeGrom against Yamamoto. Yippee, sign us up right here on The Fan.
Yeah, I saw Sandler was sharing some stuff about, I guess they had, it looked like he was saying they had 2,000 tickets left for the weekend. And so, I mean, obviously, holiday weekend, a lot of people are going to be wanting to get to the ballpark, and the Dodgers are always such a pull. I mean, there's going to be a lot of LA fans there tonight, but it's also just, those are the big marquee games that you want to see a little bit. And so
the Dodgers are not even leading their division.
No, what's the NL West? There's 4 teams with 12 wins. Arizona's 4th in the division. They're 12-7.
Yeah. And the Dodgers started off red hot. I think they were 8-0, something like that. They're 14-6. They're 5-5 in their last 10. They, like the Rangers, are on a 3-game winning streak, but they're behind the Padres, who are 15-4.
Yeah, it's set up to this point where everybody's just beating up on the Rockies in that division in terms of you've got the AL West the NL West cleaning up, winning all their games, and the Rockies are just bottom dwellers right there. But that's the type of division that they've got there set up right now, where everybody I think feels like you've got 3 really good teams and potentially 4 if Arizona's what you think they can be.
Pepe, what are the ticket prices looking like for the Globe?
Very cheap tonight, Sean. Just $85 to get you at the very top of the stadium to see DeGrom and Yamamoto. And then Saturday goes up about $35. It's $110 right now to get in the gate to see Sasaki and Evaldi. And then Sunday afternoon, just $65.
How much or who all do you think, if Choppy was not in Italy, he would just be trying to milk to, like, I'm trying to get Yamamoto tickets tonight. I'm trying, and I want to sit lower level. I want to be like 2 rows up from the. He would be just
Sandler, Holland, Bassick, whoever keeps buying him cookies.
Mike Adams probably.
Mike Adams possibly. He probably has a Ranger contact. He'd get in. He'd figure out a way.
Oh yeah, but he would definitely be working the phones a little bit and trying to leverage something.
877-881-1053. YJ the Boat on Twitter with a 6 a.m. club check-in. I see everyone with the coffee cups on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo, despite maybe having the day and the extended weekend off on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Is Ja Morant about to make you hate Nico Harrison even more? And the commissioner of the NBA with a message to Mavs fans, an update on moving to Vegas, and why didn't he stop the trade? The commissioner focuses on the Mavs next on The Fan.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it has. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember?
817-323-3233 with Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and traffic attorneys in Dallas.
You may dislike Ja Morant even more after tonight. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt with you, along with Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I love the headline because of injuries and the way NBA players always sit out. NFL too. Grizzlies say Ja Morant is a legitimate game-time call against the Mavericks for the play-in spot tonight to decide the number 8 seed in the Western Conference. Not a regular game-time call, not a ha-ha, wink-wink. No, it's a legitimate game-time call after Ja came down on the ankle. Had the right ankle injury. He stepped on Buddy Hield's foot in that Warriors game with 4:25 left in the third quarter. He got up. He finished a three-point play. He went to the bench. He did return early in the fourth and finished with 22 points. But if you are the 75% of the Tolos who did not want them to win the other night, you are not going to love this news if Ja Morant is missing or compromised and you want Nico's season to end.
Yeah, I would. I'd much prefer if Ja Morant would be out there actually playing. That would be helpful. Dallas, it's funny. I was scrolling through Reddit looking for stuff yesterday, and I just happened along the Sacramento Kings forum, and there was somebody posted in the fourth quarter. It was just their entire fan base melting down of just like, I can't believe we're making Nico Harrison look okay tonight. Like, that was what they just thought was the most embarrassing thing, period. So I would hope that Memphis would have a similar feeling and that they'd be locked in and ready to go, because they're better than Dallas right now.
Well,
they
you know
should
what?
beat Dallas.
Sacramento deserves it. I know I'm one of the minority that wanted the Mavericks to win. Sacramento deserved to get embarrassed because of the audio that came out of what they did to try to troll and make fun of the Mavs during those pregame introductions.
Starting lineups first for the visiting Dallas Mavericks.
My little pony, what is friendship?
A 6'7" forward from Kentucky, number 25, PJ Washington. A 6'10" forward from Kentucky, number 3, Anthony Davis. A 7'1" center from Duke, number 2, Derek Lively II.
So there you go. You get the point.
That's just good. Like, that's good, solid.
You don't think that revved up AD to struggle and go 2 for 9 in the first half?
I mean, clearly, yeah, that worked in that sense in terms of just distracting him. But I think that's just good, solid trolling. I don't know how you'd even that out if the Kings were here, what song you could play for them. But yeah, it's good. My Little Pony, it's a decent bit. I actually respect it.
So in order to try to figure out how legit this jaw ankle is, you go to Vegas and the point spread. Don't look, Bobby, unless you already have.
Have not.
The other day, the Grizz were favored by 6.5. What do you think it is right now?
6.
It's 6.5.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, he's playing. He's playing, or he's not playing, and if he was playing, it was going to be 10.5. Something like that. But that sounds like, all right, he's going to be good to go then, or they expect him to. And so,
and again, how do they get inside the Grizz sources to tell them how he's really doing? Why would anyone inside the Grizz have incentive to feed Vegas and any other team in professional sports?
There have been
all
instances with the NFL where that's the first sign that something's wrong. Like people even with a team may not have an understanding of, is this guy going to play? And then they see the line move aggressively. I remember that happened once with Dak. It was heading into the Minnesota game, I think in 21 when he had gotten hurt. And there were people with the team who were like not sure if he was going to play or not. And then in the middle of the week, all of a sudden on like a Wednesday, it flipped from Dallas being 6-point favorites to like 6-point underdogs. And that's when it's like, okay, how does Vegas get that before people in that building seem to get that? It's insane the way they have their little leverage points.
Bobby's most disliked commissioner in all of sports, Adam Silver, was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and Silver was asked about us. We're, of course, a national topic with all the Luke outrage and the Nico secret meetings. And Bobby has been talking about this for weeks and weeks and weeks, that Adam Silver should have pulled a David Stern and stopped this trade. McAfee asked Silver why he didn't do it.
Yeah, so first, just to clarify, I don't, or the commissioner doesn't have the right to block a trade other than a trade not conforming to our rules. So, okay. and you alluded to David Stern once blocked a trade, but I get how confusing it was to fans, but he was both the commissioner and the acting owner of the New Orleans franchise at the time.
Got it.
And so a trade was recommended to him by the general manager, and he turned down that trade based on what he thought was in the best interest of that franchise.
I forgot that. I forgot that Stern was actually temporarily owning them, because I was ticked off and I was like, this is messed up. You should allow these teams to go ahead, go about their business. But David Stern was operating the New Orleans franchise, I guess, and was like, nah, this ain't going to be good for us.
Yeah, I guess it's similar to when the Rangers were going through the transition, the sale from Tom Hicks to the Chuck Greenberg-led group. They were in a similar spot where I remember people were frustrated and wanted Tom Hicks to add something at the deadline or do certain things. And the league, because of where they were at, and Tom Hicks and the team, I think going through bankruptcy at that point, were at a point where the league had to approve any transaction the Rangers made because of their financial situation. And so that makes sense in that sense. What doesn't make sense is that Adam Silver hasn't gotten in the way of the Mavericks shooting themselves in the foot for the last 2 months from a PR standpoint.
So you're okay at the end of the day that he didn't block it?
I would like there to be a rule that would allow him, but given the explanation, that makes sense. And so I understand if he can't, but somebody's got to step in and, when they get wind of it, try to discourage it at least. Like, guys, this is going to create a total unbalanced situation. Would you just think about it? And B, somebody talk to them and get them out of their own way with some of the PR issues that they've had. Because as Bontemps said the other day on that Hoop Collective podcast that we played clips from, he said you could make an argument that what they did in the 2 months after is just as bad as what they did with the trade. The way they have handled every single response has been so bad. And the league just kind of shrugs their shoulders and goes, what are we going to tell them to do? We don't know.
Adam Silver says, well, we know that Roger Goodell has done this with certain NFL teams.
Yeah.
Like, he's gone to them and was like, clean your S up. Stop embarrassing the Shield. Adam Silver says he understands the outrage, the anger, and the revolt in DFW.
So I get the fans' passion. I understand, again, why Dallas Mavericks fans are so upset. I personally am a fan of Luka Doncic. I think he's a great young man, let's see how this turns out. I want him to be great. I want the Dallas Mavericks to be great. But there's no doubt, I'd say, I've been in the league for a long time. It's been remarkable, I think, how much interest there's been in this trade, maybe because you have the Lakers on the other side of it.
Yeah.
You have the happenstance that Mark Cuban just recently stepped out as the owner of that team. So a lot of chatter around it, but, we'll see when they play the games how this works out.
Yeah, it's good for you, all the attention and the noise. It sucks for us, man. Yeah, it's good for the league. It's good for you.
Well, and I mean, I'm getting really tired of the, we'll see how it plays out. We know how it's played out. So far, it's been really bad. It's been awful. It has been disastrous to this point, and their responses to it every turn has been disastrous. But I mean, again, we talked about it yesterday. They want to hang up their 2.5 quarter banner. They want the, that's what they want to put up there, and that's what they want to claim. It's just like, see, we were right. We're just never going to be able to see what I envisioned other than 2.5 quarters. But I was right.
That's going to be the excuse. But then the follow-up to that is, we criticized you because we knew Anthony Davis wasn't going to be on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we were going nuts. So you have no injury excuse because injury was part of the criticism of getting AD here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we theorized this. But again, that was something McMahon said the other day on that podcast, was he said AD came back too early because he was trying to save Nico's butt.
Yep.
And look what it did.
Adam Silver on the Pat McAfee Show talking about Patrick Dumont.
In terms of the trade itself, look, it's obvious time will tell. The only place where I feel defensive on behalf of the Dallas Mavericks and new ownership there is there were some suggestions early on that the trade wasn't done for basketball reasons, that somehow new owner didn't want to pay a maximum salary or was focused on building a real estate development or something else. The only thing I can say, and I feel very confident in this, knowing Patrick Dumont, who's the governor of the team, and the people involved, they believed that they were making the best trade on behalf of the Dallas Mavericks. Whether that turns out to be true, again, only time will tell. I've known Nico for a long time, Nico Harrison. He was a longtime executive at Nike before he was at Dallas Mavericks. Again, whether or not he made the right trade, he's a really decent person. I know he's trying to do the best he can to run that franchise. It's been a rough time since they made the trade.
This is pathetic that the commissioner of the league has to sit there and go like, I know they think they're doing the right thing. I know that they really are.
Heart's in the right place.
And man, he's a decent guy.
Everyone keeps saying that about Nico, by the way. Good guy. I've known him for a long time. Really good guy. He's too good of a guy. He's too moral. His basketball morals destroyed an entire franchise.
I was going to say, I don't know. It sounds like there's about a dozen people who don't have jobs anymore who you could ask them, do you think Nico Harrison's a good guy? That would say, no.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's a good guy. I think he's kind of a snake. And I mean, when you hear...
That's Casey Smith.
I cannot wait for...
That, by the way, got buried during the secret meeting when McMahon was pressing him. Why'd you get rid of Casey Smith and these other people who are regarded as the best in their field? Eventually, after the back and forth, the answer came back from Nico. Well, the other people we brought in were better. And I was like, ooh, that's stinging.
It's just, he is so passive aggressive and so petulant, and I cannot.
It's amazing that someone that seems this socially awkward could have these Nike relationships behind the scenes.
See, I feel like Dumont's socially awkward. I feel like Nico is almost, for lack of a better term, psychologically abusive. And so I could see how that would actually operate in the right realm in the dog-eat-dog world of like the shoe game. But my gosh, I cannot wait for McMahon's article to come out whenever he addresses the Dirk thing. And then I want to hear Adam Silver answer that. Why justify this? Justify them basically freezing out the person who built Dallas basketball.
Of course, the fan text is saying, look, it's all set up for Vegas. It's obvious. You've called it from day one on the fan text. They're moving out of here. They're trying to gaslight and ruin the fan base. Adam Silver addressed that.
They're not going anywhere. There's no thought of that team going anywhere. It's true that the group that bought the team is out of Las Vegas, but they couldn't be clear, and I just want to make sure that, well, there's no doubt people have been talking about it, and it'll turn out over time to be a good or bad trade, but there were no ulterior motives there. This team is staying in Dallas. In fact, they're looking at building a new arena in Dallas, so that's that.
I cannot wait for them to put something on the ballot with this basketball team and watch that get voted down.
Oh, you think people will just not approve anything they want to do?
I wouldn't dare put anything on the ballot. They're not going to. They're not prepared for it. But if they were close and ready to put something on the ballot, I would say you need to wait because you're going to get it voted down right now.
A Dallas Cowboys celebrity couple gets engaged. And why is Vegas not picking the Dallas Stars starting tomorrow night? Next for the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, what you drinking, what...
So, hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Hello Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We have a Renegades ticket giveaway for you. The final one for turning it on, leaving it on. That'll be during the 720 commercial-free expressway. You're listening to Sean and RJ, Choppy on vacation in Italy. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. And thank you on a Good Friday for checking us out on the radio, the app, or the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. RJ's Instagram story reviewing art in the airport yesterday had me laughing out loud. RJ and I mutually have a hatred and confusion over art. And he goes by this exhibit where he's like, explain this to me. Explain it. There's like a Wawa trash bag here. There's a rusty stop sign on the ground. Artists, they're the biggest crooks going.
Isn't that the point though? They're not supposed to explain to you. It's whatever it brings out of you.
Yeah,
that's what's important.
Do you have an appreciation for it?
No, not a bit.
I will say this: I got one of those TVs that does the revolving artwork, and I do really like that. But it's basically like a lot of colors. I don't know whether that's abstract art or objects, or just someone can get away with putting one straw in the middle of a big painting and call that art and make millions of dollars. That's the stuff I hate.
I need to do this as I
like cool colors, man.
I need to as a YouTube video for the fan account, do something like with Chop where it's like we just show him two images and we're like, one of these sold for $1 million and one of these sold for $10. Guess which one is the $1 million one? Because
Yes.
I can't ever figure it out.
No.
And then it's like, okay, was this owned at one time by I don't know, like Margaret Thatcher had this in her bedroom or something, and then you find out it's like, no, it's just a really coveted piece. Okay, I don't get it.
I admire paint more than just like trash being anywhere. Like if there's something painted, it doesn't have to be Picasso or whatever, but like if there's just splattered paint, I can see the vision a lot more than that than just a stop sign with some trash on it.
Yeah, that's how my wife hooked me. She invited me to an art gallery. I said no, but the bait was set.
She's
into all that.
What's the cool breakfast place that we went to that you like, or you like the vibe of it? It's like they got the patio and stuff. It's
in what city?
It's Dallas. It's a
cool breakfast place.
Yeah, it's called is it Birdie's or whatever around here? Oh yeah. Yeah, so Birdie's, for instance, they have a bunch of Dallas art around there. But I like that. I like that aesthetic. It looks cool or whatever. But yeah, let's go in here and stare at weird images of things and just be like, if you don't get it, you're an idiot.
I didn't associate that with breakfast as I went there with the kids to get loaded.
Well, it was
maybe
like
a brunch.
Like it's a brunch thing. Yeah, that's just what I was thinking of.
So look, I know there's barely any separation in the standings for the Stars and the Avalanche, but I was still hoping to get a little more love than this from the odds makers. Stars, Avs, tomorrow night, Game 1, 7:30 at the AAC and on TNT. The play-by-play voice of Colorado will join us at 8 o'clock. And Bet Online has sent me the odds for each series. Colorado's favored right now. They have a 56.5% chance of winning the series. You could get them at -155. The Stars are +135. I was just hoping home ice, a little bit better record, dismiss the losing streak at the end of the season, that the Stars would be more favored. They are not.
Well, look, we've had requests. I promise they were there yesterday on the YouTube. There were people requesting they wanted money puck odds before the game,
no one
not just
said
after.
that.
They did. I promise you 100%. I will go pull it up. But money puck says 51% chance Dallas wins on Saturday night. But that's
what a bold call.
That's
Saturday night, not the series.
No, that's just Saturday night. So that would indicate, I would guess, that Colorado's probably a bigger home favorite than just 51%.
Does this make sense to you that this is sounding like a coin flip?
Yeah, I mean, when you have the losing streak, it's going to happen. Colorado's playing a lot better. The Stars are banged up. You have Jason Robertson, who left the game with a lower body injury the other night. So who knows his game time status? You hope Rantanen can, play better here. But yeah, it's just I understand Colorado, and thank goodness we have home ice advantage. But this is a Stars team who I think it's been over 3 years since they've won a Game 1 in a series.
What?
Because they didn't win Game 1 last year against Edmonton. The Vegas series, they lost 2 straight.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure it's been almost 3 years.
By the way, money puck for the series says 52% chance the Avalanche wins.
The only other series that's closer than ours is supposed to be Florida-Tampa. The Panthers have a 54% likelihood of winning that series. You want to put Peyton's hockey knowledge to the test here?
Oh, yeah, please.
I guess I should ask you first. You feel confident? You feel confident in your general hockey knowledge?
Confident, yeah. I mean, I'm no expert.
Okay.
Enough to do UNT Sports Zone segments on it.
Yeah.
Caps, Canadiens. Who's favored?
Caps. They're the 1 seed.
You are correct. A 68.8% chance of winning the series. Toronto, Ottawa.
Ooh, the Canadian battle. I'm going to go Toronto.
The Maple Leafs with a 65% chance of winning this series. Devils, Hurricanes.
Canes.
Good job. 73% chance of winning the series. Blues, Jets.
Jets are the 1 seed. It's got to be them.
Winnipeg, 67.7% chance of winning it. Minnesota and Vegas.
Give me the Knights.
You are correct. 72%. And Edmonton, Los Angeles.
See, I think the Kings are the better, they're the better seed, but I'm going to go Edmonton as the favorite.
Did you read my email?
I don't think I get your emails.
I don't know that he knows how to read.
What was your comment?
I don't think I get your emails yet. I don't think I've gotten to that set. No, I'm joking. I did not read it. But
61%. Pepe goes undefeated with the odds.
Ton of credit. You got it.
Wow.
Walk it off. You got now. Since you are such a hockey expert, who would you pick in the series then, Peyton? Would you pick Dallas or Colorado? I don't like that sound.
Colorado.
Last week, the Stars were the favorites to win the damn cup. And now they're underdogs in the first round series, yet still have the third best odds to win it.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the odds that we were looking at over the last week, it felt like we're just, if Dallas and Colorado played each other, it was like, yeah, this is, two of the better teams. And so whoever gets ousted here, it's going to be over quick. But whoever wins has got a pretty good shot the rest of the way.
I'm going to say that the Stars slide. I would ignore it more than factor it in. The Stars slide at the end of the season. Jake Rietma, who's going to be our Stars insider during the playoffs, said,
hopefully,
don't panic. Why hopefully?
I don't know. We've gotten a lot of audio from him so far.
Well, he's down to talk. He's just not down to record. The 0-2 Red Wings won the cup despite entering the playoffs on a 7-game skid and losing the first 2 games of the postseason. The GM of that Red Wings team, Jim Nill, Jake says, I'm not worried. So that kind of blew up on social media.
And technically, the Stars did, I think, go into the 2020 playoffs with a 6-game losing streak. Now, it was COVID, so they had the 5-month layoff, but technically, you could say the Stars still made it to the cup going into the postseason with a 6-game losing streak.
Congratulations to Jake Ferguson, as Ferg got engaged with the news coming out yesterday.
Yeah, look, that has not been I feel like when that news first came out, the general sentiment from the gossip rags out there and things like that was that, this is just it's a nice...
He's with
Haley
Cavender.
I'll
Yep.
take a little sip.
So the general thought, I think, was like, oh, this is just kind of like a trendy little like, hey, I'm in the public eye, you're in the public eye. Let's have a fun little relationship. But they've been very serious. I don't want to spill all the tea, but I mean, we heard that last year at training camp that like, oh no, that's a very serious thing they have going on. That's probably not going anywhere. And so good, congratulations to your favorite Cowboy. Or one of your favorite Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide between him and Overshone, who finally got his number. So there you go, D.O. And then you get to some negative Cowboys news with a passing.
Yeah, this is sad news yesterday. It's actually occurred, I think, on Monday is when this news came out, but it wasn't officially confirmed until yesterday that former Cowboys strength and conditioning coach Joe Jurassic passed away this week. The team officials confirmed. He had been with the Cowboys from 1997 to 2010, so 14 years. The Cowboys, with Brian Schottenheimer being hired, they've had 10 coaches in franchise history. So Joe Jurassic worked with half of the coaches in franchise history and was a guy who was absolutely beloved by players. I saw Jesse Holley tweet out a tribute to him and talking about how much he loved him. Dave Campo, that's how I knew it had even happened. I saw Dave Campo put something up on social media. And so really sad news. His son, JD, he listens to the station. JD works with Athletes First now. He does a lot of stuff with Micah as like a talent handler and doing things with their endorsements. And so really sad news, a guy who a lot of people really, really loved around the Cowboys.
If you are trying to get down tonight or this weekend in the dating world, Pepe, you have some advice for people, or people are starting to fight back?
Yeah, we have a big debate going on here with people and their profile pictures on their dating apps, not uploading them. This is a survey of over 3,700 users earlier this month that are not changing their profile pictures on the dating apps. They're taking pictures from 4 years ago saying, wow, I look really good in that picture, and they're leaving it on there. And I can play victim in this. You know, I was in the dating app life not too long ago. That's how I met my fiance, Mackenzie. And so I had pictures on there from like no more than 2 years ago, which some people would say that's not, that's too long, but it's like I hadn't changed that much. I saw the good mustache there too. But yeah, more and more first
Someone,
dates.
after they saw your gumball machine video this morning, Atolo said, I've never seen someone look so young and so old at the same time. That was a good description.
I think I take that as a compliment. But yeah, more and more first dates have ended early because people don't match their profile pictures. Group pictures is a big red flag to me. You see a lot nowadays where, girls will take group pictures and you're like, okay, who are you in that picture? You want to stand out, you want to look good around good looking people.
Yeah.
And I'm not calling everyone ugly here with have group pictures, but that's a red flag to me as well.
Do you still have your old account or whatever?
See, I don't think I ever deleted it. I think I just I paused it, I think, or because I deleted the app right away.
Okay.
That's what I did. So I think technically I can still go back, and if I know my login, I can. But and I didn't lie about the pictures.
I was gonna say I want to see if you were catfishing people at all, or did you take a photo in the studio of you behind the mic or something, trying to look like a radio star?
Well, what about your 16-year-old profile pic that's out there in many places?
That is what I set as my Google profile picture when the picture was taken 14 years ago, which I was forced to take that picture at work for hey, you need a security badge photo. So I did it, and then I've never changed it. I just don't change anything.
I will admit, I did lie on my dating app a little bit. And I lied about my height. I said I was 6'1". instead of 6 foot, and Mackenzie caught that immediately when we first. She called me out for it a couple weeks later. She's like, so I realized you kind of lied on your dating app.
Because she would be able to judge you because she's taller.
Yeah, she's almost 5'11".
Yeah, if there was someone that's 5'4", 5'3", I don't think she'd be able to call you out on that. But Mackenzie, is she taller than you?
In heels.
Yeah, in heels she definitely is. I think I have her by an inch or so. But yeah, that was something that she called me out on because she was like, if you said 6 foot, I probably wouldn't have gone out with you, that day. So that might have saved my single life there.
So that was an instance of lying paying off.
Yeah, so lying is good.
What did you tell me this morning? Which segment was it? Was the first introduction she had to you that you did?
It was the breast milk, the one I'll take a little sip when we were talking about that.
So she agrees to go on a date. She Googles him, and the first segment that pops up is that one, and she clicks on it. And she hears him going I'll take a little sip, I'll take a nibble, I'll bite it.
Because Ryan had all the shorts on YouTube, and she just searched my name, and they were all labeled Peyton on there, so she could look me up.
What does that tell you? She's a freak.
She's a freak.
If she listens to that and she's like, sign me up, she's down.
She's got a little psycho in her. I'm joking. Stop. I'm joking.
Goodness. He tells us stop. 877-881-1053, the Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club here on Sean and Bobby. We have a Renegades ticket giveaway to hook you up with at 7:20. Jerry Jones tries to charm the Longhorns wide receiver and is the number one running back, scaring Bobby just a little bit with the NFL draft around the corner. That's next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But what is next for you this morning or tomorrow morning?
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Incredible turnout from the Tolos last night to see Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Zach Wolchuk, and others conduct Draft 101 right here at the radio station. Shows you the increased draft interest, and it's going down on Thursday. The real thing with the coverage right here on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. We are going to be at different Pluckers locations as well across DFW. I will be at the Mesquite location on Thursday for round one with Jake Rietma. So there you go. I roped Jake. Right now I'm the only one with a co-host at the Mesquite location.
Did you have to rope Jake in?
No.
Yeah, I would think that's
if
a
I
tough
drop
sell.
a piece of blue cheese on the ground, he's in. If I say, yeah, there's a mic there, he's in. As I'll get him to now do all the PA that Bassick did last year phenomenally.
I'm jealous of you guys. Like, I mean, I'm gonna do the draft coverage.
Oh, you
is
would
always
flourish.
fun.
You would flourish in the Pluckers environment.
The draft coverage is always fun, but like that sounds like a party to me, and I enjoy a party. The only thing is, when I do the draft coverage, I've got to be on top of like actually working. So the next morning, standing
in the corner.
That's day 3 of the draft, not day 1. So then the next morning I come in here, it's like, all right, I was working the whole time. Whereas if I was at the Pluckers, I might try to just, guys, let's do shots, and then I'd probably come in here hungover. So it's probably for the best that I don't do the Pluckers anyway.
Matthew Golden is the very latest to give a Jerry Jones story to Kay Adams. We've had it with a number of different prospects, and the Longhorn wideout talked to Kay about meeting up with Jerry.
Yeah, he told me to call my mom, so I FaceTimed her. I think
Alicia?
He told me to call my mom, so I ended up calling her, FaceTimed her. I was like, I got a surprise for you, and Coach Jerry was talking to her.
Coach Jerry. I love that.
Yeah,
I like Coach Jerry.
I call him Coach Jerry. Yeah.
What did he say to your mom?
He was just talking to her, just telling her she raised a great young man. All the hard work paid off, and she did a tremendous job with me.
So there's old Coach, which I know makes all the Tolos very happy to hear. How does that even come up? Are you telling me Jerry had to somehow drop Coach Jones or Coach Jerry in that? There's no way Matthew Golden went in there and was like, "What's up, Coach?"
I don't know. I think there's. So he's
telling him like, my true genius is really Coach.
Here's how I genuinely think it comes up.
Please lay it out.
Because guys who don't even have pre-draft visits, when they get on the phone with him for the first time, they call him Coach a lot.
Because they think the coach is on the line.
So that's what I'm saying. I think
they think it's Schottenheimer.
In this instance, they're so used to football world of calling somebody above them something, and they're not used to.
You're going into the meeting with the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think you're going to mistake that with the draft call where you're talking with your coaches. You're walking into Jerry's office. Maybe you're just saying they're so trained to say Coach.
I think it's just
else to ask these questions.
Football. Somebody above me in the football hierarchy is Coach. Like I think it honestly for some guys is that.
Oh,
now there may be some others. It's just I think their only two options are Mr. Jones or Coach Jones. They're not going to call him Jerry at that point.
No.
As they get more comfortable, they probably will.
But look, despite the Cowboys' playoff failures and absence for 30 years, they're still clearly a Jerry rock star factor, and that's why he loves to come on the radio twice a week and be in all the headlines and create all the drama and the noise, because Jerry Jones loves being treated and looked at as a rock star, even from these college kids who haven't seen the Cowboys win jack squat.
Yeah, it's still the brand. It's still, I mean, we laugh about it almost every day, how we'll look up on the TV and it's like there's nothing going on with them and they're the top story. Is
Dak still a top 5 quarterback, top 10 quarterback?
When we're at NFL Network and we're doing things for Jane, we'll be trying to figure out, all right, what topic do we cover today, or when we're out at practice, and one of the standard lines you get from the assignment desk is play the hits. So the hits are Dak, Zeke, CD, like just find me whatever is people are drawn to, and so I think for a lot of these shows up here, playing the hits is just anything Cowboys. So anything Cowboys, throw it up there, and so they're all immersed in it. They're all around it, and there is a strong Cowboy connection to what is going on at Texas. So I'm sure for Matthew Golden too, it is kind of like, hey, this is a big deal.
Ashton Genty with some very bold comments in comparing himself to Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, and I don't actually love this. Not for comparing himself to Saquon Barkley. I think he's a really, really good running back. I think that Ashton Jeanty...
He's basically saying, hey, what Saquon did for Philadelphia, that's what I envision myself doing, putting someone over the top.
Exactly. So he did an open letter to NFL general managers for the Players Tribune, and he said he could make the same difference that Barkley did. He said most people, they watched the Eagles win the Super Bowl a couple months ago. They watched Saquon run through everyone in the playoffs, and they thought to themselves, this is amazing. I watched it, and I thought something different. I thought, that can be me, which is a nice sentiment. It's good.
Yeah.
He then closed his letter with a bold statement. If you pick me, it's simple. I'm coming to your franchise to do what Saquon and the Eagles just did. I'm coming to win big soon. It's tackle, all caps. It's tackle football. You know what I'm saying? I'd draft the guy they can't tackle. That's nice. And it was shared on social media as well. Just that one little
no problem so far
signature thing. It feels a little, you're the last week. You don't need to keep up any more publicity to her. I think this is just...
They all, come on, Bobby.
No, they all to some extent still
Quinn
get up there.
There's no difference between him and Quinn Ewers saying, I'm the best quarterback, or Cam Ward or Shador saying, the choice is clear. It's obvious. Look at me.
Right, but what is Cam Ward doing right now? Cam Ward's playing on his Twitch and going like, Calvin Ridley and Traylon Burks are two of the 4 best receivers in the league, and Shador has done his interview with ESPN a couple weeks ago, but otherwise he's kind of sitting back right now. And so to me, I just think it feels a little... He has a very green management team. Jeanty does. It's a newer one, and I think it's just sometimes being bombastic and big and out there and loud, and even if it's confidence, isn't always the best play, I don't think. And I think with a week left, most teams are just like, just sit. We're getting you. We'll get to you.
Have people talked about his personality?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
good? All good?
Yeah. I think in general, everybody's been positive about Ashton Jeanty. And to me, it's just like, there reaches a point where you don't need to do so much. And so I just think for that angle of it, I think it's unnecessary.
I cannot keep track of the Colorado stories. I really can't. All the noise. Shador, New York Giants. How about Pat Shurmur scaring the hell out of Giants fans? The former Giants head coach was Shador's offensive coordinator. He told the New York Post, I think Shador is a similar prospect to Daniel Jones from a player and a person. He was meaning it as a compliment, by the way. Quote, I think they're very similar prospects. I think they're both wonderful human beings. They're both highly accomplished, talented college players that have a chance to make an impact in the NFL. So there's a lot of similarities between Daniel Jones and Shador. That right there, that thought process should have stopped the New York Giants from hiring him as head coach. You can mean a nice comparison, but the fact that your brain at some point didn't tell you don't make that comparison, you should not be in charge of any program. Shador and Daniel Jones. Do you see it, Bobby?
No, not at all. I mean, we can just start with literally the measurements. Shador Sanders is 6'1.5", 210 pounds. When Daniel Jones was coming out, he was 6'5", 225. When you read the way that, just for
Daniel
example,
Jones definitely can move better, right?
Yeah. Oh, Daniel Jones. Now, Shador will move when he has to, but Daniel Jones could actually pick you up some yardage on the ground.
Yeah.
This is just...
I think Brian Dable tried to get him murdered on the football field so that he can move on at quarterback. That's how much they ran Daniel Jones.
I went to NFL.com and I just pulled up Daniel Jones' scouting report from when he was coming out, what they wrote about him, and it talks about that he did more with less at skill positions, quick worker through progressions, early recognition of deep ball opportunities, and feathers throws into targets, adjusts pre-snap plan to blitz, and exploits hot read opportunities, consistent footwork from the pocket with feet following the eyes. That's kind of like the opposite of what's been good for Shador. Shador's issue has been he didn't really have anybody blocking up front for him consistently. His weapons were not the problem, as was the case with Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, who came out with really strong, precise footwork, that's not Shador Sanders. One of Shador's things he's got to work on is he's got kind of happy feet and pitter-patter. And so, to me, I don't see at all, and I guess he's just trying not to be offensive to either. So he's probably, I guess, got a good relationship with Daniel Jones still. And he's got a good relationship with Shador, so he's trying to be complimentary, but it comes off really weird.
Listen up, Will Chambers. Albert Breer, NFL insider, said he's having a hard time finding coaches or scouts who believe that Shedeur is a first-round talent. Quote, this, by the way, is separate from any issue anyone has with his personality. Those questions exist, but we're talking about his actual game. Wow. Saying there's a lot of people who don't have Shedeur as a first-round talent.
Got to get that dirt off your shoulders, Sean. That's what you got to do. Look, I told Will Chambers. I tried to tell all of you. And look, we're getting closer and closer to just once more me being annoyingly right.
But he's going to be picked in the first round.
See, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Largely.
I don't know whether the argument. I think the argument was where will he be picked. He's certainly not going number one.
The argument was over number one, where he said he's been the number one pick for 2 years, and I said no, he's not. Like the NFL has never thought he was the number one pick.
Albert adds, I've had more than one person say to me that if Sanders goes in the first round, it'll be because an owner gets involved. So maybe wanting the flash, wanting the noise that you are inevitably going to get with the Sanders family. And there's even more of it happening at Colorado, where we have a number retirement controversy.
Boy, this is really fast. Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. Colorado announced earlier this week that they're going to be retiring the jerseys of Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter before they've even reached the NFL, technically. Deion Sanders has received a lot of criticism for this, obviously, because it seems like, all right, this is clearly your push here that you're in on. And on Thursday, Deion actually addressed this. This is from On3.
And the cut sheet.
Yeah, the cut sheet, too.
You look at the cut sheet today?
Yeah, I was going to just tell you that On3 wrote about it, but we have the audio as well, is what I was going to say.
Here's Deion on Shedeur getting the number retired.
Let's get the elephant out the room. I don't want to talk about this too long. I'm going to just talk briefly and let it go. We talking about Shedeur. We ain't talking about nobody else. But his last name wasn't Sanders, we wouldn't have this discussion. The only reason we were having this discussion is his last name is Sanders. Okay? That's it.
I kind of agree. Shedeur Sanders did a lot at Colorado that was really, really impressive, and he brought a lot of attention and excitement to the program. The only problem is people are also saying it about Travis Hunter. Like, where Travis Hunter's amazing, but they're also like, it took Lamar Jackson getting his jersey retired at Louisville to like a year or two ago. And that was a guy who won a Heisman and then was a finalist for it the next year and had...
I don't know if other timelines should matter. Like, just because you waited too long, like, does that mean that I should wait? Travis Hunter should definitely have his jersey retired. I don't know about Shedeur, but other Buffaloes, longtime Buffalo players, have come out and spoken out against this.
Yeah, I mean, I know
Chad Brown,
Darren Chiaverini, who used to play for the Cowboys. I saw him post a very lengthy statement.
Yeah. Let's take Manziel at A&M. Manziel declares for the draft. How long does A&M have to wait?
So the way I typically have looked at it is you've got to give time to pass for anything, because the idea for that sort of honor is that it's like a homecoming. Like, if he just comes back next year or they retire the jersey immediately next year, that kind of defeats the purpose of you give it time to breathe. You give their legacy time to breathe. I think what generally people do with this and why they try to, no matter who it is, not put them in instantly is because you want to give time to make sure you're not making an emotional decision. You're giving time for their legacy to really reverberate and show what it is before you just say, all right, we're throwing him up there, because it'd be really easy when the Cowboys are talking about DeMarcus Lawrence is going up into the Ring of Honor. Okay, 5 years from now, he's not. Like, you're not going to do that.
Yeah, but Manziel's a no doubt. Tebow's a no doubt.
Sure, but I think in general, it's just
Reggie Bush is going to be a no. Well, except
it's just I think it's something that, again, it's not a rule. I think it's just a practice that teams have long had, because let's not make an emotional decision, and also let's give time for nostalgia to build up to where the homecoming is a big deal. If he's back next year, you just left campus. What are you doing back?
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. Choppy out on the honeymoon. We got Bobby and Pepe along with Aiden firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Nico Harrison being called desperate by the rest of the NBA, and why Chris Young showed that he should be running the basketball team as well. Getting you set for the final play-in Mavs-Grizz during the commercial-free expressway with our final football ticket giveaway of the week after this.
your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
That means we are commercial free. That means we have a giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt with Peyton and Aiden. Choppy is on the honeymoon for the next week plus here on DFW Sports Station. The junk drawer is coming your way. The play-by-play voice of the Colorado Avalanche previews the Star Series starting tomorrow night. He'll join us at 8 o'clock, and we will go on out to Memphis to figure out if Ja Morant is going to miss tonight's play-in decider against the Mavericks.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
I'm going to kill you.
But first, yesterday, Brian Windhorst was asked the easiest question in all of DFW and basketball media. If the Mavs can win and make the playoffs, can it do it?
Sorry, I thought that was a tease to me. It was a great lead
after 6:40.
We're starting early today. Can Nico be helped in any way if the Mavs win tonight and officially make the playoffs? Brian Windhorst.
Even if they get into this playoffs, they're going to lose to the Thunder. And it's just going to be, last year they beat the Thunder, and this year they're going to lose to them. But I think it's true. Nothing in the NBA is wasted. This is one of the big lessons that I learned watching Greg Popovich over the years. Greg Popovich was a master at always making something productive out of anything. He was the end of a blowout or a game where he was sitting his starters. He always used it. The Mavericks can use this, and there's a possibility that they could get some internal momentum that they could build for next year. But for Nico, there is nothing that can happen this year that's going to save his reputation in the sights of the Mavericks fans. Nothing.
He's right. There's no repairing this year. It's done. People are unhappy. They're going to be unhappy. There's no, obviously, like, if they go on this miracle run where they sweep everybody the rest of the way and they win the NBA Finals, there will be people who go, well, I'm angry at Nico, but I'm happy for the players, and they'll cheer along the way, I'm sure. That's obviously not going to happen, though. For what can
What if they beat OKC in the round? To have the possible thought in your mind, look at this roster minus Kyrie, and then imagine what it'll be. I can see what Nico, we took out the 1 seed who we've beaten in the regular season. We're a little kryptonite for them. Obviously, it's not going to happen. I'm just saying, if they beat the number 1 seed Thunder, how much would it help? What percentage of people would back off a little?
None. Like that would matter in January when Kyrie would be ready to come back. January, February. Like, it would matter then when Kyrie's ramping up to come back and enough time has passed that maybe people aren't so bitter. But even in the wake of them losing, if they beat Oklahoma City and then they lose in the next round, then you're going to get kind of what Windhorst just talked about. You're going to get people say, we beat Oklahoma City last year too, so I don't care. Like, all you've done is you've done exactly what we did before, only you fell short.
And something that Tim McMahon said on his Hoop Collective podcast, with the position that Nico has put himself and the Mavs in, an anonymous NBA executive told Tim, I love this because it's always good to have a desperate GM out there. And when you're talking about these Zion rumors that the Pelicans are going to move on from him, when you're talking about Kevin Durant, who Shams said yesterday would have a mutual interest with the armpit to work something out with the Rockets, I think Nico is going to try to go way overboard to save his rear end, try to win that championship before Luka does, get it in this 3-year window, and the rest of the league is sitting back saying, ooh-wee.
What do they? But I mean, that's the other thing. He's traded away all their picks, like, and he's traded away so many of their
We got 2 firsts. We got 2 firsts left, along with PJ Lively and Brandon Williams. Brandon Williams hit 3 threes the other night.
It's just
Gafford.
Okay, like, I mean, what Lively, I guess, is the biggest trade chip they have left. And I mean, so I mean, yeah, they can look at it and go, okay, this guy's dumb and desperate, but he doesn't have anything to even really give us. I mean, they are so depleted with future assets at this point.
Yeah.
That they're not even an enticing team to take advantage of, it doesn't feel like. And I don't even know, honestly, I've gone back and forth on this. Do I expect Nico to go, I'm going all out to get Kevin Durant, or I'm going to get this guy, or I'm going to do this or that?
By the way, someone inside the Mavericks recently relayed to us, it's not happening. Kevin Durant is not happening here.
Yeah. And so if it's that, or if it's just, I'm going to say, like, I could see Nico doing both. I could see Nico going, I'm going to show you. I'll show you. I'm going to go get more people. Or I could also see Nico just stubbornly going, what I've done is enough. We just need to get healthy, and you guys need to sit there and wait.
Right.
Until my vision comes true.
Yes.
And I could see him do either one and not being surprised either way.
Chris Young made some comments that had you wishing that he ran the basketball team too.
Yeah, look, Chris Young is such a good, steady, rational individual, unlike anything we have with the Dallas Mavericks right now. Chris Young was doing an interview on 96.7 on Wednesday, I believe it was, and he was asked about the blowback to the Luka Doncic trade, and just, hey, from your perspective as an executive, what do you see? And if I was Nico Harrison, I would immediately right now, just behind the scenes, reach out to Chris Young and be like, give me some advice. How do you think I should handle things? Chris Young said, I understand the pain the fans feel. I really do, especially here with the Mavs. I love the Mavericks. I want them to win. The attachment to players is part of today's game. It's always been part of the game, and maybe now more than ever, the younger generation is attached to players specifically. What I'm getting at is that in these moves, sometimes there are no winners. It's really tough. And I think Mavs fans, more than anything else, just wanted to know, like they wanted some compassion when they dealt Luka.
Yeah.
And they got none of it.
Yes.
And Chris Young at least understands that aspect of it, of something that we've talked about on the show a ton, which is the younger generation that's coming up cheers for players a lot of times, not your team. And you can quickly throw your team out of order and out of good favor with an entire city by getting rid of a player. And that's something that Chris Young clearly has figured out, and would be really good, I think, if Nico picked up the phone and called him and just said, tell me how you think I should handle this just from a management situation with our fans.
Read the statement again from CY.
He said, I understand the pain the fans feel. I really do, especially here with the Mavs. I love the Mavericks, and I want them to win. The attachment to players is part of today's game. It always has been part of the game, and maybe now more than ever, the younger generation is attached to players specifically. What I'm getting at is that in these moves, sometimes there are no winners. It's really tough. That's the
one statement versus the 2 months of what they've done.
And he didn't need to do it off the record with no recorders either. Chris Young could just answer. It's wild.
Which Sweet Lou, one of the all-time great bench scorers in the NBA, does a hoop show, Run It Back with Chandler Parsons and Michelle Beadle, and Lou Williams had some problems with Nico.
You got to have regrets. You can tell by the rollout.
Okay.
Why do something behind closed doors without cameras, without recorders, if you have no regrets? What are you hiding from if you have no regrets? Like, you got to face the music. The same way that the players are held accountable for the things that they do on and off the floor. You're the leader of the organization in the position that you're in. Face the music. Stand in front of the cameras and face the music like everyone else. You know, don't do it with select media members and kind of rig it up to the point where it's to your liking. Like, stand out there and explain to us what was your thought process. Or, you know what, you don't even have to explain to us what your thought process is. Tell the fan base and the people of Dallas what you're what is your plan? What is your plan? Why do you
vision?
Yeah, what is the vision?
Yeah.
Like, stand in front of them, and then maybe they can respect your position more than that. But I don't like the fact that you did this behind closed doors and you're hiding and you're rigging the deck up to make yourself look good in this situation. And then to say you have no regrets. If you have no regrets, why are you going about this the way that you're going about it?
This was Nico's attempt at doing that. Quote, well, the beauty of Dallas is it's a passionate fan base. For us to reach our goals, we need that fan base. And to be honest with you, every trade I've made since I've been here has not been, see the but. If men across the world could eliminate, or people in general could just eliminate that word but. He was starting off well there. But even the Kyrie trade, it was met with a lot of skepticism. A lot of my deals have not been regarded as good trades, so it takes time. Kyrie was traded as a terrible deal, and you didn't see it right away, but eventually everyone agreed that was a great trade. And when I traded for Gafford and PJ again, it was like, oh, he gave up way too much. These guys aren't going to help us. Now, that trade, you saw the evidence a lot sooner, so I think a lot of times trades take a little bit of time. He has no PR training. This is where PR firms are making a boatload of money off the Dallas Mavericks. Well, actually not, because Bobby says that there are some who refuse to work with Patrick Dumont, but this is why public relations is a thing that you can go to in college. If you're searching for it and you're a sports fan and you're like, what's my calling? What's my degree? what's my field? Just look at this and say, wow, a lot of that sounds stupid. And you have billionaires and millionaires making really dumb public decisions. Maybe I should go into PR because I'm smarter than that. There you go. There's your calling.
And look, we've heard from so many different people consistently, and we all believed it too for the first 3 years of just how smart Nico Harrison is. People tell you he's super smart, he's super intelligent. That's why, to me, I get the sense more with Dumont. It's just, are you kind of a dope? Like that's kind of the
or
thing.
Defiant.
Where with Nico, I just feel like that's more, you're not going to tell me what to do. It's almost bullying.
I'm getting that from Dumont too.
I guess I just view Dumont, like when he walked out on the court, he goes, are they booing me? Like, I just view him as like unaware.
Doofy?
Yeah. Like I just view him as more unaware, whereas with Nico, I feel
I heard Defiance in that conference call.
Yeah, that 100%.
That
you're
was
right.
Dumont
that
Defiance.
That was, yes. And I wonder, because we've heard about how he puts
Nico
people,
comes across much softer than Dumont.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard from Dumont more than we've heard from Nico, like, since this all happened. So, I mean, part of this, I think, too, because, I mean, everybody said the reason why the audio would have been really valuable from the meeting the other day is because you could have heard how contentious Nico was.
Yeah.
And for me, I wonder if some of that is also just Dumont mirroring what he's getting from Nico.
Yeah, guys, some totals on the fan text, 877-881-1053. 214, we can make the finals, and fans would still chant fire Nico, which we've been saying for a while now. 817, if you win tonight and take OKC to 6 or 7 games, it's a moral victory. 956 says hell no to KD for a trade, so there's some of that feedback.
Thank you for the text, and thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. That's why we want to hook you up right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Arlington Renegades take on the DC Defenders on Sunday, April 27th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, every Friday at this time, we have some of the leftovers and lifestyle to get to. Let's empty the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right, all the Tolos gave me advice for my trip to San Antonio. A lot of very good advice, including the pizza place I could not get into that Dave Portnoy actually stood in line for when he went to the Final Four. The city and destination I need help with today is Canton, because after the show, I got to go change and do a 15-minute photo shoot in the Blue Bonnets, weather permitting, and then hopping in the car with the family for some bunny palooza or some type of Easter event at a farm in Canton. And the first question I ask Amanda, because I'm planning my days around like meals, I'm like, all right, there's got to be like some great barbecue, or like there's got to be a great restaurant on the way in Canton. On the way back, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything whatsoever. So can someone help me? Is there another place to go in Canton? Sights, sounds on the way back as I'm taking the kids out for an Easter experience today after the show.
Is Canton? That's where Choppy will always do the flea market,
the
thing,
trade
right?
days.
Yeah,
I'm not going to the trade days. I think that's the first Monday, anyway. But anyway, I'm not going to any trade days today. Not with these kids. But I just didn't know. Is there anything else to do? See, is there a check stop? Is there another Buc-ee's where Hakeem Olajuwon is apparently hanging out? Is there some go-to under the radar or famous store? Anything else around Canton that I need to know about from the Tolos at 877-881-1053?
You said Canton, and obviously there's some folks, 469 says, go home through Maybank and get some B4 barbecue. So they say to do that.
Oh, my gosh.
But we did get like 5 in a row people saying the same place to go eat in Canton, all from different numbers. And they're saying Dairy Palace is where you need to go.
Okay, because when I looked it up, I saw a lot of places named like that. It made me feel like it was all, what's that place that, it's like all like country gravy, I think, in my mind. It's always packed. Dang it, it's a Golden Sign.
Golden Corral?
It's a chain. It's not Golden Corral. Country type place. I'll get it here in a second. But that's all I saw of the list of places to eat. And I'm like, okay, biscuits and gravy everywhere.
You're getting a lot of B4 barbecue going back through Maybank. That's a big one.
He's a Tolo. Okay, I didn't know that. That'll probably have to be the stop.
Yeah, and we also, yesterday when we were doing the Draft 101 event, we had a listener from Maybank who was there, who actually had come through and met us at one of the firehouses. And so we also have Elliot. He's one of our Tolos in Maybank, so you can swing through there. But yeah, you're getting a ton of Dairy Palace. You're also 214 says jalapeno tree. Says that's good Mexican food down in Canton.
Okay.
But they say that, you've also got some other folks who just say, really, it's just burger places, and outside of that, there's not a whole lot of places to eat out there. But Dion's Ranch apparently is in Canton, according to 214, so maybe you can just go stop by, say what's up to Prime.
All right.
You guys can relink again.
Thank you guys for the suggestions and for that. We talked about dating profile pics for this weekend, how people are calling out non-updated photos. And Bobby has a prediction for how these relationships are going to go.
Yep. Well, it's not a prediction. This is hardcore evidence. These are hardcore facts. In fact, this is a first of its kind research project from researchers in Australia. This is a new study about how men and women fall in love. And this is a wide-spanning global research project that looked at the dynamic of falling in love from both gender perspectives and found that men fall in love in a relationship faster than women do. This was a study that spanned 33 different countries from Europe, North America, and South Africa. The study grouped 808 partnered young adults from age 18 to 25 who were in the first 2 years of love, comparing them on the number of times they had been in love, when they fell in love, the intensity of the love, how much they obsessed about their partner, and commitment levels. And what they found is that men routinely fall in love faster than women do. But that once they're hooked, it's the women who tend to be a little more obsessive about their partner. So this is the exact dynamic that exists in my relationship. I told Kristen I loved her first, but now I am her entire world that she lives and breathes on. And so, I
wonder why it's the guy who falls first if this study is correct.
I can't figure it, and they don't have like an explanation for it. They've just said this is something that they found out, is that this is one of the trends.
Pursuit of the prize early on.
Because their side chicks turn them down, so they have to say, all right, I'll just settle here.
Side chicks.
No, this is there was a research, I don't know if it's still in my email. This was something that we had in the email for a while about men and women, and here it is right here. This was another research project from Behavioral and Brain Sciences, and they said they found that men value romantic relationships more and suffer greater consequences from breakups than women do. Now, the way they described that was not like, basically they say women tend to find emotional support in a number of different areas, whereas men close themselves off, and so they typically only have their partner that they really confide in. Whereas women will confide in a ton of different people typically. And so the idea is that when a man has a breakup, he has no one that he then confides in about how emotionally troubling that was.
Because imagine if like Mackenzie and I broke up and I came here and tried to, talk to you guys about it. You would just say, we'll get back on the streets. You wouldn't, cuddle me and be like,
you. Well, you're right. I would not do that.
Right. Well, you might, but you wouldn't be like all soft for me. You'd be like, dude, okay, hit the apps again, go back on the streets. It's your time to shine.
You know what I think would happen, to be honest, if you did? I think if you came in here and it was all three of us, you're right. You would get that sort of response. I think if you individually talked to all three of us, you would get a nicer approach, actually.
You get the coldest, most not intentionally. I think you get the coldest approach from Choppy. Choppy just can't get in his feels that much. If Bobby wasn't trying to be a smartass, he would give you probably nice, sensitive advice. I would be the best, of course, because I do try to look out for you despite your cheap shots and your stupid songs that you make. But yeah, I think that's the way it would go around the room. Choppy doesn't know how to tap into it. At least not in here with us. Maybe he does behind the scenes.
Men, this research continues to say that on average, it was 1 month earlier that men said they had fallen in love than women. So a full 4 weeks where they got ahead of it. I think it was, when I said I love you to Kristen, I think it was 3 weeks later she said it back.
I will say in a couple relationships, I was definitely more pushy. And then when they happened and I had my conquest, they turned it up. So and I was like, look at it run. So this lands for me in multiple instances. I don't know why. Maybe it was the challenge. I don't know. It's I have to win.
Yeah, but it also is I don't know. I think that
Because I'm not like, I want to be. Peyton wanted to be in love,
right? But I think men so typically are of the they do things the way they do, of just like you said, the conquest angle almost.
Like our ego is more afraid of being hurt, so it's like more investment with the emotion or the feeling. Theory.
Yeah, and I think once a guy typically tends to let his guard down, then it's really easy to just get overwhelmed by it. Whereas I feel like women a lot of times are dealing with the pursuit of trying to find somebody more consistently to where that's what they want. Typically, I feel like are the differences between the sexes a lot of times.
Once they decide, though, woo, buckle up.
They're hooked.
Buckle up.
That's why you got to give them a taste. You got to give them a taste. Just that's street rules right there.
All right. Speaking of that single life, here's Peyton Russell with his story. This sounds like a single life meal.
Is this your Snapchat story?
Okay, nope.
Two-time G back in the day.
We're going 5-time, better than your song.
That one, the Snapchat one, 2-time.
Yeah,
I think so far.
now.
Yeah, 2-time.
And Lucius is committed to seeing that thing to 5 times.
Look, this is a meal that might hit home to a lot of people. This is the mac and cheese with hot dogs in it. Did you guys grow up with that meal?
That was very common around here. I
like
never
sliced hot
it.
dogs and the mac and cheese.
Right. Yeah.
I'm more so the sliced hot dogs and baked beans. That's what I had growing up.
I felt like the sliced hot dog and the mac and cheese was usually for picky eaters in your family who you just were like, I got to get them some sort of extra protein or something.
My mom would put the sliced hot dogs and scrambled eggs growing up too.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah. I feel like that's just an easy protein that people typically try to, all right, kids will eat hot dogs. They're not going to eat chicken yet, or they may be picky with certain things. But yeah, I was never a fan of the macaroni and hot dogs. I always thought that was weird.
No, my parents never cooked it as a meal for me and my brothers, for my family. I tried it a couple times for when I first learned how to cook for myself. I was like, all right, what can I throw in here? I need some protein, some hot dogs, some mac and cheese, make it easy. But I never really enjoyed it. But the debate is going on the internet that is mac and cheese with hot dogs considered a normal meal? Because a lot of people have grown up in the fan Texas.
6-year-olds.
But
not for any adult.
I mean, there are families that mom comes home from work, doesn't want to cook. She's like, you know what? Let's get something simple here. Hot dogs, mac and cheese, throw it on there. And the parents will eat it as well.
I will say, I think it's largely kids, like we just said. But I think a lot of it also still is I think there's struggle meal involved in that. So a broke young college student would eat this, I feel like. And then the other angle of it is just, it becomes comfort food for some people. Where, I ate this as a kid, or I ate it through college, and so now it's just kind of something I like to throw together every now and then.
And a lot of people are right now in the Fantex 214-817. We grew up with ramen and hot dogs. I've never tried the ramen and hot dog combo.
I've never had that.
That's like mix and match and two different things.
I've heard of it. But hey, anything to spice up the ramen. 877-881-1053. RJ knew, and I guess the entire world knew, that this party and festival would be another disaster, and apparently it is.
Yeah, Firefest, which obviously had the dueling documentaries. It was Hulu, and I think Netflix had their 2 dueling documentaries.
Amazing documentaries.
Both of them were great. I loved both of them. I was completely locked in. But predictably, Firefest 2 with Billy McFarland fresh out of prison has gone sideways already. So what happened was that they were announcing that they were going to have Firefest 2 in Playa del Carmen, and what happened was all of a sudden the other day, people who had already bought tickets to it were told, it's canceled, it's done, it's over, it'll be announced again at another date. And folks started freaking out a little bit, like, are we doing this again? What's happening here? Well, they then changed the language on the website to say, well, it's just, we're going through a host site change. It's just no longer there, and it's not canceled. It's still going on. Don't you worry. We've just got some changes that we're announcing. But if you bought tickets to this, you're an idiot. You are, I'm sorry.
Unless you're a social media influencer who's trying to document it.
But still, I would think the social media influencer would do their normal thing of just like, hey, give me some comp tickets and I'll give you some pub. Like that's what I would think. But I want to know, how does Billy McFarland get licenses? How does he get paperwork? How does he get the various things he would need to legally put these things on after everything that happened with the first one? And if you bought tickets to it, this feels like your own fault. You are being swindled by a guy who is very publicly, because that documentary showed it wasn't just Firefest. That guy's whole career, like the 3 or 4 other projects he had, were all frauds, basically.
Yeah, he'd be someone Choppy has in his inner circle.
Oh, yeah. That's his tax guy.
Yeah, that's his tax guy.
Yeah. And
RJ's introduced me to so many skis balls where I'm like, what the heck? Who is this? Whoa, you trusting this guy to do something for you?
Do you remember what he got? The first thing that they said Billy McFarland actually had success with. Do you remember what it was?
No.
The RJ Choppy bit. It is that black debit card that he had, or that black credit card that clanks when you throw it on the table.
Oh.
And Choppy ate that. Choppy would go to Firefest too. That may be why he may have just told us it was Italy, and he was really just going to Firefest.
He's going to Playa.
I wouldn't doubt it, and he's probably panicking and going, "Oh my gosh, where are my tickets now?" So, but Firefest 2, fate is up in the air after some fools went ahead and purchased tickets from him again.
I have a mean girl alert. This story really, really bothers me. Did you see this tennis match where the one girl went to the umpire and asked the umpire to tell the other girl to wear deodorant?
No.
Harriet Dart eventually apologized after going to the umpire during their match and saying that the other female smelled really bad. And I went and watched the video. It's not worth playing on the radio. You got to pay? All right, let's see.
Yeah, we got it.
Let's see how good it is.
Can you tell her to wear deodorant? To wear deodorant? She's smelling really bad.
She smells really bad. So the umpire's response could not be heard. She ends up apologizing. I want to apologize for what I said on the court. Heat of the moment comment that I truly regret. That's not how I want to carry myself, and I take full responsibility. I have a lot of respect for Lois and how she competed today. I'll learn from this and move forward. Man, I got some nasty things to say towards this woman. I don't like that type of... First off, being a high school mixed doubles tennis champion,
well,
how can you smell your opponent on the other side? Tennis is one of the sports where you have the most distance between you. Unless you are up at the net, volleying back and forth nonstop for minutes at a time, this ain't a pickleball court.
It was the only sport that didn't take a break for COVID because you could socially distance.
You know, the only thing I could think of is maybe they were both sitting in the chairs during a break.
But even still,
isn't the umpire in between them though?
Yeah, but still, you're sitting. I don't want to do this with the microphone here with the two things on the side. I'll do it. All right, this is the umpire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the one girl, and this is the other girl.
There we go.
Just like this, like I'm filming, like I'm doing an Ace and Gary SNL skit.
So to me, there's people in the stands too. I'm assuming, I don't know, was this open air where they were playing?
Yes, I assume.
I would, if I smelled anything, even if I smelled, I would never initially think I'm clearly smelling this person.
Yeah.
I would think there's something in the air. There's something I would have so many other places. I would probably think I might be smelling myself before I'm smelling somebody over there. Is it me? What is it? This just seems like a girl she was trying to be a bee.
The other woman showed an awesome sense of humor. She posted on her Instagram story, edited herself holding deodorant during a serve. And she wrote on there, apparently I need a collab to Dove deodorant.
Dude, this is a perfect opportunity. Some deodorant companies should go in there and do a sponsorship.
Yeah.
Like, that's a huge opportunity that...
Oh, man, he's going to sit there and talk to... What a brat.
Yeah.
What a freaking mean girl brat you are. I hope you lose. I hope you lose a lot of matches. I hope you lose a lot of sets.
Whoa.
I was going to say something.
Take that back.
I was going to say something G-baggy, but no.
Did you find
diss
that
track? People want you to do a Nico diss track.
I know. I've heard, we need to. I was thinking about we might need to adjust the dark roasts to be diss tracks because then I feel they'll be received better than just as mean jokes. But did you find when you were in high school and you were playing tennis, did tennis attract mean girls typically?
You're gonna
or
get
disproportionately.
They're gonna get like the country clubby. I associate more brat. Like when you go to tournaments and people are like, I'm requesting an official. Like you don't have individual refs for like a lot of high school matches, and they're like, I want a lines judge. I want a person out here, and the temper tantrums you'd really see. That'd be the best thing because we were this, ghetto street school, this public school. We were different colored rackets and not matching gear. And we go out, we had a dominant program, and you go out and you watch these little brats break rackets and yell and scream and smash because the little private lessons didn't pay off. Eric Chiafalo, I know. I was from that type of background. I was from that type of background too, Eric. That was that. All right, Bob, You want the bomb threat? Let's do the bomb threat because that is a really twisted personal story you have.
I respect this guy to an extent. I mean, I would not recommend calling in bomb threats, but I respect somebody who is just so committed to, I don't want to do something, and so I will do anything I can to avoid it. So a man who didn't want to look after his girlfriend's pet decided that the only option he had,
aka any guy Slater dates.
This is a 19-year-old guy. He was upset at his girlfriend. She was going on a cruise, and he has been sent to prison. A Michigan man. You know, this may be one of Reetma's running buddies. Who knows? But a 19-year-old man, he was sent to prison after he had called in a bomb threat to a ship. So he sent an email to Carnival Corp Cruise Lines and wrote casually, "Hey, I think someone might have a bomb on your Sunrise cruise ship," and just sent it.
To cancel the cruise?
To try and cancel the cruise so that he wouldn't have to watch her dogs, basically, is what he did.
Now, Peyton, wait till you hear this.
So I have some level of respect for this because for me, I will do anything I can to get out of things. So I one time did not want to go to a party that I was basically being told, you have to go. All right, fine, I'll go. So before I went inside, I had one of those little Borden coffee creamers, those flavored coffee creamers, and I opened it up and I drank the whole thing knowing that I would vomit in the next half hour and then I would be free to leave. And mission accomplished. It was about 20 minutes later. I threw up all over the back porch and I was like, I got to go. And nobody cared.
That is such a Bobby move too. I don't like puking. I hate, anything. And I'm just going to throw up here. That's awesome.
Cracker Barrel. That's the place.
Oh,
thanks to the Tolos. If you were listening early on in the expressway. Aiden's laughing back there with my randomness. You drank the coffee creamer to make yourself
the
throw
whole
up.
thing, because I had remembered once when I was a kid, I had tried it and I was like, I thought it was like a chocolate milk drink and it made me sick. And so I was like, oh, I bet that'll happen again. And sure enough, it did. And then I was able to leave without anybody feeling guilty, no problems. And so I at least respect his thought process. The execution was poor.
It's the Junk Drawer every Friday during the commercial-free Expressway with our Tolo ticket giveaway here on Sean and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Will the end of the regular season matter for the Stars? Why aren't they definitely favored over the Avalanche? Game 1 is tomorrow night. We preview the series with the voice of the Colorado Avalanche next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
He clears Miles Wood in space. He's got some speed. One towards the net. He scores! Reach for the sky! The comeback is complete. Miles Wood, and they take game one by a final of 4-3.
And no offense, but hopefully we do not hear too much of that voice over the course of the next week plus, with the Stars and the Avalanche kicking off tomorrow night, 7:30 on TNT at the AAC. And the voice of the Avs is set to join us coming up momentarily here on Sean and Bobby. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. In talking to Gavin Spittle, the hockey hawk, I don't think he would mind me saying this, but whatever. We always got to go behind the curtain. I'm getting some worry. I'm getting some worry from Gavin about the Dallas Stars. And I don't know if a first-round exit or an early exit would surprise him whatsoever. So that's what I've been getting from Spittle over the course of the past few weeks. Let's bring in the play-by-play voice of the Avs himself, Connor McGee, on DFW Sports Station with Sean and Bobby. Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we today?
We're okay. We've been floundering a little bit, as you know. How much, Connor, has the last 2 weeks of the Star season changed your mind about this series, if at all?
I don't think at all, really, because we all know the true colors of both the Avs and the Stars, right? I mean, this is the series that I think. Despite the fact that we have Florida, Tampa in the first round, Ottawa, Toronto, You have the Shen brothers going head-to-head with Winnipeg and St. Louis. This is the series that everybody keeps talking about. I mean, for a million reasons. There's 8 different threads that go in between, not on the ice, right? And then obviously you have 2 of the top 5 teams in the National Hockey League on the ice. So I just think back to, the 0-2 Red Wings, the 22 Colorado Avalanche, who I think lost 5 of 6 or 6 of 7 down the stretch before the Stanley Cup playoffs. A different scenario for the Avalanche, who didn't play, a lot of their guys down the stretch, still finished above 500 in the month of March, despite the fact that they couldn't move up or down. But this is still the tastiest matchup for me in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and we get front row seats to it.
Yeah, and I was worried when Vegas came out with, you're seeing different prognostications. The Bet Online said 55% chance for the Avs to win the series, and you see a lot of coin flips, and I'm like, okay, we've had this magnificent season. We have home ice advantage. Why aren't we more favored? But it sounds like you're not surprised whatsoever. No, I mean, and a lot of that has to do with just it could be the playoff format, right? If it's 1 versus 8, then it's a different story. But we should probably not complain about that because it's not going to change anytime soon. But yeah, I just think that because the Central Division is so strong, I mean, 5 teams now from the Central are in the Stanley Cup playoffs again. I think there have only been 5 seasons since we started this playoff format that the Central has not sent the majority of teams into the Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's just both of our lots in life, is that you have to deal with the toughest division in the National Hockey League. And, that's what makes the road to the Cup that much tougher, but that much sweeter all at the same time.
Connor, here in Dallas, a lot of the conversation recently has been about that this is sort of a finesse hockey team in Dallas. And there's a question of, are they prepared to stand up to the physicality of the NHL playoffs, of the Stanley Cup playoffs? When you look at Colorado, we obviously know about, Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon and the bright spots there in Colorado. What do you guys look at from your end and say, this is the big question for them as they enter the postseason and their ability to go far?
Obviously this is a completely different team than the beginning of the season, right? I mean, the first team in NHL history to switch out both of their opening night starting goaltenders before Christmas. Now replacing with the Lumberyard with Mackenzie Blackwood and somebody you're very familiar with in Scott Wedgwood, as you probably know, one of the best guys in the game, one of the best, if not the best backup goaltender in the game. So that happens, and then you have obviously Mikko Rantanen trade, Marty Necas, then down the middle, Brock Nelson, Charlie Coyle, Jack Drury. The Avalanche went from having 1.5 to 2 centers to having 5, because that's where Parker Kelly has played all year, right? And now he's been moved to the wing on the 4th line with Drury and Logan O'Connor. Defensively, I mean, you have Taves Makar, your top D pair for Team Canada. Thomas Harley knows that. Right behind, you have Ryan Lindgren, who played top minutes with Adam Fox for the New York Rangers. Josh Manson returns, as a veteran Stanley Cup champion. And then on the back end, you have Sam Girard and Sam Malinsky and Eric Johnson as your 7th defenseman. Depth was an issue early on in the season. I'm not sure that's an issue now if the Avalanche are completely healthy. But we end up to answer the question with the first sort of item in the sequence, which is the goaltending. And neither of them have played in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and I don't think that would be a problem. Mackenzie Blackwood is a big game goaltender, and he's got one of the best teams in the NHL playing in front of him, and that usually makes it easier on a goaltender, especially when he's making a playoff debut.
Leaning into that aspect of it, the inexperience of Blackwood in terms of with the playoffs, when you look at, they've always made the argument in baseball that sometimes that lack of experience can really burn you. Other times it can be a benefit because you almost don't know enough to know you don't know. Is there an instance there with, Blackwood where you guys feel that way too, where it's, hey, he's, like you mentioned, been a big game goaltender, and so there is sort of this ignorance of the moment where he knows he doesn't even know enough to be intimidated by it?
Yeah, that's possible. But also you have the advice Eric Johnson said on our flagship station yesterday. that the best advice that he gives to young players who have not been in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Eric Johnson has played 1,023 games in the NHL and 55 Stanley Cup playoff games. He was the first player that Gabe Landeskog passed the cup to in 22 when they beat Tampa. One of the reasons they brought him back was a steady hand on the till of veteran presence in the locker room for those who have never made it to the Stanley Cup playoffs. And his advice is, it's a roller coaster. Every shift, every period, every game, every series has extreme highs and extreme lows. And the key is to stay right in between the lines, right in the middle, hands 10 and 2 on the wheel. So I would think that advice doesn't go for your skaters, it goes for your goaltenders as well. So I think that's the main theme for the Avalanche locker room, and that would be the main advice that would go towards Mackenzie Blackwood, which I think is great advice, especially for a goaltender. And we've seen brilliance out of Blackwood, and it really helped turn the Avalanche season around. And I would think that would continue into the first round.
And now the Stars have to deal with the emotional uplift of your captain returning. Is he going to play 3 years out for Landeskog with the nasty injury? Bobby in the commercial break was watching some 5-part documentary that was even giving me some goosebumps. What's the status there, and how much of an emotional uplift do you think that will be?
Yeah, that's that clean sheet series is great, isn't it? Really insightful and inspiring, frankly, because you see all the dirty details of what he's had to go through, and just replacing setbacks with lessons and all this stuff. I find out like everybody else when he's actually going to play or not. But what I can tell you is that last weekend he played his first professional hockey in 1,020 days as he played with the Colorado Eagles at home versus Henderson. He played about 15 minutes on Friday, went back and played again in Game 2 on Saturday, and had a goal and an assist. Was on the PK, was playing 3-on-3, playing some hard minutes. It wasn't just gliding around there on a power play on the perimeter or, an easy shift here and there with the last change on home ice. It was gritty Gabe Landeskog minutes, and I think those were tests that he needed to pass physically and mentally to be ready to go if, in fact, that's a possibility. It is a day-by-day thing because, as you've seen from that documentary, things can change literally in an instant, and the knee can go back to feeling the way it was before. But all week, he's been a full participant in practice, Monday and Tuesday, and again, full bore from the eye test. I'm anything but a doctor, but everything has looked good, and we'll just have to wait and see if he's going to be a participant in this series in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But this has been the most positive week in 3.5 years in the hockey life of Gabe Landeskog, and from that point or standpoint alone, it's incredible to see. Just like you, getting goosebumps thinking about it.
Avalanche play-by-play man Connor McGee joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so we are 20 games into the Mikko Rantanen experience here in Dallas. There's obviously, a emotional component as well for him getting to go against his former team in this series. Based on everything that you saw from Mikko and his time in Colorado, is this a moment that you think he elevates for, or what do you anticipate from him in this series?
It's hard to say because, extraordinary circumstances and a strange year for anybody to go through that. So it's hard to tell, but again, somebody who has been there and knows what it takes to win, to put in the hard yards again, to keep the hands on 10 and 2 on every shift. So every team dynamic is different. So, and I don't know Dallas is that well, but I just know that Mikko was always one of the best to us, performed great on a nightly basis, especially in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So it obviously is a very unique situation, and I wonder how much each side would play the fact that it's maybe a faceless opponent instead of a familiar opponent.
I'm taken aback a little bit. We have your profile picture up on the Fan Cam Twitch, and you know what I'm about to say here?
Maybe.
How old are you, man? I thought I was talking to like a 52-year-old grizzled veteran with the Marlboro Red voice, and I'm looking at this kid who looks like he just came out of Northwestern. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I just turned 40 in February.
Oh my! Listen to this voice. Do you get that a lot? Look at this guy. Look at this kid. Put him back up, Aiden. Put him up on the Fan Cam. I just had to. I looked over and I was like, we got the wrong photo. I told my video guy, you all got the wrong photo up.
I thought you were talking about the X profile picture where it's Carl Fredrickson from Up with a headset on.
No. I say you look 23. Props.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Very kind of you.
Or you just woke up like 4 minutes ago with that deep voice.
Oh, no. The dog got us up a long, long time ago.
All right, so when we take a look at the series just between Dallas and Colorado, obviously two really big-time favorites if they get past this round here, that they're still big-time favorites to win the Stanley Cup. If Colorado fails to take this series, what do you think you're going to be looking back on and talking about? They failed to do this, and that's what really cost them.
It's hard to say one thing. The theme for the team, marketing wise, is built different this time around, and because Chris McFarland has made so many trades and just constructed really a deep contender. I mean, this is as deep a team as the Avalanche have had. Definitely since 2022, and I think that with the construction of a team that's set up to win, it's on the ice. So I just think that from an Avalanche perspective, it's not last year's lineup, which wasn't as strong in between the pipes and on out. It would have been, I don't want to call it a surprise, but a bonus to win in the second round and go on to the Western Conference Final. The expectation is a championship every year, but especially when on paper it's supposed to be. And the way that this team is built, I think that Chris McFarland should be heavily thought of for the Jim Gregory Award for General Manager of the Year for completely retooling his roster throughout the entire season. And maybe not necessarily thinking they had to back in training camp. But when the team is built the way that it is, the expectation is to win. And so now all that pressure shifts from the front office to the ice, and we'll see if the Avalanche can make it count and go all the way for their second Stanley Cup in 4 years.
I should have known that he was younger when he had Up as the profile picture.
It's a great movie
on Twitter, even though it says, are they referring to you as like, get off my lawn guy in this? So you're not really acting young?
Sure. Yeah.
Old soul.
They call it, yeah, I have a soul of an 87-year-old.
There it is. Hey, man, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Enjoy the series and have a good call starting tomorrow night.
Hey, looking forward to seeing you guys. Call anytime. Really nice this morning. Thank you.
There he is, Connor McGee, the play-by-play voice of the Colorado Avalanche. The Rangers break out the brooms on Wash. And is this true? We're getting a Bobby Belt apology next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Matt Hicks predicted a home run right before the inning started, so we'll see if Adolis has the green light here. 3-0, he does, and that one is hammered to left field. Ward is back on the track at the wall. Out of here! You called it! Adolis Garcia leaving the yard, a solo home run, and the Rangers take a 4-1 lead.
Matty Makeup getting it done. Sandler trying to embarrass Hicksy all these game days, showing the makeup getting done for the big-time broadcast on Victory Plus. We got Hicksy on the radio here on 105.3 The Fan. You're home for Rangers baseball as they complete the sweep over Ron Washington and the Angels 5-3. Seager and Garcia go deep. Congratulations to Kumar Rocker. First career win, 8 strikeouts, 7 innings pitched. Bobby, I'll ask you a PTI question. PTI. Does this win make you feel much better about the Rangers or question how the Angels were in first?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of felt like the Angels were kind of a fluky first place team to begin with. But I mean, I'm never going to complain about collecting 3 straight at home, especially with how much
9-1 at home,
especially with how much their bats had struggled recently. So, I mean, picking up 30 hits in a 3-game stretch is nothing to sneeze at. Getting Kumar Rocker to pitch a little more under control than he had been throughout spring training and the early part of the season. It's all positive stuff. Adolis Garcia, we talked about his exit velocity has been up near the top pretty consistently across Major League Baseball, and you're just waiting for some of that to go the right way for him. So he gets a home run yesterday. Again, positives that you can build on regardless of who we're talking about them going against. So I'm taking it as positives.
Thank goodness Seager has woken up, because the top 4 average-wise in this lineup are just the top 3. Marcus Semien, 134. The on-base is 203. The slugging is 194. Seager has bumped it up to 306. And Jock Peterson, he is the name that I'm getting the most from Tolos on Rangers social media. .060 average, 161 on base, and a .080 slugging percentage.
Yeah.
The way baseball goes.
Look, your slugging percentage should never be less than half of your on-base percentage. That's pretty impossible to do, and he's pulled it off. Look, it's been really bad for him right now, and it's something where you look at how he's, what's he at now, 3 for 50 with his 57 plate appearance. So I mean, 1 double. He's not hitting the ball very hard. He's had trouble making contact consistently. It's a really troubling spot for a guy that I think they felt really good about how he had played with Arizona last year and kind of rebounded, and you thought, all right, this is going to solidify some of the stuff with us at the DH position. The fact that he's already 1 full negative wins above replacement is mind-blowing to think about 3 weeks into the season. But he's not been good at all.
Did you see Wash, by the way, stare down his pitcher who didn't hand him the ball yesterday? Did no one else caught that? Wash wanted the ball to be handed to him, stickler for the details, as David Murphy said. But he tossed it to his catcher, or the next pitch, I think it was to the catcher, and Wash just gave this glance and this look. Oh my gosh, if looks could kill. It was hilarious.
Man, I wish I had it.
No one else saw this?
No, I wish I had it.
I did not.
He did this. This was a big deal in 2008 when CJ Wilson, 2007, 2008, CJ Wilson was coming off the mound.
Douche.
And Ron Washington, what came out was pulling him out, and CJ Wilson clearly didn't want to come out. So he tosses Wash the ball as he's walking by. And Wash in one motion grabs the ball, puts it in the other hand, and then grabbed CJ Wilson's arm and pushed him back on the mound, handed him the ball, and made him hand it to him.
Did you see Jake Berger's bracelet explode?
Yeah.
Shattered.
That was distressing.
I thought he broke his wrist.
I know. I thought we were going to get I thought it was the Josh Young thing all over again, is what we're going to get. Because those injuries right there with the wrist have been devastating for them, and that's like a really finicky place to try and heal.
And now the Monster Series with the Dodgers in town tonight. Brian Broaddus, who will he be rooting for?
Go home, Dodgers.
6:30 pregame, first pitch, 7 o'clock on this radio station. DeGrom against Yamamoto. And Yamamoto has the better numbers. So DeGrom health, now I'm more worried about DeGrom effectiveness.
Yeah, DeGrom was, because the last start that he had, he gave up the 2 home runs. He wasn't looking particularly sharp. I'm hoping that that's just him trying to find his rhythm again, being off as long as he was, because we read the article talking about all the different pitching mechanics he had to relearn, all the different things he's doing now to kind of pull back his velocity and stay out there healthy. But
which one of you guys pulled cut 4?
Cut 4 would have been that was
you
not
sent
me.
it in the group chat, so I thought it was just show content stuff.
So this disgusted me so much. I almost replied to it.
Disgustingly.
But I didn't want to get into a Twitter fight with this guy. We've been talking about Jock Peterson. We've been talking about Simeon. We were talking about Seager. We just talked about some struggles from Jacob deGrom. How many games into the season are we?
We are now, 19 for the Rangers? 19.
Here's the difference, ladies and gentlemen, between DFW Sports Radio and the Meatballs in New York on WFAN freaking out and melting down over the start for Juan Soto.
Juan Soto has stunk to start his Mets career. I never thought I would be at this point with Juan Soto, a guy who I begged and pleaded the Mets to go get, a guy who I wanted more than any player ever in my fandom. I wanted Juan Soto. The Mets delivered, and every single time this guy has come up in a big spot this year, and there have been plenty, he has failed. And yesterday, a despicable 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts, leaving a small village on the base pass as the Mets lose a series. You don't pay $765 million to a guy who gets on base 40% of the time. Bullcrap. Every single time he's come up in a big spot, he has failed this year. He did not do that with the Yankees. I don't want to hear the excuses from Soto. I don't want to hear people tell me that the walks are good. I want to start seeing some production now.
19 games played. And the other thing is the Mets are terrible. They suck. So this guy is extra angry. Oh, wait. The Mets are in first place. This right here makes my skin crawl. And this guy's name, Sal Licata.
Hey.
What a disgrace. What a freaking meatball, yelling and screaming over Juan Soto, who's going to hit 30 or 35 home runs, melting down already, 68 plate appearances into the season.
Does he believe it? Do you think he actually believes that?
I don't know. RJ would probably say yes. I'm going to lean towards no.
I feel like we get so many clips. Maybe it's just a regional thought process that we don't have here, but I feel like every single last media person in New York spits out takes like this weekly. Like we'll see something like this from them. And
sickening.
Feel like you're just kind of, I feel like it's got to be just you're playing to a certain base. And all right, let's get super worked up. Because, has it been, is he hitting, does he have an 1,100 OPS? No, but
he's hitting 220. Like, Corey Seager just bumped up his average. How much did you say over the past week?
Oh, yeah. His OPS over the last 8 games is 1,300. But if you look at for his career, by far, Juan Soto's worst month of his career is always April and March. His career batting average for April and March is 257. The other months, it's 298, 278, 306, 273, 290. So we're talking about significantly higher. The OPS is significantly higher all the other months, but he is a notorious slow starter. That's what he does.
What a freaking meatball. What is ridiculous. Blah, blah, blah. All right. I'm thrown off here because on the show sheet, it said Bobby Belt apology. I can't wait.
I mean, you made the show sheet, so I don't have anything to do with that. I didn't.
Well, I got word there was going to be a retraction or something. Sorry.
Okay. Aiden, I sent you the video, and so you can throw that up.
I didn't even open up the story.
You can throw that up on the fan cam.
So I don't even know exactly what Shohei did.
Peyton, go ahead and hit the sounder for us.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt admits he was wrong without any buts or caveats.
The NBC music? Oh, man. Brian Williams, Tom Brokaw.
If you'll look at the fan cam, courtesy of Cordy3 on TikTok, this is Shohei Ohtani going viral for filling up 8 water cups, and not a single one of them were for him. He filled up these 8 water cups just for his teammates and then walked away.
Oh, so this is sarcasm on your part.
No. This is legitimate.
Because Dak did something with a water cup. Now it makes sense. Now he's got to praise Shohei because his buddy Dak did it.
No. I've said he is an egomaniac and that he's all about himself. Literally, this is caught by a fan up in the 300 section.
No one was around for attention.
No one's looking at this. He's not calling attention to it. He's filling it up. I am willing to say, based on seeing this selfless act, that I'm going to say I was wrong about Shohei Ohtani. Yeah.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt admits he was wrong without any buts or caveats.
Zach,
I was wrong.
Thank you, Zach Brokaw. You know what, Bob? Been a good week with you. Been a good
thank
week.
you.
That's a really nice, strong high.
He deserves credit for that. That shows something to me about character and about his personality type, that if he was the egomaniac that I thought he was, then I don't think he's just filling up water cups for guys and walking away from the cooler.
What growth? What growth? 877-881-1053. I have a personal question, and every day when I drive home, I'm meaning to bring this up on the air. I need my law enforcement Tolos to text in. The double blink move to let people know there's a police officer waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Is that illegal? I get such a great high. I feel like I deserve like a civic award, because every day driving home, there's usually a police officer in the same spot. And once I pass that police officer and I get over the little hill and I know the officer can't see my rear view lights, I'm flashing away, baby. I feel like I'm just helping everyone avoid tickets, keep their insurance.
Are on their way, mofo.
Yeah, and I'm like, is this illegal? Now, one time I accidentally did it to an undercover police officer, and I'm like, I'm going to get pulled over. But I was like, I could come up with an RJ excuse and say like my knee hit it, or you know what I mean? I was meaning to turn on the lights. Is it illegal, and why, to give the heads up with the double light flash, the headlight flash, that there's a cop waiting?
So this is a murky matter, probably intentionally. But if you look at all the different law firms that have question and answer areas in the state of Texas that will give you answers to things like this, this is one where they say it's not totally clear.
What could the crime be?
So here's the thing. There is not a specific law against flashing your lights. So that right there says, no, there isn't. But the issue is that the Texas Transportation Code states that you can't use high beams within 500 feet of oncoming traffic or within 300 feet behind another vehicle. So it's a technicality that will get you pulled over and reamed by police officers a lot of times. But yeah, I mean, I will still occasionally just flash real quick.
Does anyone else do this?
I don't think you need to do it as much anymore if you're using the GPS. So the GPS is now, they will alert you.
I don't use a GPS.
You should, just for this. If you put on the GPS, the Google Maps and Waze and other things, they've got a system there where it'll say a cop has been reported here. Is it still there? Yes or no? And so you get the alerts right there on the screen.
But see, like I know some of my friends do this. They use the GPS wherever just for that reason. If I know where I'm going, I don't use the GPS.
Exactly.
So like I would never get that alert.
So what happens more? Do you get the double lights from others, or do you give the double lights to help?
I think I get it more than others.
Or is this just not a thing?
During the day, though, I feel like I don't feel like I don't do it as much during the day. At night, it's more of a difference. But I mean, the fan text, I mean, there's a lot of people that are saying it's not illegal, but then you have some saying it is illegal. So I have no idea here.
So I think it's a lot more common on like long road trips. If you're on 45 or something, that you're driving and
I'm kind of in the country too.
That it happens a lot more there, I feel like. But I mean, I guess I'm the weirdo here, though. I'm learning from you guys, because I put in every morning to make sure there's not an accident. I put the drive-in into the GPS every morning.
No, I do it in the morning.
Every morning.
But not on the way home.
No, on the way home, too.
Because I don't care. I mean, I'm pretty much...
You're not rushing home to see the kids.
That's right. What do you do when nail polish is tougher than your football team? That's next and offensive and below the belt.
But first, let's talk about D&M Leasing. I love supporting anything local.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course not. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lane Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
What do you get when you combine Mamba mentality with nails that are on fleek?
Nico.
Oh, well, you're going to find out in Chicago this year.
Oh.
I'll tell you that. More on that in just a second. First, we got to get to two quick issues that must be addressed here in Below the Belt. First off, shout out to everyone who came out to Draft 101 last night, but special shout out to KT McDonald. Said he listens every morning and that this right here is his favorite segment on the station. Hears it every day in the car with his son Zion. So shout out to you two, Zion and
son's
KT.
name's Zion. That sounds real.
The basketball player.
I'm telling you, real as can be, right there in the flesh in his Tony Dorsett rookie road jersey last night. So shout out to KT
KT
and
stands
Zion.
for can't trust.
Now, that is not how you spell can't. Now, we've got an issue with trust. As we went to break, you walked out to go to the restroom or something, I figure. But you walked out, and so you didn't hear KNC's promo. And I heard that, and I just naturally assumed they must have been talking about G-Bag because I didn't hear our promo yesterday. And Peyton said, "Did you hear that?" I was like, "Yeah, wasn't that about G-Bag?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "That was about us." I said, "Oh, was it? Okay." So I called you in and I asked, "Have you heard it?" And you said, "No, I didn't hear it." I said, "All right, well, then I want to play it for you fresh right now. And you can react to it as Corey's already walking in here to do damage control. He was doing it with me before you walked in."
Oh, God.
Go ahead and play the promo from KNC Masterpiece, Peyton.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Unlike some shows, we can actually name our guests. At 10:22, we will have Brian Ray. At 12:22, it's Dave Raymond. And did Corey have to teach his neighbor a lesson? Join the show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Now before Sean reacts to this, which I found out, I guess RTs didn't name our guest. I'm curious, how many days in a row did you guys promo Bruce Bochy?
7 or 8.
Before he came on? Okay.
Man, I just want Bruce to be on is all I want.
What is he referring to?
Peyton, what was the reference?
So I think your tease yesterday, we were still deciding on times for our guests. So you said we have an Avalanche guest at 8 a.m. and a Memphis guest at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
We didn't name any names. We just said we had a guest there. And so that's what he's referencing. Oh, baby. Diss track. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Let's do a diss track. I'll ghostwrite for you.
I got to decide whether to just say what I want now or issue one more warning. I'll just issue one big warning towards Kevin Hagelin because I'm about to step over the line, and I have already what I want to say. My broadcast education for Kevin, and I hate doing this with Corey in here, no one knows the name Connor McGee or John Martin. So what makes more sense, to say the voice of the Avs or Grizzlies play-by-play, or Grizzlies insider?
We only have so much time to fit in a tease.
But these broadcasting lessons coming from Kevin Hagelin, they're starting to really piss me off. And I see him through the window. He just walked in after Corey for the prep. But this high, there's a saying, don't punch from the lower rafter. You're supposed to be on the higher rafter. Don't bring him in. Don't bring him in cross talk.
No, we got
I only want to talk to Corey. I only want to talk to Corey.
Station under God.
But
I've always said this.
But punching these broadcast shots from the level of the rafter that he's on, it's throwing me.
I do want to.
You didn't think that was funny?
Kevin.
No, I didn't think it was funny. I didn't think it was funny.
I do want to point out, yesterday when he said it, he looked at me and he goes, "That was funny, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I said, "Sean likes you now."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh man, that is true." And then he said, "You're the one that it really took a long time for him to understand." And I was like, "Yeah, that's valid." And now you get me more, I think, than you did back in the day.
Yeah.
And so Kevin's just still trying to feel his way out with you.
Get out. Chiafalo's still number one right now in my crosshairs.
Yeah.
Hagelin, that seems...
I don't think he knows he's number one in your crosshairs.
No, but he's going to. I've said it 3 times, and I'm trying to figure out a way to make it sting to him. I will. I promise. Over his little dad comment the other day on G-Bag. I promise. But Kevin, that seemed a little jokey in person right here. Seemed a little jokey, but I mean, if you want to have a broadcast debate over this, I mean, I can explain it at the Pat Doney broadcaster camp, which I get invited to. I'll wait for Kevin to get invited. Or in Frisco, as Gavin Spittle's taking me on some panel, he invited me to. I mean, I'll ask all of them about it. And then when Kevin gets invited someday, he can explain it to all those people below the belt.
Get your WWE promo ready, Kevin, for crosstalk.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Caleb Williams. Let's talk about Caleb Williams. This is a little surprising to me coming from Caleb, given, I think, just generally the way he seems to have approached competition throughout. He has had the bleep you nails before. But Caleb Williams, according to Pro Football Talk, this is their write-up, is one of many talented young quarterbacks in the NFL right now. But Williams says they're not all buddies, nor does he want to be. In an interview with Esquire, he said he thinks NFL quarterbacks, quote, are probably great guys, but that becoming close with players on other teams is a good way to lose the edge that he wants to have over them. He said, I think the NFL has become very friendly, and I don't necessarily want to be friends because I want to keep that competitive advantage. He says the competition is what it's all about. Asked for his best moment in the NFL so far, he said beating the Packers in the season finale. He said he expects to win a lot more with Ben Johnson, and for years to come, he said the plan is to go win big. This is a changeup. We don't a lot more. We have guys saying, it's just there are bigger things than the sport. There are bigger things than football.
Jordan Love, come on my podcast after y'all kicked our ass. Come on,
exactly.
Let's talk about it.
Not Caleb Williams. He says, I don't want to be your friend.
I love it. That's why I love Anthony Edwards with a lot of the stuff he does. Not everything, but going right at Kevin Durant. And just having that old school dog mentality of we're enemies. I love it. I love it whenever a player goes back to the old days.
Yeah, and I guess, like I said, this could be an instance of Caleb is Mr. Fun-loving, and he likes to be seen courtside dancing at the games and different things like that. And so
that's one of the only things I like about Kevin Hagelin. He's got like that competitive mentality,
right?
With the enemy. The only thing I like about Kevin Hagelin.
This is going to be great. Sean's he's going to go after all the shows now. Did the Fan After Dark say anything about Sean recently? We need to figure out.
Blake would have to be here to say something
after he commits an FCC violation.
Yeah, see, exactly. There we go. All right, there was an interesting discussion going on.
I ain't going to say nothing about Fred after I saw that Tim Collins tank top Showing off them arms, that ink in them arms. I ain't saying nothing about Fred.
They were right, though, when Blake read the fan text and said that Fred does look like a guy who'd have the barbed wire tattoo on his arm.
Oh, yeah.
He 100% does.
Yeah.
All right, Reese Davis. Are you a fan of Reese Davis? Pro Reese Davis?
He's fine. I got nothing against him.
I've always liked him. I thought this was an interesting thing to think about. He was doing their podcast for College Game Day, and he was talking about the next step for Texas and the next step for Arch Manning. And he had what I thought was a fascinating perspective on how he thinks Arch is going to be viewed in the 2025 season.
Because of the attention he's going to get, he is going to become a fan favorite by those outside of Texas, and others outside of Texas, he is going to be the ultimate villain. And I don't just mean Oklahoma people, because it's like the analogy that I use if you start hyping up a restaurant or a movie or a TV show, that when you keep saying how great it is and how exciting it is, and you cannot miss this, it is the cynical human nature of many to start rooting against it. That's going to happen with Arch. Those who are not predisposed to like him, whether they are a Texas fan or they like the Mannings or they like Manning cast or whatever, or they just feel like it's too much too soon, they're going to root against him.
So Peyton was never the villain. Eli was never really the villain. Eli's Ole Miss career didn't rise to the prominence that Peyton's did.
Yeah.
But they were never the villains.
Peyton kind of played for this innocent school, although he was the golden child.
Yeah, and never considered the villain. University of Texas has never really been the villain.
Which is pretty surprising.
Yeah.
Given y'all's arrogance for nothing.
Sure.
The way y'all act and conducted yourselves and talk on social media, it's really surprising you're not more hated.
The horns down aspect, the crackdown is probably the most villainous thing about them typically.
Yeah.
But they've also never had
Vince was so likable.
Yeah.
But as mighty as Texas was, you guys were kind of like the underdog against mighty USC and the Glamour Boys.
Ricky Williams was a likable player.
Yeah.
Colt McCoy, really likable generally. And so when you look at things, I guess the only time they've ever had a guy who I felt like was kind of a villain was Tom Herman. Like I felt like college football didn't like him.
Yeah.
But outside of that, this would be really unique in terms of it's a Manning who's considered a villain at the college level, and it's a Texas Longhorn who's considered a villain. But I don't think he's wrong because of the exact analogy he made.
I think he's right. And Arch seems as likable as the rest of the entire family. Like, I hate Eli Manning's football career. Eli Manning seems like a saint of a man.
Oh, the Manning cast is, if not for the dumb interviews they do, it's completely entertaining when it's just Peyton and Eli ping-ponging back and forth. He's really entertaining.
I'm not going to go that far. The Manning cast I could do without, but you can just tell Eli's a good person.
Sure. He's not Nico Harrison, like where it's a bad person. But this would be, I'm fascinated by Arch's approach because he's done the whole thing of like, hey, I want to carry the pads like freshmen do.
Yeah.
I want to do that. He wants to be one of the guys so bad that I don't know how he's going to handle if he is the villain. Obviously they've grown up in the spotlight. He's grown up with that, so I'm sure he could handle that intensity. But it is going to be, I think that's a great point by Reese Davis that next year, Arch Manning is probably the villain in college football for most of the country.
Below the belt on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, is Ja Morant going to let the Mavericks officially make the playoffs? John Martin, Kevin. His name is John Martin. Our Grizzlies insider joins us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I was waiting to see if our guest was going to do it. He might be too young for Jersey Shore. I don't know. Final hour of the week. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Treef alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Choppy is out on the honeymoon vacay, and we're getting set. Some of us are. You may not be watching. You may not care. Mavs-Grizzlies tonight to decide the number 8 spot in the West. Is Ja Morant going to actually play? Let's bring in John Martin from BetMGM in Memphis. He co-hosts with Choppy on that network. What are you laughing at?
He's now he's double fist pumping. He's really into it now.
Okay, I like it there, John. Did you ever watch Jersey Shore in its prime?
Yeah, I'm 33, so that was like the prime of my teenage life. I was all in GTL.
Yeah, baby. All right, you're down. You're down.
I'm married to a bunch of Italian. I'm not a bunch of Italians.
Bunch of Italians.
But I feel like I'm married to a bunch of Italians. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Mormon John Martin joining us here.
That's right. Hey, it seems like it could be a good life, but no, they love Pauly D. They love going to all those shows. So I feel like I lived that life, man.
Heck yeah. John, do you really think there's a chance Ja Morant could miss this game?
I do. Yeah. He was limping noticeably yesterday. Didn't practice. I mean, you guys know how this goes. You get a little shot of Toradol, you get back in there, you finish the game.
Yeah.
And maybe you say some things, in the heat of the moment, like, oh, I'm playing. And then like reality hits, like, oh, damn, like this really hurts. And oh, by the way, if we win this game, I got to go play, funeral march series against the second highest net rated team in the history of the NBA.
Yeah.
There are a lot of calculations, I think, that have to be made here, not even just about Ja's long-term health, possibility for aggravation, whatever, but like the Grizzlies missing the playoffs gets them a pick. It gets them a chance, albeit slim, at Cooper Flag, 0.5% chance, which I would say, fellas, is higher than their chances of beating the Thunder in a 7-game series.
Yes.
So
same with us. Same with us.
Yeah, right. So it's quite the neither team obviously expected to be in this game on January the 15th, but here we are, man. What a universe.
But what happened to the Grizz? I'm sitting there looking up. All right, they're back, top 3 in the standings. We know the coaching drama, but what happened to them with that higher Western Conference seeding that they did have?
Yeah, I think they fattened up on the East. I mean, most of their games during the season were against the Eastern Conference. Most of their wins were coming against teams that were below 500. I mean, if you kind of just took everything under a microscope, you could kind of see it coming. Like the trends were pretty bad. They were getting punked by the Rockets. They were getting punked by the Thunder. Obviously, you guys remember that game in Dallas where the Grizz were winning the entire way, and then Luka does what he does.
Hey.
Man,
too soon.
Man, it really 2074 is going to be too
soon.
But that was sort of the trend, right? We kind of had seen that. So it was really just the schedule toughening up after the deadline. Grizzlies not doing anything, trading away Marcus Smart in the first and relying on a couple of rookies, one that just got hurt in Jalen Wells. So I think it was really just the team regressing to the mean over the course of an 82-game season is what happened.
Talking Grizzlies with John Martin here on 105 through the Fan. So one of the common refrains we've had here in Dallas after the Luka trade is, but you know what? The players are playing their asses off. They're trying, and we respect the effort that they've given in a really tough season. Has it been the same sort of narrative in Memphis with the Taylor Jenkins firing and things like that? Or has there been a sense of, no, this is a team that's felt almost like it's been quitting?
No, I mean, I wouldn't say they're quitting because if you look at what they've done, they were beating the Warriors the other night in the fourth quarter. They were beating the Warriors earlier this month at home in the regular season before they just inexplicably melted down. They were beating the Nuggets on the road on the second night of a back-to-back by 15 before they, again, inexplicably melted down. They're not coming out and just laying down. I just think they're limited, and this is sort of the problem that you run into in a small market where, yeah, you did a good job, man. You did what you're supposed to do. You identified, you draft Jaren Jackson Jr. at 4, great job. You get a guy from like Desmond Bane from TCU down there at 30, great job, but you got to pay him $200 million. And then John Morant, obviously, high ticket superstar as well. So when the bulk of your money is on those 3 guys and you don't go into the tax, like what do you have else to spend? What are you doing around them? And Ja misses games, Jaren has foul trouble. So, it's a calculus that any team would probably make with those 3 guys. But unfortunately, they either haven't been available enough or good enough down the stretch. That's really been the issue.
All right, John, I'm dying to get into all this Ja stuff. Where is his fandom right now in that city?
I think Memphis realizes like he's the biggest thing we've ever had in terms of a superstar. Now that doesn't mean that, he doesn't come with, transgressions. We know that.
Artillery, yeah.
Yeah, and we've been having fun with it, man. Like we've just been having a blast with it on the show. Like, get out the nuclear briefcase. Let's do Fat Man Little Boy. Like let's just go all the way with it. You know what I mean? But I mean, look.
Does he get pressed? By the way, like when he does these things, I try to look the next day for quotes and him to get the awkward. I never see the TV interview reaction post game. Like, has he gotten pressed a ton by the Memphis and Grizz media over all these things?
I don't really think so. He's kind of had his answer, which is like he denies that it's a grenade. Like that's the best part of it, right? He's like, it's not a grenade. And so we're kind of like, remember, like it's not a grenade. But I will say the one thing as a, I've been here my entire life, and the one thing that I can say about his sort of season I don't particularly like or enjoy the aggrieved superstar version of Ja Morant. Like he just sort of feels like the world is caving in on him. And at least he emanates that, right?
Yeah.
And what I would say to that is, brother, everybody loved you, man. Everybody loved you come out of Murray State. Everybody loved you as a rookie. You were the unanimous rookie of the year, except for one jabroni, who I can't even remember who he voted for. So everybody loved you when you came out until you made the decisions that you made. These things were all self-inflicted, all your own decisions. It's not like people one day decided, hey, we hate Ja Morant.
Right.
Like nobody, it was like you gave people ammo, right, so to speak. And so that's the piece of it. I wish he would just get back to like loving the game all the time, because, and I know like we all change in our jobs. Like you guys don't love radio the same way you did on, in your second year, right?
Choppy
like,
doesn't. Yeah, not Choppy.
Yeah. What did he not factor in the magical Mavs playoff run for his wedding or something?
Yeah, or the NFL draft. Yeah,
that's crazy what this guy is doing. But I wish he would get back to the fun, loving, happy-go-lucky Ja who just plays with joy, because I think the team is better when that's happening.
Do you think he's a bad dude?
Nah, man, he's a great dude.
He is? Because it seems like he's really loving and embracing this villain role. Then you got his dad. He seems annoying courtside. So I didn't know what's the reality. Because if I'm on another team, because there were trade Ja rumors, and I'm like, what your grenade stuff did was blow up, pun intended, your market. If I'm another team and I'm like, let me get this superstar on the cheap, he's too stupid. His decisions are too stupid and dumb for me to even try to give up 60 cents on the dollar.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, I mean, I don't even mean to bring this up, but like, this is just, we're dealing in facts here. Luka's return should tell you everything. If you're a team like the Grizzlies that would consider trading Ja Morant, what are you getting?
Yeah.
Now, I know that the plan was to pair AD and Kyrie, and we never really got a chance to see that. And maybe that would have been something incredibly special. But, if that's all that, the Mavs could get for a 5-time first All-NBA guy, your return for Ja is it's not even going to be worth the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
So I think the Grizzlies' prerogative needs to be figure this out with him by any means necessary.
Talking with John Martin, Mavericks Grizzlies playing on Friday night. John covers the Grizzlies for 92.9 ESPN. So we talk about Ja and his potential availability, or how serious it may be that he's not available. He's missed several games this season. What has the identity of Memphis looked like when he's not been in the lineup? Is that still a team you think that would handle Dallas even if Ja wasn't in?
I mean, what was it? 3 years ago, they had Tyus Jones, and it was like this crazy stat. I don't remember exactly what the record was, but they were like, 70-80% win percentage without Ja Morant. It was something insane. It's nowhere near that now. I mean, Scottie Pippen Jr. is capable. Not a bad player at all, actually. Pretty good for his contract, but they have to have Ja Morant to win this game tonight. It's going to make things way too easy on those Mavs bigs. Anthony Davis already gives Jaren Jackson the business anyways. So I mean, that's what I worry about. Do you guys even want to make the playoff?
No.
Like, what's the mood there?
Nope. Don't want to make the playoffs. Don't want, and it's not even about a draft pick necessarily. It's about we don't want Nico Harrison to think he did anything right.
75% of our listeners the other day wanted them to lose against Sacramento.
Yeah, so Grizzlies fans still want to win this game and go, because they were at once upon a time the 2 seed. Unlike you guys, like when this season is over, we don't have anything else. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got you know what I mean? And they suck. Ken Wisenhunt just stepped down like for no reason. So we don't have anything else. So we're just kind of hoping that the season extends a little bit, but at the same time, you have to. From where I'm at. Why do I want to do this death march against Oklahoma City? Like you guys know how it is in a long ass playoff series. You come back down 2-0. I got to get on radio and pretend like this team has a chance. Man, I don't want to do that.
Right.
I don't want to do that, man. So I don't know. I'm really hoping the Mavericks win this.
John, why did the head coach Taylor Jenkins get fired, and what is supposed to be different with the new guy that apparently can't draw up an inbounds play?
Yeah, so I think there was an organizational disconnect with Taylor Jenkins, in the front office. They drafted Zach Edey at 10. Taylor Jenkins didn't really love playing Zach Edey those minutes. I think there are coaches who are good in stages. Taylor Jenkins was great as a launch of Ja, Jaren, and Desmond Bain as they were young guys. Not as good as getting them to the next phase, which is winning a playoff series and being there consistently. So I think he and the organization butted heads, and I'll be honest, I don't know what the hell the organization was hoping to get out of this with Isolo. His first 3 games were against the Lakers, the Celtics, and the Warriors, and obviously they went 0-3 in those games. My only logical assumption would be that they know he's probably going to be the hire, and so they're just going to basically throw him out there and let him get some free trauma. Like, hey, it's scot-free, man. Get some scars. But the only thing that's been noticeably different, Ja's play has been better. Ja's averages have gone way up. So he has responded, which, may be enough, right? Maybe enough for Isolo to keep the job. But outside of that, I mean, it really doesn't matter. You can exhume Red Auerbach's dead body. It wasn't going to change the calculus of this Grizz season.
Give us a prediction for tonight.
I got Mavs outright, man.
If Ja plays?
I just got if Ja plays even. I do. Now, I don't think even if he does play, he'll be like 100%, obviously.
Yeah.
But, the reason I would say the Mavs is very simple. Anthony Davis is probably going to be the best player on the court. He is going to be the best player on the court.
Yeah.
So that's one.
If he wants to be.
I think, he's a champ. He's here. I think he's going to want to do it. Lively's finals experience, PJ Washington's finals experience, Klay Thompson champion. So, the only thing I wondered with you guys was, all right, are you going to show up against Sacramento? And you did.
Yeah.
You beat the brakes off Sacramento. So when you did that, I'm like, all right, these guys are locked in. They have a lot of experience. The Grizz are just a falling knife, man. They really are. So I think the Mavs pull this off, unfortunately for you guys.
All right. All right, man. Give us the real deal. John Martin, BetMGM with RJ Choppy. What's it like working with Choppy? Give us the truth.
Man, he's a wacky dude, huh? Like he just feels like I don't know. So he's like a random person. Like he's from Jersey, right?
Yeah,
he's from Jersey, but why did he go to Tennessee?
Golf scholarship.
Yeah.
What? Do you have to go to the college of the state that you're in?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, Choppy is a nasty golfer.
Oh, he must be taking all kinds of money there in Dallas, huh? He
cheats. He cheats real bad. I've seen him. He believes in just drops for every shot. He plays fast so people can't see his original shot. So he's a little bit of a liar on the course, but that's why he went to Tennessee.
Nah, man, Choppy's a great dude. He's just he's a city boy. He's a party boy. You guys know that.
Oh yeah,
you guys know that.
Oh, yeah, look at
every
that
day.
smile.
So,
all right, we're gonna have to catch up.
He told me. I was like, hey man, I don't remember when it was. It was like maybe when the Mavs were playing the Grizzlies the last time, and I was like, hey RJ, man, I'd love to come on your show. He goes, man, Sean, man, he's real tough on the local guys, man. You got to be national. You got to be national.
You got to be.
You know what he said. So I'm hoping that was enough to maybe get a repeat performance for a Showboats game or something later this summer.
Showboats. No, you were worth it. You were worth it. So one of Choppy's 9 suggested guests actually hit and landed. Hey, thank you so much, brother. Keep killing it. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, brother. Thank y'all.
John Martin on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Boy, that sounds about right. He's sitting there right now. If he heard that right now, he is just gonna be calling John. It's like, you weren't supposed to say that.
Yeah,
don't read the group chat, man.
Wait till next week. I'm gonna unload. I'm gonna unload on everyone in this building, like Ja.
By the way, he mentioned Anthony Davis just owns Jaren Jackson.
Yeah, the numbers are nasty. I'm figuring out how to bet it right now at Underdog.
The last 3 years, he's 29.5 points per game against Memphis, 15 rebounds, 3 blocks.
The Luka hater is back. And did you actually feel sorry for Aaron Rodgers yesterday? Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me.
First 214 or 817-333-3333 with Franklin. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin, the go-to car and Shrek attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and Bobby with Choppy out on vacay. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll crosstalk with the inventor of broadcasting, Kevin Hagelin, and his awesome co-host, Corey Majors. I'm getting the thumbs up from the other room right there. Told you these roads were empty. Good Friday. Everyone out and about.
Yeah, it is like the kids are out for school today. My kids are.
Me too.
So kids are out of school. I think here in the building we're supposed to get early release at 1 p.m.
I went downstairs to floor 10 to get some water, and it's a morgue.
It's a
graveyard.
Nobody down there right now. I mean, honestly, it was clear sailing in here for you this morning. If it was a normal drive, because you said you woke up late. If this was a normal drive this morning, what time do you think you would have got here? Because you were here early. You were like 5:48.
Got here 5 minutes later, 6 minutes later. Yeah, but there's no one out there. So thank you if you still decided to make us a part of your Friday schedule, as you got the Mavs tonight, the Stars tomorrow, and Aaron Rodgers getting I feel like Bobby may have actually felt a little bit sorry for Aaron Rodgers when he went on Pat McAfee yesterday and described his meeting where the New York Jets dumped him.
We start talking, he runs out of the room.
Aaron Glenn.
I'm like, that's kind of strange. I was like, then he comes back with the GM, and I'm like, all right. So we sit down in the office, and I think we're going to have this long conversation. I've flown across the country, and 20 seconds in, he goes, I mean, literally, I'm talking to the GM about something, and he leans to the edge of his sheet and goes, do you want to play football? And I was like, yeah, I'm interested. And he said, we're going a different direction at quarterback. And I said, and I was kind of shocked. Now, not shocked because I didn't think that was a possibility. Listen, of course, they want to move on, that's totally fine. But shocked because I just flew across country. You could have told me this on the phone. If we weren't even going to have a conversation, and this is verbatim exactly how it happened. So I said, huh? And he goes, we just want to know how you want it released, the messaging. And I said, verbatim, I don't give a shit about the message. And I said, why? And then he said, I don't want to be up in front of the room saying something and have guys looking back at you.
Interesting.
And I said, what does that even mean? Are you assuming that I would be in the back of the room during a team meeting undermining what you're saying? I said, you don't know me. And he said, you don't know me. And then I said, exactly. which is why I flew across the country to have a face-to-face meeting with you to talk about my experience with the Jets and to hear your vision for the team. 20 seconds in. What I thought was going to be a couple-hour meeting turned into like a 15-minute meeting, and I walked out of there.
Does this make Aaron Glenn, who you kind of called out, everyone's new emotional favorite, you kind of called him out in his opening presser with the Parcells stuff, does this make Aaron Glenn look like a badass, look petty? Do you believe Rodgers? Do you feel sorry for Rodgers?
I believe him.
Why would the Jets do that, though? Why would the Jets have him fly across country? As many people on Twitter said, Aaron would complain, oh, you couldn't even do a face-to-face?
You don't know me.
So he would always have, it would be a problem somehow, some way. You couldn't tell me face-to-face I was being released. You had to do it over the phone. You had to send a text.
So I think, part of it is he gives the face-to-face.
Because it does seem unnecessary to have him fly there for 15 minutes.
It does, but so here's the only thing. I side with Aaron Rodgers for the most part on this. If I'm going to play devil's advocate, though, and say, what's the end game here for Aaron Glenn? It is I'm going to look you in the eye, face to face, be a man, tell you this is what it is. The other aspect of it is probably this is an organization that when I walked in, I realized how much of it was being catered to the whims of this guy. And I'm going to make an example so that people see it's not anymore. And that this is a different day. And that we're going to bring him in here just to tell him it doesn't matter what you want. You're not coming back. And so I think those are two things. But to basically be like, hey, buddy, you sure you still want to play? And him go, yeah. And he goes, all right, well, tough ass, because it ain't going to be here, bro. They'll validate your parking on the way out, and you can catch a flight back to wherever you were.
Is there any way Glenn did this to, send this message that would reverberate throughout the entire organization? Like, oh, my God, this guy means business. He did this to Aaron Rodgers. He don't play. He does not care.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's
because I think that could be a successful message.
Yeah, I think there's a relatively decent chance that that's part of what he was going for.
Because we all know Saleh was a puppet for Aaron.
Yeah, because the problem with Saleh was he would say, well, Aaron's inexcused. And he comes back and says, I was kidding. He was excused. Never mind. I don't know why I said it. He would cower every single time they thought Aaron would get mad. And
you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
That seemed to be the Jets organization for the last 2 years. Although, like I said, we watched that Aaron Rodgers documentary on Netflix, that 3-part series, and I had a different perspective of how exactly he operated in the building. It didn't seem like he was as dictatorial, but I will say Green Bay showed you the way you deal with Aaron is you don't kowtow to him. You just tell him no when it's no. That's typically how Green Bay realized they would have success with Aaron. And so I'm sure Aaron Glenn said, I'm going to show that this is different now. And that we're going to be the organization that says, no, we're not going to be the last 2 years.
So Aaron Rodgers, I just think it's funny that whenever he goes on and whines and cries and talks about how he was disrespected on McAfee. All right, Stars, Avs.
By the way, real quick, do you think he's going to play this year?
Yes.
I do too. That's the impression I got.
But he is dragging it out. I might have to apologize to Schefter for saying 3 weeks ago. Come on, dude.
Well, and
decide.
What is he referencing about some personal private issue that he's dealing with that he's being upfront with teams that he's talking to about?
No idea. I didn't even hear that part.
He says it's not even with him, but it's somebody in his circle, and he's dealing with it, and he's told teams, hey, this is why I'm slow playing. I've got this thing going on right now, just so you're aware. If you need to move on, I understand.
Probably health. Sounds like a family health matter. Maybe his ayahuasca dealer has a jaw ankle injury. I don't know. Stanley Cup playoffs start tomorrow night. The favorite, Mr. Hockey expert, Peyton Russell, the favorite to win the Stanley Cup from Bet Online is
the Washington Capitals.
Not even close.
Oh, the Phoenix Coyotes.
No.
Vegas. Edmonton.
Nope.
Wow. How many more teams are there in the playoffs?
Colorado is tied with Carolina at 15-2. That's not great when the co-favorite to win it all is your first round opponent. The Stars are tied with the Florida Panthers at 8-1. The Stars last week were actually the favorites. So that's where we stand with the NHL playoffs. What about the NBA playoffs? Bobby Bell, I'm going to make you NBA insider here.
Okay, let's do it.
The favorite to win the Orlando-Boston series.
Oh, gosh. We're doing that. Boston.
Give me the percentage.
97%.
It's 98%. It's minus 5,000 for Boston in the series. Detroit, New York.
New York.
It is New York. Minus 375, 64% chance. Bucks, Pacers.
Let's go with the Pacers.
What percent?
I'll say 55%.
It's 79%. Now, Dame got cleared. I'm surprised at this.
So Dame got cleared, but he's not. They've got to ramp him up. So he's cleared, but there's still a question of when he's going to be able to play.
The first round series that everyone I think is looking forward to the most. It could be Wolves, Lakers, but Warriors, Rockets.
So I saw something or heard something the other day that I just can't believe it's true. So I'm going to say it's the Rockets. Slightly.
Buzz him.
Yeah, see, somebody said the Warriors were favorites the other day.
The Warriors have a 60. I did. The Warriors have a 63% chance of winning the series. A 7 seed has knocked out the 2 twice this century. Lakers, Wolves.
Lakers.
Lakers 66%. Oh, Clippers, Denver is one that everyone's looking forward to as well.
Let's go with the Clippers.
Clippers 57%. The favorite overall to win it?
Oklahoma City.
Yep. At 9-5, then Boston at 2-1, then Cleveland at 11-2. Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, went on McAfee yesterday, and he said, I understand. I understand the Luka Nico anger in DFW.
So I get the fans' passion. I understand, again, why Dallas Mavericks fans are so upset. I personally am a fan of Luka Doncic. I think he's a great young man, let's see how this turns out. I want him to be great. I want the Dallas Mavericks to be great. But there's no doubt, I'd say, I've been in the league for a long time. It's been remarkable, I think, how much interest there's been in this trade, maybe because you have the Lakers on the other side of it. You have the happenstance that Mark Cuban just recently stepped out as the owner of that team. So a lot of chatter around it. But, we'll see when they play the games how this works out.
Well, that makes us feel so much better that it's created a lot of buzz in NBA circles and with ratings that you are taking advantage of along with Los Angeles. Wow, I feel so good.
I've got to say, I think we've mentioned it once or twice, but we haven't zeroed in enough on just the idiocy of the argument that Silver, I think, was kind of starting to imply there, and that Welts and Nico Harrison have recently, which is, what do you make of everybody being so angry? And they're like, just shows how much they love us. They are so passionate about us.
Yeah.
You don't get that kind of passion unless they love you. And it's like, that is some of the most ridiculous mental gymnastics they've done is trying to say that's a case that shows you how much they love you.
He also said he could not block the trade like David Stern did with Chris Paul and the Lakers because David Stern actually at the time was the owner. He was the part-time owner. He was running the Pelicans as they were looking for a replacement. So he had the ability to make those personnel decisions. And that's why he nixed the deal. That was the difference. And he does not have the power to nix this one or other trades.
By the way, I don't like the inconsistency of Adam Silver's usage of ownership and owner versus his new term of governor, where he said they have new owners that went in there or new owners, and then he immediately changes it over to governors. Like if he's somebody
you're really trying to dip.
Holy
can't
crap,
stand
Bobby! I can't stand him. He's the worst. He is the absolute worst.
Silver was asked though about the conspiracy. Know this: once Bobby makes up his mind on you, everything you do is wrong.
Except Shohei.
Except for Shohei. Adam Silver, just tell us the truth. Confirm the conspiracy theory that this is all about moving to Vegas.
They're not going anywhere. There's no thought of that team going anywhere. It's true that the group that bought the team is out of Las Vegas, but they couldn't be clear. And I just want to make sure that, there's no doubt people have been talking about it, and it'll turn out over time to be a good or bad trade. But there were no ulterior motives there. This team is staying in Dallas. In fact, they're looking at building a new arena in Dallas. So that's that.
So Adam Silver saying, nope, it is not happening. Bobby said, good luck getting the votes.
Yeah, that's the one thing that Adam Silver's willing to be definitive about is stupid stuff like that. But then I hope it works out for everyone. I want to see I want to see Luka win all the championships. I want to see Dallas win all the championships. It's so great.
We crosstalk with Kevin Hegden and Corey Majors. I will say their names instead of the title of their show next on 105.3 The Fan.
Come.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Buying today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ryan Zefferjohn into pitch, facing Corey Seager in the first pitch. A swing and a high fly ball to center field. That one is back. At the track, Paris leads up, out of here! Corey Seager leaves the yard to straightaway center. And the Rangers get a little cushion on Corey's 4th blast of the year. It's Texas 5, Angels 3.
Sandler with the Seager call, part of the sweep. And then the Dodgers tonight, 6:30 pregame, Yamamoto against DeGrom.
Are you more excited for that or Mavs-Grizzlies?
That's a good question.
If Ja plays, I'll lean, just because I'm a little bit more NBA over baseball. If Ja plays, basketball.
But it's DeGrom specifically. DeGrom still gives you that like excitement factor, doesn't he?
Not this year. You said, have you been watching?
He's not the same pitcher he used to be right now.
I mean, I'm kind of joking. But if Ja plays, I would lean Mavs. But don't they start it? Is it 8:30?
Yeah, no, you don't have to pick one. I'm just curious, like your excitement.
Well, I get to start, and then Yamamoto and DeGrom probably be out.
That's good.
By the time we get to hoops, where would you go?
Yeah, I think I would go Rangers first. I mean, if the Mavericks win this game and then they're in the actual playoffs, then sure, I'll be more locked in.
Yeah, I'm going Rangers and then rewatching The Wire. That's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, I thought you said you're going to rewatch the Rangers.
No, I mean, I do that.
Rangers and then rewatch.
I would rewatch the Rangers like in reverse before I would watch the Mavericks play tonight.
Can we get a rating for our ratings guy that Choppy always used to have the hookup with? Is now like, sailing the world. But I want to get that Maverick King rating.
Okay, yeah.
I want to know how bad, decent, or whatever it is. Because RJ predicted it would by far be the lowest, maybe the lowest rated play-in game in history with Sacramento and the DFW market.
Is that just so you'll know for like talkability? Because I know going back
I'm going to talk about it no matter what.
Okay.
I do respect a lot of the survey. Changes are coming, but it's getting talked about no matter what.
Yeah.
But out of curiosity, I want to know, what I really want to know is how many people are actually following through with what they're saying. Following through with the threat of not watching or turning it off.
I think that's a good question, and I have a short-term question for you. We were kicking it around. Let's say the Mavericks somehow win, and they pull off the upset of all upsets, and they beat Oklahoma City. Meanwhile, the Lakers lose in the first round. Is there any part of you that looks at it and is like, interesting?
Yes.
Okay. I think so, too.
There will be a part.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to... I mean... Do you think the Lakers are definitely going to beat the Wolves?
No.
Okay.
I think they will, but not definitely. It's just, I've heard a lot of people who are like, it doesn't even matter if the Mavericks win a title this year or next year. And I'm like, what do you mean it doesn't matter? That
people are locked in.
That's what matters.
People are locked into stubbornness.
How does it not matter?
It doesn't. I mean, they're not going to.
So I agree with you.
It's kind of.
How does it not matter?
They could finish with more. They could have more success than the Lakers over the next 2 years. They could. You fundamentally disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't think there will be a single year that the Mavericks go further than the Lakers in the playoffs or the regular season.
But if they did, you think that doesn't matter?
No, not ultimately. Like if you're talking about like in general, a 1 year off. Like if Oklahoma City comes out there and chokes and they go far and LA happens to lose to Minnesota. No, I really don't think that matters. Like, haha, check in your favor. You knew what you're talking about, Nico. You just went to the finals with Luka.
But
you just did it.
We've reached the point in the Metroplex, and this is what people would say right now today. I don't know how they would secretly feel. If the Mavs went back-to-back, not this year.
Yeah.
All right. If they went back-to-back and Luka does not end up winning a title with the Lakers, you still will have Bobby's and everyone else saying, still unforgivable, wrong move. And to me, you would be wrong. There has to be a way.
That's an insane point of view.
And don't you believe that the majority of people would?
Yeah, I think the majority
have that
of people
opinion
are
right
on
now.
Bobby's side.
Or one title.
Yeah.
Let's just say one title.
Yeah.
And Luka doesn't win one.
I don't agree with that at all because I want to see my team that represents my city win a championship, not this one guy.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also a little like, to me, it's the same question. Honestly, and I know you're going to dispute it, but it is the same question we have. Like when Micah talks crap about the Giants for letting Saquon Barkley go, and he's like, how stupid is that organization? It's like, well, how stupid are you going to feel if the Giants win 3 Super Bowls in a row and you don't do anything, Mike? It's like, well, that's not going to happen. So, like, I mean, we could say it, but we're also just talking about like how cool it'd be if you had $1 billion. I mean, cool.
No,
but it's not gonna happen.
but you're exposing yourself a little bit from a basketball intelligence standpoint by totally ruling it out and comparing it to the Giants winning the Super Bowl.
Literally, they're not. They have not even been close to good enough. Like it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, we can talk about the 2.5.
They haven't been healthy.
We can talk about the 2.5 quarters.
They lost Kyrie Irving. I'm not going to talk about 2.5 quarters. That's a stupid little sample size. But stop ignoring Kyrie gone for the year.
I mean, you're talking about. Yeah, I can tell you, but I'm saying that
you can't tell me anything.
No, but if I start talking, then I immediately get cut off. You're right. I can't tell you anything. But
be basketball Jesus.
No, this is not about basketball Jesus, especially on Good Friday. What an offensive reference. Anyway, no, it's not like that one. The whole thing is that like Kyrie's not even going to be back till February of next year, probably. And you're already talking about an Anthony Davis who can't stay healthy. Period. We talked about the AD, like Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving combined in the last 7 years have played more than 60 games twice, I think. Like combined, both of them. It's not gonna. They're not going to do this. They're not going to be healthy enough. That's part of the problem. That's part of what we're factoring in. When we talk about basketball genius or whatever else, you can say, well, imagine if they're all healthy for 82 games. All right, like, and again, imagine if I had $1 billion. It's not possible. They don't do it. They've never done it.
I'm not saying they're going to be healthy for 82 games.
Especially after firing Casey Smith.
I'm just saying it is. It's not crazy to think that next year, or the second year, that AD and Kyrie are healthy at the start of a playoff run, and that they go further or have the same success as the Lakers within the next 2 years. I'm just saying that is not an insane. I don't believe.
I'll make any not a bet, but I'll make any agreement you want that Anthony Davis, like the Mavericks, do not finish above 500 a single year that Anthony Davis is here.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'll think about that. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, on our show today at 10:20, Emmy Award winner, Stars TV host and analyst Brian Ray. That will be at 10:20. And then at 12:20 today, we'll talk with Mike's friend, Dave Raymond.
Oh, you said?
Mike TV player. Yeah, Mike Baskey. We'll talk with him at 12:20 today as we have an amazing series on our hands this weekend. This is awesome. I'm really excited about this series altogether. 1.23 ERA for Yamamoto.
Yikes.
Jeez.
That is impressive.
And this offense, it could be.
How much did you guess?
Which offense?
Exactly. Corey Seager occasionally.
Okay.
Who's your first guess?
For what?
Today.
Brian Ray.
Can you spell his name?
BRIENREA.
Good job.
He's my friend.
BRIEN?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was just a quiz on the last name.
No, yeah, it was one of those moments where I texted him and spelled Brian the wrong way, and then
you don't know your
looked at
guess's
something.
name?
This was it's a year and a half ago.
That's why I put it in the T's.
And then I was like, dude, I'm so sorry. And he was like, it happens all the time. My last name's Majors.
Yeah,
Spell it.
I can't say.
I dare y'all.
MAGEORS?
That's exactly right. And you've worked with me long enough. Most people look at it and go, the hell is that? Is that Mahors?
Hey, I propose that Monday I pay off the cupcake bet.
Oh, wow.
Yes. What do you think?
I'm down with that. That's
Okay.
fine.
I
Cupcakes
lost.
are good.
Adam Silver screwed me. I can't believe I lost that bet. But they're playing the Grizz. We'll see if Ja plays or not. And I think
If
Monday,
he doesn't play, you think the Mavs win?
I'm not going to say definite, but I would probably pick the Mavs.
Okay. I'd agree with that.
Dang, that sucks because I'm rooting for the Mavs. I would give you an offer of if the Grizzlies win, then you don't get the cupcake. Then we would have to double up somehow.
What's the double?
And then I win because the Mavs. I'm picking the Mavs. But either way,
maybe my dad could pay your mortgage too. Chiafalo.
Hashtag make Sean pay.
I guess I just didn't realize that. Is your dad super rich?
I mean, I
He's a
wouldn't
doctor.
say super
He's
rich.
a heart doctor, dude.
Yeah, he's
neat.
Yeah, he's a doctor.
I mean, I knew
They
he
do
was
well.
a doctor. I just didn't know if he was like super rich.
And he's like you. Coupons. I heard that he takes lemons home. Doesn't use the lemons, but takes them home.
The big mistake I made was when Chiafalo, when I made the mistake of inviting him over to my house, and he's looking at the house. I was like, "Look, man, I didn't get this house totally with all my own money. Okay,
your house is lovely.
I didn't want him. Well, thank you, but I didn't want him being even more bitter about himself by
Right.
saying, "Oh my God, you're making that salary." And I was trying to, be like, "Look, man, like I had some help from my pops." He took that information.
I gotcha.
And he used it against me on air when I was really trying to do it to make him feel better about his performance and the way the company views his value. And I was trying to help out his own self-esteem,
Right.
but I made the mistake and he turned on me.
Okay, well, I don't want to be on your enemies list, so I will say that.
And he sharpened up his bong and he stabbed it right into my ribs. Right into my gut right there.
I like at the house you had the miniature little blow up water slide thing happening for Ollie. I thought that was really neat.
Oh, really nice and random observation by you.
Well, you were talking about your house. I just thought that was really nice that you had that for yourself.
Who paid for the slide? Oh, that's not what I meant. Who bought you the pump that blew that slide up? There you go. So,
how about you blow something up with your own lungs, Sean? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yeah, I should use Chiafalo's lungs. Right there. All right. Have a fantastic weekend. What a weekend to recap with NHL playoffs, Rangers, Dodgers, and
say it.
That basketball team.
Nope. Say it. WrestleMania.
Oh, is it WrestleMania?
Yeah.
Vegas?
Yeah.
All right.
Go Grizz.
You see?
I don't understand it, dude.
Negative sentiment.
Well, there's a lot of people out there that are right there.
Oh,
with
we're
them,
in the minority.
I'm for the city.
It's us.
I'm definitely in the minority. The KNC. Wait, Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors and Alec Medford.
He knows all the names.
Are next.
Let's keep it real. Starting.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. And as Corey pointed out to me, the very first text we saw on the fan text was, "You're an idiot."
Yeah.
Now,
don't know who's that from.
Was that in reference to us in Crosstalk? Sean and RJ in Crosstalk? Or are they way behind on the Odyssey app? Or are they preemptively saying, "You're an idiot," just
just laying it out there early.
They
Yeah.
know.
Smart decision. I like that. I appreciate it.
We're going to do our best to make it a good Friday. It is also a shout-out Friday. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Tolo Brett says, "Great morning, Corey Slagers and Kevin Slaglin. Looking forward to another great show from y'all. As always, a treat." Shout out Fry Slay. It's WrestleSlania weekend, baby. Hey,
I thought we did this yesterday.
It looks like people are carrying it over, and I appreciate look, 682 Fry Slay. Yesterday I asked the question. The Tolos have provided the answer. It's not about me. It's about them, Kevin. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, if that is what the Tolo wants, that is what the Tolo shall get. By the way, I did ask Mike if he wanted to come on for a WrestleMania segment today. He did not respond. I was like, we don't have to talk baseball or anything. I just want to talk about WrestleMania. So
he gave you the middle finger.
Yeah,
huh?
a little bit.
Yet again.
So, Mike, if you're listening and you will call in and talk about WrestleMania, there's no chance you know the call-in number. So text us and
I know exactly how this is going to happen. He's going to text me and ask me for it. I have sent it to him 400 times since we started working together. He will text me and say, "What is the number?" And I'll say, "Look at our texts. Look, it's in there somewhere, Mike." He'll say, "I don't know, it's lost. Just send it again."
Yeah, look, I don't even think he knows the regular phone number to call in for anything, let alone any special phone number from the 972. No, from the 469. It's Slay Day. No. From the 432, shout out to a buddy of mine, Carpenter in Jerusalem. He got into some trouble with Rome, walked away free 3 days later. That's about Jesus. I love it. Good Friday.
Yeah, you know what? We should on Fry Slays, we should have Jane Slater on. That should be like a staple.
Then at least I would get the Slay Day a little bit more from the 559. Shout out to my boss Ray. Just found out he's a Tolo. That's awesome.
Nice.
That is awesome.
That's a great way to get on your boss's good side. You know, just be like, "Hey, did you hear?" And then y'all have a conversation and it's fun. And then he's like, "Hey, let's go to Draft 101 together." And then y'all are at that. And then you're like, "Hey, let's go to Pluckers." And then you're in Allen at Pluckers, or maybe even Dallas, or out in City View at Fort Worth.
Yeah, by the way, shout out to everybody who packed
awesome
Draft 101. I tried to come in late and they're like, "There's no room."
In the end.
Yeah.
That's Christmas time, Kevin.
Oh, okay. Well, it still was a heck of an event. You guys packed it up, and that is freaking awesome. Speaking of freaking awesome, give me cut number 2, will you please? Because the Texas Rangers, whoo, how sweep it is.
On the first base side of the rubber from the windup, Rocker to Parrish, the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball gets him, and a career-high 8th strikeout for the righty out of Vanderbilt. And they're 2 outs in the top of the 7th.
Kumar Rocker.
You look great.
Man, and you know what? I liked the, 5th inning of adversity.
Okay.
Because you roll through the first
Rocker inning of doom.
I mean, look, I thought he was going to get the hook after that. And so now I can reflect and say I'm glad the 5th inning happened because he had to deal with adversity. Because what I actually thought was going to happen is I know they put a run up in the first, but he was really cruising along. Your offense was showing up. You'd built a nice little lead, and I was feeling pretty good and hoping we could cruise the rest of the way. And I thought Rocker was going to walk out of it 5 innings, 1 earned run, something along those lines. But the 5th inning did not go exactly as planned. But the fact that he came back out there and was effective in the next 2 innings, not only do I like bouncing back from a rough inning, but I like that you just saw Rocker have a 7-inning start.
And you only had, at the end of that game, you only had Robert Garcia available.
Yeah.
But you saved your bullpen last night.
Him and Martin were.
Luke Jackson wasn't available to get out there, and so now Luke Jackson's available for Dodgers game tonight. And so, yeah, that's Like those things, those types of outings help the entire team. And starters know that. Especially starters at a certain level, they know what their responsibilities are to the team. A lot of guys, when they're this young, they go out there and they're like, all right, I got to do this for me. And I got to do this. Nate Eovaldi, he gets up there, he's like, I got to go pitch a complete game shutout because I know my team needs it tonight.
Right.
And so like this is a really good thing for Rocker as he grows in this. And I still now am still convinced that Bruce Bochy has an amazing chore on his hand trying to figure out which group of pitchers he keeps together and how he keeps this thing going as names start to come back into the mix, Leiter being one of them.
And one thing I did like is you bounced back in the division. Obviously, you got off to a horrible start in the division, but also this was the team that it's ridiculously early, and I'm sure the Rangers don't particularly care or look at the standings, but this was the first head up, you're at the top of the division, I'm at the top of the division, and then click, 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 you knock them all the way down.
Yeah,
with
you
3
pushed them
straight
down
wins.
the rung real fast.
Yeah, so that was nice. Now, if we never have to play in Seattle again, it will be too soon.
Well, no, we don't know that. What if this was the thing that brought them back to it, And now we go back up to Seattle. You're talking about the history of the last 15 years.
We're terrible.
Dude, we got to overcome that. You know what, Kevin? At one point, this team had never won a World Series. Guess what?
That's true.
Bruce Bochy came along. Chris Young came along. Nathan Eovaldi, Corey Seager. Guess what's happening? We were
winning.
champions.
Yeah.
So maybe that's all we need is to get over Seattle's hump.
Now, you would think Kumar Rocker, first career win, throws 7 innings. Biggest pitching story for the Rangers of the day.
Did you see the shot of him standing next to Jared Sandler in the postgame show?
He's got to have a foot on him.
It's like Shaq and Alec. It was based on how Alec described it yesterday.
7 minutes into the show.
Nothing about
You learned nothing yesterday.
He described it. Never mind. But yeah, Jared did look tiny compared to Kumar. Because Kumar Rocker is such a big fella. We would all look small to him.
Okay, but that's not your point. Is your breaking news that Jared is short?
No, that Kumar Rocker pitched a fantastic game.
Okay, thank you, Too Tall Jones and Corey.
He was the guest of honor in the postgame show.
Oh, my God. All right, man, Fridays might be Corey's jerk day.
Spin day.
So let's talk about spiders. Because you would think that Rocker was the lead pitching story from yesterday. But then Bruce Bochy said during his media session that Patrick Corbin, who did a very good job pitching on Wednesday as well, he almost didn't pitch on Wednesday because he got bit on the foot by a spider. And he hobbled into the clubhouse and was 50-50. All right. Did the spider bite, I'm sorry, I missed this, happen at home? Did it happen going into the clubhouse? Do you think there's any chance now he has better and faster instincts and he will become a significantly better pitcher? Because I will tell you, if Patrick Corbin picks up the instincts of Spider-Man, I think he's going to win the Cy Young.
Yeah, said he was playing outside with his kids on Monday during the team off day, and he returned inside to cook dinner, and he realized his foot was bothering him a lot. It was really swollen on Wednesday. He said something bit me, but I still don't know what.
That was forced.
They were able to kind of work it out and just kind of maintain it. Dude, that's got to be kind of awesome whenever you got a spider bite and you're like, where do I go? And you say, I'm going to go to the trainers because they have the shots and stuff. They've got to have all the answers to this stuff, even spider bites, just in case. I assumed it was arachnophobia, where he wouldn't put his shoes on and there was a spider in his shoe.
Have you ever seen that movie, Alec?
Don't watch it. If you have any fear of spiders, don't watch it.
It's got John Goodman in it.
No, there's not a spider infestation at the ballpark. I have a question about John Goodman after this.
Okay, and so these researchers go to, I think, the Amazon, and a spider climbs into one of their bags. And then all of a sudden, there's other spiders, and you find out all the researchers are dead. They collect their stuff, bring it back to the States. Unfortunately, that allows that spider the ability to spread. And these spiders are one bite killing everybody. Old people trying to watch Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune, they're wiping out everybody. And John Goodman is pretty much our only hope.
I hate that.
Dude, it's
terrifying. I will not be watching. Yeah.
I literally would not go to the bathroom without looking under the toilet seat for
Oh, yeah.
To
They
this
were
day.
ruthless.
To
They
this
were
day.
striking left and right.
Yeah, dude.
You know who we have to question here, though, right? You guys know whose house he's staying at.
Swerve's house?
I like that.
No.
He's renting out Max Scherzer's old house here in DFW.
So no wonder Max was always hurt. Yeah, those spiders that were getting at him.
I mean, although from the 940, I got bit by a brown recluse in high school. I thought you died with that. Played a football game with a bandage hole in my calf that night. It hurt like hell. The fact that you're still here to tell that story is amazing.
If you get to it fast enough.
Okay.
If you get to it fast enough. I had a friend in high school. She had a very big mark on her face from it because she got one. But if you get to it, the poison starts to spread over things.
Oh,
but
my
if it doesn't get
goodness.
into the blood, then you're pretty okay on that one. Kevin, can I ask Michael John
Yes.
Goodman question
Yes.
real quick? I was watching TikTok yesterday, and I stumbled upon the scene from John Goodman and Mark Wahlberg and Boogie Nights. And I don't know if you remember that or not. But I went into the comments, and people were saying, I feel like I was watching two different movies. John Goodman is so good. Mark Wahlberg is so terrible. And I was like, oh, man. And then I started reading more and more about, man, John Goodman he's become such a great actor over time. And I started thinking about all these little bit roles that he's been in. Maybe he's never been the King Ralph, number one on the sheet.
Right.
He's always good. John Goodman is a fantastic actor, dude.
Look.
And he used to just be Dan on Roseanne.
Yes. If you don't like the movie, that's okay. I personally like the movie a lot. I absolutely, positively think he should have been nominated for an Academy Award for, I believe it's 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He is awesome in that movie.
Yeah, and we talk about, Denzel, and we talk about some of the great actors of time. John Goodman doesn't get enough credit for the difference. Think about what he did in The Big Lebowski compared to what he's doing, what he's done with The Righteous Gemstones. Now is a little bit weird.
I could live without the CGI,
But
John
he's had
Goodman.
all these roles that have just been really good. I enjoy that person.
He is excellent.
He's
Now,
Babe Ruth.
Well, that's right. I forgot about that. Now, Wyatt Langford update. We go back to Wednesday with Bruce Bochy. He said the idea was they would get him some rehab work, and that is happening. He was DHing with Frisco, and that would put him on pace going back to what Bruce Bochy told us to be back in the lineup, at least as a DH this weekend.
Okay.
So that is incredibly encouraging.
Yes. And so you're saying that he's going to replace Jock? He's batting 060 right now. He was 0 for 4 again in the 3-hole yesterday.
Does that put him 0 for 30 now?
I feel like it.
Because I think he was 0 for 26. This would put him at 0 for 30, and his previous worst run in the history of his career was 0 for 29. And I go back to this, and you might not think it matters because it's spring training, and he's a veteran and everything like that. But we use the Derek Holland analogy. Jock Peterson was D'ing around a lot at spring training. Like, when you watch the drills that they were out there doing on the field, he was high-stepping and not running and not particularly hustling out there or anything like that. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it does feel like certain people would get picked on for that, and I just wonder if Jock Peterson jacking around in spring training has anything to do with this slump right now. It might not, but just asking the question.
I think preparation definitely has something to do with. I know when it came to this club, Kevin, by the way, it was the Gambler, not Boogie Nights. My apologies.
Yeah, I was like, I don't remember that.
My apologies. This is an awesome scene if you've never seen it. Jock, this club was a very stiff group. Would you agree? Like Corey Seager's very
Marcus Simeon is not stiff, but he's not the life.
He's
of
not
the
going to go
party.
out there and be outgoing.
Yeah.
And so I can
Carter
see
and Langford are the same.
I can see how Boach was probably like, I need a personality to lighten things up around here. Maybe that was the case, and somebody that can slug. Bring me that guy, and I know the guy. Like, it's fine. So I can totally understand how they were wanting to bring him in and have him loosen things up a little bit. But right now, like you're saying, it's not working. And I don't know if it's because of preparation, or maybe it is because you go look at his history. Is he always great, or is he always great whenever people are like, well, maybe you're done? And then he's like, no, I'll show you. Maybe that's what it takes for him.
Yeah, a couple people did bring this up, and if you're looking for semblances of positive movement, you go back to Wednesday. What we talked about with the Rangers is maybe the offense wasn't sparkling, but it felt like they were hitting the ball harder. I get the idea that Jock Peterson was hitting the ball harder yesterday.
And you saw what happened 2 days ago. Seager and Adolis were hitting hard, and they both got home runs yesterday.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's preview Dallas, Colorado with Stars TV host and analyst Brian Ray right here on The Fan.
In this boys' guy's opinion, my boys KNC are better.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KnowYourPrice.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
4 shots kicked out. They score on the 5th shot. It's a hat trick for Wyatt Johnston. His 3rd career hattie. 6-3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Let's preview Dallas, Colorado with Stars TV host and analyst, Emmy Award winner, and the man who knows everything about hockey. It is Brian Ray. Good morning, sir.
Happy Friday, boys. It is the most wonderful time of the year, I would say.
I agree with that for sure. Also, do you agree that there's only 11 teams that can actually win the cup because Canada doesn't win the Stanley Cup anymore? And that means you can rule those 5 teams out.
It's tough to say, but I think anybody who saw that Winnipeg-Dallas game when the Jets came in here and won 4-0, they look the part of a cup contender. But having said that, the President's Trophy is usually the kiss of death. So are they going to be one of the teams that goes wire to wire, President's Trophy to Stanley Cup? We'll find out. But that is a team that does look the part, but they do have the kiss of death attached to them, which makes them an intriguing storyline.
Brian, can you help us understand what's happened over the last 7 games?
They've lost.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's what we
I'm
saw.
glad we had you on for this.
Listen. It's look. Nobody wants to lose 7 in a row going into the playoffs, and nobody can look good losing 7 in a row going into the playoffs. But I'll drop some knowledge on you guys.
That's excellent. That's why you're here.
First of all, I don't know how hockey players do this. I cannot explain it, but it is insane how once the regular season is done, they park the last 6 months of their lives like it never existed. It's an entirely brand new season. And I whether it was in the minors, whether it's up here, I don't know how they mentally do this, but they're able to do it. It's incredible why hockey players are able to do it. So I really do think that locker room has completely wiped out anything that's occurred for the last 6 months, and they are now on a brand new season, and they are truly starting with a clean chalkboard. But I was looking at some stuff with Dallas and Colorado yesterday. So the last time the Stars and the Avalanche met was on March 16th. And Colorado won to pull themselves within 2 points of the Dallas Stars at that time. Since March 16th, the Stars have gone 8-5-3. Colorado has gone 8-5-1. The Stars lost their last 7 games of the regular season. Colorado went 2-3 in their final 5, and I think they were 1 game under 500 in their final 8 to 10 games. So how hot is either team going into this series, really, when you look at what they've done down the stretch, which I think just makes the series a little more intriguing, that it truly does feel like a pick'em series with both of these teams sort of on the same trajectory, the same level of momentum, similar records, styles of play, entering this game 1 coming up tomorrow night.
How much, I don't know, stock do we put in the fact that Colorado also hasn't played and they haven't played going back to Sunday, that did feel like a really weird quirk in the schedule.
Yeah. So my co-host Brent Severin thinks the rest versus rust is an actual issue, and I believe anything that comes out of his mouth when it comes to playing is something worth watching. I don't know if any team wants to have 5 days off from their last regular season game to the start of the playoffs. Maybe 2, maybe 3, but I do think once you get past that, maybe that 72-hour window, you start to wonder what are you going to look like in that first period. That being said, if there is any signs of rust on Colorado, I think it's going to take 1 period to remove the cobwebs, because that team can turn up the afterburners better than any team in the NHL in very specific situations. So, from a Dallas standpoint, if you're a Dallas fan, you hope they look rusty, crusty, old, bad habits, the whole 9 yards. But I just think when you get to this level with these teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs, it takes one period for any team that had a lengthy layoff to shake it off.
Now, speaking of layoffs, I know we got a little time in the AHL, but the rustiest player in the history of the NHL should be Gabe Landeskog, who's coming back to the NHL after almost 3 years away. What in the world are we supposed to expect from him?
I have no clue. You asked me a question that I don't have the answer to because it's an injury that I don't think any player has come back from, or very few players have come back from. So we have a world-class hockey player with an injury that's never been recovered from before, who's taken 3 years to get back. And, is he even going to play game one, or is it all smoke and mirrors? I think he's going to play, but I have no clue what he's going to look like or where he's going to play. But the fact that Tyler Seguin just came back after a 57-game absence, I'm not saying 57 games in 3 years are the same thing, but it took Tyler Seguin 16 seconds to make an offensive contribution after missing 57 games.
Mm-hmm.
If Gabe Landeskog looks the part or can at least be an effective player for Colorado, say on their third line or fourth line, I'm not going to be totally surprised. Very little surprises me when it comes to the Stanley Cup playoffs between salary cap shenanigans in the past year and President's Trophy winners going down in first rounds. And I've seen enough weirdness to not be surprised or rule out anything.
I know this is going to sound like a snarky question, but we need to hold some people's feet to the fire. Hey, do you think Jamie Benn can make some offensive contributions to this team?
We'd love to see it. I believe he's on the longest goal drought of his career since he got 399.
Yes.
I think it finished at 17 games, and it wasn't for lack of trying because 2 were taken away. One for goaltender interference.
That's
and
true.
One Liam Bichel grazed a puck halfway across the goal line. I said on our broadcast, Liam Bichel needs to buy a $400 baby shower gift after tapping that puck. Playoffs are a different animal, right? It would be awesome to have Jamie Benn, rattle off 4 goals in a series and lead Dallas to the second round and things like that. But I do think with a series like Colorado, if somebody like Gabe Landeskog is coming back, now we're going to get into your classic net front battle, ugly goal. I'll call it bar fight hockey. When you get into a playoff series, and that's Jamie Benn's comfort zone, bar fight hockey. So I think the captain will have a presence. Now, whether it's a goal-related presence remains to be seen. But I do think the captain will have a presence because he does seem to appear in moments and in series like this. So I'm really looking forward. And Wyatt Johnston, who's the de facto little brother on that third line with him, that kid's turned it on pretty well in the playoffs as well. So it does feel like that third line. We'll see if they can get going a little bit. This is a really intriguing series with all the people involved and what could happen.
Oh, yeah.
I think we'll see the captain.
Yeah, the talent, the speed. There's a lot on the line here too. There's a lot to go with. Now, you were talking injuries. I know there's kind of been this up and down roller coaster with Miro, and we're not expecting him back in game one. You have any feelings or thoughts on later on in the series? And also, how are you feeling about Jason Robertson?
Jason Robertson, I remains to be seen. I think we're gonna learn something today at practice. If Jason Robertson is out there, and if he's a full participant, that usually is a good indicator. If the player is skating as a full participant in practice, if he's not out there or he is not a full participant, then the question mark gets a little more bolded with what he looks like for game one. So that is what I am waiting to see. And they practice at 11 a.m. today. So we're waiting to see what happens there. For Miro, I've read, some of the tweets that, Jim Nill wanted to clarify. They're hopeful he can return later in the series, and I have no reason to doubt any of those things. Just like I said with Jason Robertson, when I see Miro Heiskanen on the ice with the team in a practice format or a morning skate format, then I will start to consider, okay, is he ready to go? Is he close to returning? But until I see Miro Heiskanen on the ice with the Dallas Stars, it's kind of a moot point for me. The team has not had him for so long. So that's my biggest indicator. Once I see the player on the ice in a practice or a morning skate, then I start to wonder, okay, how close is this guy to returning?
Can you explain how different defensively this Stars team is with him versus without him?
It's from a statistical standpoint, I think if you look at the goals and the shots that they have been allowing probably since March 1st to give you an indicator. I do not have that exact number in front of me right now, but I would imagine it is significantly higher in both categories than when Miro Heiskanen was with this roster.
Okay.
What I think we've learned, and this is where you really drill down with X's and O's or hockey nerdism. But Miro Heiskanen's ability to either kill a play when a team is trying to enter the offensive zone because he can attack and pressure so quickly and basically remove the puck, or the way he can find a loose puck below his end line, spin out of a hit, and either skate it to safety or make the first pass to safety, or if he does have space, the way he can exit out of the Stars zone quicker than anybody on the Dallas roster. Those are three areas that nobody else on the Dallas roster can do. Thomas Harley maybe,
but
Thomas Harley cannot do it for 49 minutes a game.
Exactly.
He has his limitations as well. So that is where I think they are missing Miro Heiskanen the most. And for Peter DeBoer's, one of his main offensive philosophies is breakouts, is how do you exit your own zone with the puck? Because he wants it to be quick. He wants it to be fast because that builds speed for the neutral zone, and now you're coming into the offensive zone with speed. If you lose your number one guy at exiting the puck out of your own zone with speed, that is a significant change to your base offensive philosophy.
Yeah.
So, I would put it as the equivalent of if you're a pass-happy offense and you lose your starting quarterback, you can't be as pass-happy as you once were. If you're a run-heavy offense and you lose two of your offensive linemen or your number one running back, you cannot run the ball the same way as you normally would, and you have to shift or change your offensive philosophy a little bit. That's what's happened with the Dallas Stars. They've lost their number one quarterback.
Now, the Stars are chock full of talent, regardless of the injuries, but you're going up against a team that I think you can make a really strong argument has the best defenseman in the game as well as the best overall player in the game in McCarr and McKinnon, respectively. What kind of challenges does that present?
It's a really interesting contrast because the depth of the Dallas Stars has been such a bread and butter for them all season. So what do? The team that has the deeper lineup or the team that has the two biggest pieces of heavy artillery at a forward position, at a defensive position, and who has the advantage? And I really do think that's why this is a pick-em series. They skate as well as anybody in the world. They can. It's kind of weird. Like, what is the challenge? They can do things that other people on the planet can't do. So it's not like, just slow them down, go stop them. It's like, we're trying, but we can't. They do things that other humans can't do when they have a hockey puck or when they put on skates. McDavid is the same way. But what a coach will always tell you is when you're dealing with a player like that, you have to defend them as a five-man unit. And in order to defend those two, your timing and your details have to be perfect Because if I'm a forward near the blue line pressuring Cale Makar and he starts to move, I eventually have to hand him off to another player on the ice to continue defending him.
Right.
And if there is one hesitation, one slip up, one miscommunication, I just opened a lane for him to go make a play. So the word is connected that a lot of coaches will use. Are you a connected 5-man unit? And this is one of the question marks with Dallas after losing their last 7 games. How connected as a defending 5-man unit will they look in game 1? Because that is how you have to defend 2 of the fastest, shiftiest, cleverest players on the planet. So that's the challenge.
Who's your pick? With all that being said,
oh come on, I'm not gonna come on with you guys and pick the other side.
Neither am I, Brian.
A couple of minutes ago, I wasn't sure you'd ever finish making that turn. So I'm glad that you have a pick for us.
Look, I will bring it down to this. I think it is a pick'em series. Let's call it 51-49 Dallas.
Let's go.
But let's lean into an X factor. Jake Ottinger gets better statistically as a series moves along. Here's a funny thing. Jake, here's a funny thing for you. Jake Ottinger has never won game 1 in his career.
Oh crap.
He's 0-7.
All right.
But when you get to game 4, 5, 6, 7, his numbers are like video game numbers. So Jake Ottinger and what he can do against Mackenzie Blackwood for Colorado, who has never started a playoff game in his life. That doesn't mean Mackenzie Blackwood can't get hot or can't do something special, but if we're looking on paper at resume, reputation, and experience, the Stars have it in the most important position in a playoff series, and that's the goaltending position. I think if there's going to be a difference maker, that has to be the difference maker.
Thank you very much for the time, good sir. I'm sure we'll talk with you again probably next week.
I appreciate it, boys. Enjoy game 1.
Thanks, Brian.
Do you think when we talk with him next week, he'll still be waiting to move lanes or make that?
No.
Did you heard that turn signal was going for a while?
You know what? At least he was being a responsible driver.
That is a good point. So. I agree. Agree. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some baseball nuggets right here on The Fan?
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Matt Hicks predicted a home run right before the inning started, so we'll see if Adoli says the green light here. 3-0, he does, and that one is hammered to left field. Ward is back on the track at the wall. Out of here! You called it! Adolis Garcia leaving the yard, a solo home run, and the Rangers take a 4-1 lead.
Matt Hicks is a genius. And right now, brought to you by Ryan Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Hey, did you see that Jake Berger's bracelet probably protected him from maybe busting up his wrist?
Do we have an update on him at the moment? Well, I'm sure they haven't been to the park yet, so...
Yeah, I just know that yesterday
thing exploded.
He was joking around. He goes, "That might have been my guardian angel." Jeez. So it sounds like he feels like better than what could have happened.
Dude, a
girl named Lily made it for him, by the way, and she has Down syndrome as well.
Good job, Lily. So proud of you.
Like their daughter. I don't want that to be misconstrued as anything else.
Yes, when I saw that video, I just all that went through my mind was Josh Young, Adolis.
Yeah.
Like when we've seen that, it's terrible. But Jake Berger's tougher than most, or maybe his
bracelet. Yeah. But man, I get it. He was staring down that picture afterwards, like while he was shaking his wrist, and you get it. But sometimes people get mad, like Jazz Chisholm, who got ejected over a strikeout. Then he went to social media, put out a tweet that said, "Not even effing close." And then he deleted that. But again, as we've discussed time and again, if you're famous enough, people will screenshot that thing straight away.
When you hit send, though, it feels good.
Sure.
When you hit send, it's the panic about you've put it down and you've walked away.
Yeah.
You got, you heated up a Hot Pocket or something, came back. And then, I don't know if Jazz Chisholm makes Hot Pockets. Probably not. And then you come back to the phone and you look at it and you see all of a sudden there's 3,000 likes. And you're like, I probably shouldn't keep that up. And you got a couple texts from the boss. And he's like, yeah, you might want to take that one down.
Yeah.
But send feels good. That's the best feeling is when you really gave it to somebody. They ticked you off. You texted them. You hit send. And then you wake up the next morning and you're like, oh, what did I do? I was drunk.
Brett Boone, or
I'm not suggesting
Aaron
Jazz
Boone.
Chisholm was drunk, by the way.
Aaron Boone said, I mean, I'd like to be the one to go out there and argue and potentially get thrown out of the game. And Jazz Chisholm said, I'm still mad because it was a ball, but I'm definitely mad at myself for losing my cool. So went back, sent the tweet, went through the cycle of regret that I think Corey actually did a really good job of describing. And I was like, you know what? All right, I'm gonna back off. Now, I didn't get a chance to mention this.
Do you expect your manager to go out there and argue for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
That's his, and a good manager knows that's his job.
I think so, especially because I'm sure, and maybe this would be a good good question for Bochy. Can you always tell the difference between somebody who's mad and somebody who I might get ejected mad? You know, like, are you like, oh, Young's mad, but he's not that mad. And then you see Simeon, and you're like, uh-oh, he might get tossed. I need to hustle on out there.
I do like the idea, though, Kevin, that we start referring to him as Coachy. Yeah, that's a you combine Coach and Bochy, and you got Coachy.
We could make that happen. Now, I wanted to bring this up yesterday, but you know when we talked about the Braves reporter who got that lady's number?
Yes.
So some people on social media had thoughts, and it was maybe the worst atrocity that has happened in the last 75 years. Based on some people on social media, it was the worst thing that could have ever happened by one human to another. However, Willie Ballard continued the ridiculousness. He followed up by riding a giant hot dog.
Okay.
Do you think riding the giant hot dog at the Schneiders in the outfit, it's like a seesaw. It's like a hot dog seesaw. Do you think that riding that will let people be like, oh, he just does wacky bits?
Yes.
And
yeah, more seesaws.
Okay.
Everybody loves good seesaw.
When was the last time you were on a seesaw?
3 weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah, my sister.
Hopefully with your kids?
With Carter, my middle kid. Yeah. Not that Carter, but my sister, and I don't know that it's a real seesaw, but there was a middle like triangle, and it was a huge metal bar that was attached to it, and it had a chair on one end. We don't know what it is, actually. My sister, it's on her land. She doesn't know what it is. Nobody else. They just said that it arrived at their land, and it's been there. And so I sat on the other side, and we were going back and forth, and it was fun. Seesaws are a blast.
Okay.
It's when you get to launch somebody that it's very scary for somebody. That's the terrifying part.
Fair. Now, I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier this week either. Carter, the Carter here, told us about Glizzy Night and the Glizzy hat, which led to my wife saying, I don't know what that is. But Kennedy Landry said she believes, I think it was Kennedy, believes the best giveaway item coming up is the Wyatt Langford Cycle bobblehead. Now, on May 12th, first 15,000 fans will receive a special bobblehead commemorating Wyatt Langford hitting for the cycle. He will be riding a bicycle to celebrate the cycle in this bobblehead. He was the 11th cycle in Rangers history and the first rookie to do so since 1985 at Odeby McDowell.
Dude, that's awesome. It's awesome that they do a bobblehead for a good purpose. Unlike in Baltimore, where they have a bobblehead for the new owner, who hasn't really done anything for Baltimore except for send them in a losing spiral since then.
Let me ask you this.
Since he bought that team.
I hope this is okay. This is not baseball related. If in the playoffs, let's say the Mavericks win tonight, game 3 of the playoffs magically becomes Nico Harrison bobblehead night, do the Mavericks have to forfeit that game?
Those are all getting thrown on the court.
Yes, that's what I think, too.
Every single one of them is getting chunked at the court. Chucked. Is it chucked or chunked?
I feel like it needs to be bigger to be chunked.
Okay.
I have nothing to base that on except
chucked
my own
if it's a
thought.
small. I chucked the baseball, but I chunked the log. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
What's that?
You yeeted it.
I yeeted it. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeet.
Yo.
But what if they had some spare Luka bobbleheads? Would they be like, you know what? We got to get rid of these somewhere. Playoffs are a perfect time.
People would go. And some people would go to get those bobbleheads and leave.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not kidding. I really think they would go get the bobblehead, and leave the playoff game. That's how just entrenched people are right now. And if for nothing else, I would love the fascination of the Mavericks taking down Oklahoma City. It would what would be one of the biggest playoff upsets ever, but also to see how people reacted then. If they're like, still hate this team, I still hate Nico, if they'd be like, all right, let's see what happens now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we are going to continue our series. What was the best NFL draft class in Cowboys history? Class. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, all throughout the week, we have gone through the best and the worst individual and round-by-round selections in the history of the Dallas Cowboys when it comes to the draft. Now, I wanted to throw it over and say, what about the best class in Dallas Cowboys draft history?
I love this,
all right,
dude. I love it, man, because they've had some very successful drafts. I mean, if you get a franchise quarterback and a rookie of the year candidate running back,
yeah,
like in the same draft, that's a pretty damn good draft.
So I was going to throw that out there for 2016. Zeke, Jalen Smith, Malik Collins, Dak Prescott, Anthony Brown. Does that do anything for you? There are some really loaded draft classes in this franchise's history.
People hate Dak. They hate Zeke. That's fine. That year,
oh my God, that team was awesome.
that was a special team.
Can I tell you this? Like, I know things have changed in the subsequent 8 to 9 years, and like Corey just said, have, kind of soured on it. I thought in 2016, I really thought that we were putting the NFL on notice. And like, even though the Cowboys lost, I thought like with Zeke and Dak, they were a force to be reckoned with going forward.
Yeah, and then the next year they got Taco.
Yeah.
So things didn't quite go. So that one was a very good draft. I think 2020 was a pretty dadgum good draft with your first top two. But Kevin, there have been other drafts where
True.
the Cowboys have delivered more than just two players.
Exactly. Now, let me throw out. This one is kind of headed up by two players, but these are two heck of a players. 1977, Tony Hill and Tony Dorsett were part of your class. I know you love some Tony Dorsett. So
And Tony Hill.
Exactly.
We love Tony Hill, dude.
Now, let's start amping it up. We got some big-time draft classes here. 1991, you had the top overall pick, Russell Maryland. You also got Alvin Harper, Dixon Edwards, Godfrey Miles, Eric Williams, Leon Lett, and Larry Brown.
Look how many misses there were in that draft, though. Like there were.
Yeah.
You had how many? 12? No. How many different picks do you have in that? It looks like 30 picks. You had a ton of picks in this draft. You still had misses, but you did deliver with Maryland, Harper, Dixon Edwards, Miles, Eric Williams. Like you just named
Leon Lett, Larry Brown.
Yeah, Leon Lett that late and Larry Brown in the 12th round. You delivered with that because you had a lot of darts. You had as many as you needed in order to build a team. And that's another thing too. You got that many picks, Kevin, and your scouting department is salivating at the draft when they're so excited about work on those days.
Now I'm going to go a little further back. 1975. So that group had 12 players, hence the Dirty Dozen, that were active and were part of the Cowboys that made it to that Super Bowl. They did lose that Super Bowl, but they were part of the team that made it to the Super Bowl. Thomas Henderson, Pat Donovan, and Herbert Scott, but it was led by number 2 overall pick, the Manster Randy White, who made it into the Hall of Fame in 1994.
That's pretty impressive right there. To have Randy White on the ledger is pretty smart.
Oh, yeah. Now, do you want to go back a little bit more modern?
Yeah, I was looking at the Michael Irvin draft.
Ooh, hold that thought.
Okay.
We're going to get, actually, no, go ahead and tell me Michael Irvin draft.
That's a little top heavy with the first two picks and Michael Irvin and Ken Norton Jr.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anybody appreciates Ken Norton Jr. as much as they should. I know I do. And if you talk to Mickey will tell you about a time that his bicep did the Dean Palmer and rolled up and they said, just tape it back so I can finish the game. But I think that's a pretty significant draft for the timing purpose of that set off the next era of what the Cowboys were going to be.
Okay, let me ask you 88 versus 89 then.
Okay.
So 89 had, of course, Aikman, Moose, Stepnoski.
Oh, you also had Chad Hennings in 88.
Oh, yeah, that is a good pick. So you want 88 or 89? 89 had Aikman, Moose, Stepnoski, and Tony Tolbert.
I'll put 89 as the one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that would definitely. Those are two guys. One Hall of Fame quarterback, a guy that we all think like in our hearts should be in the Hall of Fame, and Daryl Johnston, and then Tony Tolbert, who again I said this yesterday. You couldn't have done what you did without him. That's just guys on that team have told me that. So.
Yeah. Now let's go more modern.
Ken Norton Jr. was not in Fight Club.
Is that a?
I think it was Edward Norton.
Oh, I was like, is that a theory going around that I don't know?
It was the Edward Norton was the actor.
Understood. 2005. DeMarcus Ware, Marcus Spears, Kevin Burnett, Marion Barber, Chris Canty, Jay Ratliff. That is a heck of a deep class right there.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And it's unfortunate that they didn't live up. Like that,
Fair.
the teams didn't live up because that was a talented bunch. And a lot of those guys, I mean, Chris Canty went on to win a Super Bowl with somebody else. DeMarcus Ware went on to win a Super Bowl with somebody else. That team was, I mean, Kevin Burnett was a stud out of Tennessee. Injuries were a problem, and they've continued to do that. But like, that dude was a stud with some speed. That was a really good draft. I like that one.
Now
that was the first year, Kevin, I believe I started working at the Cowboys website.
Oh, okay.
I think that was because I remember like talking to Kevin Burnett and getting conversations with him.
From the 817, the Lamb Diggs draft was the best. From the 817, the best draft was the one they got Troy. From the 214, give me the Randy White draft. Okay, I hear you all. But save the best for last. And I will argue one of the greatest draft classes in the history of NFL football.
Really?
You can judge for yourself if you think that's hyperbole or not. I take you to 1964. You knew it had to be an old one. In 1964, the Dallas Cowboys drafted Mel Renfro and Bullet Bob Hayes and Roger Staubach all in the same draft.
Jeez, dude.
So,
wow.
Look, I know that's incredible. And again, we talked about this yesterday. I realized that Staubach wouldn't come around for 4 or 5 years, but he's Captain America. A lot of people believe he's the greatest player in the history of the Cowboys. Bullet Bob Hayes changed the game with his speed. And then Mel Renfro, he made the Pro Bowl in his first 10 years in the league.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
It's got to be that one, right?
I like that one a lot. I will pitch 2014, Kevin.
Okay.
2 Super Bowl champions in the 2014 draft. Zach Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence, Anthony Hitchens, and Terrence Mitchell. Anthony Hitchens and Terrence Mitchell.
Is Terrence Mitchell the guy who didn't want to tackle?
Both won Super Bowls with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
But they are Super Bowl champions, and the Cowboys drafted them.
Who's the
and you say Zach Martin might be the greatest player of all time.
I think you could make an argument that Zach Martin is the greatest Dallas Cowboys player of all time. I'm not saying he is.
You still think it's like him and Larry Allen in that conversation?
Probably.
And they play the same spot.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay.
And like, if you like, I remember when we did this like on the Fan like 10 years ago. We had like all-time ranking of the Cowboys.
That was awesome.
And I think the triplets went 1, 2, 3. And quite frankly, I think that's absurd.
You're absurd.
I think Larry Allen not being in the top 3 is absurd. Like, I think Larry Allen is better at what he did than Aikman and Michael Irvin.
Yeah, and those guys, they don't get the credit. They don't get the credit they deserve. Like that's just the way it is.
And I don't mean that as a knock against those two. They're all like worthy Hall of Famers, but I think Larry Allen is that next level above, along with Bob Lilly, along with maybe Emmett, and now maybe Zach Martin, but the 1964 class of Staubach, Renfro, and Bullet Bob Hayes is truly unfrickin' believable.
I really, honestly, Kevin, I thought the Micah Parsons draft was going to be special.
Yeah.
Because Micah Parsons turned into a special player.
Sure.
We had our questions about Kelvin Joseph. Everybody did coming out of the draft. We already had. Yeah, we all had. But what we were seeing and what we were told was the dude can play and has some toughness about him. We learned that that's true. But I was excited about Osa. I was excited about Jabril Cox. I was excited about
Jabril Cox,
Simi Fehoko, and Quentin Bohanna because you know me, I still wanted big size in the middle of the defensive line, and Quentin Bohanna was that. So I was really excited about that. What you eventually got was Micah Parsons, Osa, Golston, who they moved on from, and Mukwamu. Like that, it ultimately became the group out of that draft, and it wasn't as good as Micah is. The rest of it isn't enough to carry. That being said, Osa did sign his second contract, and not for no reason.
Yeah, no, absolutely. From the 817, look up the Steelers 74 draft. That might be the best ever, but I like this. But that person likes the Steelers. Almost fell into that trap. I will go check that out. I have no doubt that the Steelers had some amazing drafts, but that is tremendous.
What was that, 1964?
1974. 1964 for the Cowboys, 1974 for the Steelers.
All right, so let's go see the 1974 draftees. Lynn Swann. He good?
Overrated.
Jack Lambert.
Okay, he's pretty damn good.
John Stallworth.
Okay, he's pretty damn good.
Mike Webster.
Okay, he's pretty damn good.
So those are 4 Hall of Famers.
Okay,
I don't think Lynn Swann belonged in there before Drew Pearson.
I mean, but that's I get it. That's
5,000 yards receiving in his career.
I know it's different then, but okay, I'll concede that is
pretty damn good.
And
that doesn't even include Charles Davis, Tommy Riemann, Rich Dreischel, Jim Wolfe, Jimmy Allen. Like those are some other names that stand out.
All right, maybe 1964 Cowboys was the second best draft of all time. Now, speaking of drafts, I thought this was really fascinating. The Fox Sports expansion draft for the NFL. Now, this is saying that every team has the same pick that they have right now, but every player in the league is available to be drafted.
Okay.
All right, how would your top 5 shake out?
Top 5 players drafting.
No team has any players now.
I mean, if it's drafting, they're drafting quarterbacks first.
Okay. What would be your order?
Mahomes is probably 1.
Yep.
Josh Allen's probably 2.
That's what Fox says.
It's Fox?
Fox. So it could be
I feel like
more conservative answers. I got what you're saying.
Yeah, I want to say Lamar Jackson there, but I feel
that is correct.
And then is Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow's 4.
So I don't know where I land on 5, but I feel like maybe Tyreek or Justin Jefferson worked their way into the conversation.
There is not a non-quarterback taken until pick 13.
Okay, so this is basically a rank the quarterbacks.
Kind of.
According to Fox. And Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels is number 5. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised by that. The hype train on Jaden Daniels this season is going to be off the charts. And he deserves it, for sure.
He might not deserve the other things that come along with that because the other side of it happens too. And that might happen to him this year. And then you're like, well, hold on. We thought this of you, CJ Stroud. Oh, we thought you were this. And then you're actually this. But he played very well last year.
So then from there it goes Herbert, Hurts, Stroud, Goff, and Jordan Love. So Jordan Love is number 10. And this is where some people might start to get bent out of shape. Baker Mayfield goes 11. Caleb Williams goes to 12, which interestingly would be the Dallas Cowboys pick. And it's not until 13 that you get the first non-quarterback drafted. Who's the first non-quarterback to go in the expansion draft? Feel free if you have your own guess, Alex.
Defense or offense?
Ooh, I can't tell you that.
Why not?
Because it's not special teams, I'll tell you that.
That was my question to you guys off air yesterday was, you're building a team. Do you want to build it elite defense or offense? And a lot of people said defense. You said offense. And I went, and in my brain, as I was driving home, I was like, and the Cowboys went special teams. They went with Brian Anger. And anyway, I can't decide between Jefferson and Barkley.
Steve DeBerg.
Okay.
It's not Steve DeBerg.
I'll go.
Out of ideas after that. That is tough. I'd probably go Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson goes at pick 15.
Okay.
At 13, Myles Garrett. Now, here's where it gets kind of spicy and kind of interesting. So Myles Garrett 13, followed by Dak.
I'm sorry, what?
14. So they have Dak as...
Dak's that low? Are you kidding me?
I mean, you knew that. I gave you all the other picks. They have him as the 13th best quarterback. But yeah, so it goes...
Yeah, move on.
Myles Garrett. Okay. It goes Myles Garrett, Dak, Justin Jefferson. Micah Parsons is at 16. Jamar Chase, Tristan Wirfs, Drake May, and CeeDee Lamb round out the top 20. Corey looks sad about something.
Well, we just had Brian Ray on.
Oh, no, is Robertson out?
He said some things to us. One of them was, when I see certain guys on the ice, I just saw a post that said Miro Heiskanen and Nils Lundqvist are on the ice before practice in Frisco. And didn't he say on the ice in practice is whenever he'll get excited about that? So, but he's on the ice.
Okay.
So that's a positive thing right now. So we'll see the next step on that. We'll keep an eye out on the practice regimen of the Dallas Stars.
Regime.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it. So hopefully we're hoping.
That was a fun segment. I enjoyed that segment, dude.
Good,
I hope you did too, Tolos.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, college players faking injuries, errant golfers, and either the Saints or the King of France. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? Oui. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to me going to San Antonio today for me and my wife's 9-year anniversary. But also, they said, any recommendation?
The bedroom.
Oh, my gosh. That's true.
The logo.
From the 972, gonna get a shout-out. I'm having a second baby girl. Congratulations to you. And from the 817, can I get a shout out? Shout out to the beginning of WrestleMania weekend. Yeet, oh yeah, and happy Easter.
Yeet.
Mid-card Jey Uso.
All right.
Oh, we don't like him?
I'm just saying, he's main event Jey Uso, and he won the Royal Rumble. And let's check in with Alec real quick. Hey, is he in the main event of WrestleMania?
No, he's not.
So, feels like a little bit of a misnomer, does it not?
I don't know.
All right. Forgiveness Friday. Does the WWE need to ask for forgiveness for not putting, quote-unquote, main event Jey Uso in the main event of WrestleMania? Or do they need to ask for forgiveness for putting him in that match at all? Ticket sales and prices would say yes. Now,
I don't know how wrestling works when it comes to that. I don't know the power rankings right now.
Oh, look, and for some people, it's probably high. Jey Uso spamming us to death with super kicks in his matches, and his exactly the same promos with one word he's pretty low in my power rankings. If you wanted to have him maybe win the Intercontinental belt like before, I could be okay with that.
I don't mind it. Like, I fully understand all of
But notice the lack of enthusiasm.
I'm not as high on him as I used to be. But
that.
I mean, it kind of like you said, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It feels like it's been dragged on a little bit too long. Whereas with like Sami Zayn, where they had the whole angle where he went back after Gunther again, after he failed the first time.
Yes.
It felt a little bit different because there was that mental warfare angle that they took with Sami where he's like, I'm not afraid of you anymore. I'm going to get in your head. And that's how he won. That made sense. This one, it just feels kind of rinse and repeat.
Yes.
Now,
sure.
I think Gunther's going to make him look fantastic. Because Gunther is fantastic.
Sure.
But, yeah, I'm glad it's opening, though. I'm glad it's opening the show.
Now, is it the New Orleans Saints or perhaps even the King of France that needs to ask for forgiveness? Are you familiar?
Is there a King of France still? Like, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm doing the Bob Dabalina thing all over again. Didn't they get rid of empirical stuff years ago? Like whenever the England was trying to take them over?
Elements of that are correct.
And then they were like, hey, we want to be represented by an ambassador or something.
The last French king, I do believe, was Louis XVI, who was married to, do you remember? You want to say Kirsten Dunst, don't you?
Queen Elizabeth.
Marie Antoinette.
Oh, she lost her head.
Let them eat cake.
Mm-hmm.
So
they chopped her head off for that.
Good call. Now, this person filed a lawsuit against the New Orleans Saints saying the fleur-de-lis, which is the, kind of a spiky clover-looking thing on their helmet, is how I'm going to describe it. And this person said they were a direct descendant of the King of France.
So which one? The last one? The one who lost his wife?
It didn't specify in the lawsuit, and that's a shaky point. In the lawsuit, it said direct descendant of, kings of France.
Okay, so multiple kings.
Yeah, so
were in
he
that
said
room.
he's part of the, Marie Antoinette, Henry, Louis line and all of that. And he said that belongs to France and the French monarchy, which doesn't really exist anymore.
Nope.
Hence, the Saints should have been paying, ironically enough, royalties to this fella for all of these years.
So should the whole city of New Orleans then.
That is a good point.
Because, Kevin, I don't know if you noticed while you were making your way around town, like Vanessa Carlton, they're everywhere.
Right.
Florida, and it's not just New Orleans Saint type stuff. Look at the structures. Look at the, every balcony has metal bars. They have those black metal bars. There's fleur-de-lis on every single one of them. They line the streets of New Orleans. So he's really trying to take a shot at the whole city now because they can't just put those up on the bars.
Well,
but that's because, Kevin, New Orleans was one of the first main ports for whenever they were bringing in, frankincense and myrrh or whatever, like all the spices. It was one of the first.
Jesus,
it was one of the first main ports, and it's the oldest. And so people would come in there, and France and Spain would come into New Orleans, and that was where a lot of the culture came from.
I don't know if they use the exact same logic, but the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit agreed with you, Corey, and they ruled against Michael Messier, which obviously that does count. Kind of sound like a French name.
Yeah.
And they said nonsense.
They were like, look, Mark's the better one.
So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But the Saints win. That guy who's allegedly a descendant of kings of France, he lost.
This reminds me of a story.
Does it?
When I was working it was called Pueblo Arriba off McKinney Avenue. It's now called Blackfriar Pub. I went to the kitchen, and it was, 1 o'clock in the morning, and we're still open partying. And I went back to the kitchen, and there was a guy back there, and he was running his hand over the burner flame on the oven or on the stovetop. And I said, hey, man, you're not supposed to be back here. And that's when he started rambling about being a descendant of the kings of Rome and how he was invincible. And then he tried to jump down our stairwell. And which moment I grabbed him by the belt in the back and pulled him and then got him in a headlock because he started trying to fight me. And then I was like, go get 6'9", because 6'9" was he was our bouncer because he was actually 6'9" inches tall. Like, he was huge. And he came and took care of that guy for me. But again, he thought he was a descendant of the kings of Rome.
And it's a shame because I'm sure there's actually some legitimate descendants out there. But if you just walked into a bar and said, I'm a descendant of the king of Spain,
I can play with your kitchen all night.
Like, I would think that person was super drunk.
Yes. And Kevin, I think they were. And they may have gotten a pill dropped in their drink, too. I'm just thinking.
Oh,
Not everybody acts like that when they're drunk, dude. That was a weird thing.
Okay, well.
You know who you are.
Anybody who ever drops a pill in another person's drink also needs to ask for forgiveness from jail. All right, let's go from that to Billy Horschel.
Of course, Billy Horschel Walker.
Now, don't be confused. This is not a standalone golf segment, so this will not be part of What in the Putt.
Okay.
It is part of Forgiveness Friday. Did you see Billy Horschel yesterday murder, death, kill somebody's leg with a tee shot?
No.
So this person looked like they immediately had like a hematoma on the side of their leg, kind of like on the side of the calf. And Horschel went to go sign it, but also it looks like he circled the hematoma and wrote needs to go to the doctor. At least I think that's what he wrote. I've looked at it sideways a couple of different times, so I think it said something to the effect of, I told you, right?
That looks bad, man.
And the fact that it popped up straight away. And so he signed it and wrote, I think, needs to go to a doctor, kind of like near that lady's shin, over on the side of her calf, kind of in that in-between region.
It looks gross. That looks really nasty.
Does he need to ask for forgiveness, or did the fact that he gave her medical advice and autographed her leg make amends?
I'm pretty sure it's on the back of the ticket stub that they're not responsible for any. Because Avery asked me that over the weekend while we were watching the Masters. He's like, "What if you drill somebody from the fairway and the ball hits them?" And I was like, "It's part of the price for admission, man. You're the lucky one. You got hit. You got a story to tell now."
Do you think they would have more legal standing than the guy who tried to sue the Saints? Like if this lady said, I sue the PGA for damage to my leg, would she have a better shot at winning than that one guy?
I think so.
Okay.
But still, because of what's on the back of the ticket stub, I think that there's physical evidence also.
From the 972, hey, can I get a shout out to everybody holding down multiple jobs?
Yes.
Absolutely.
That
36 players from West Virginia football entered the transfer portal on Wednesday, which was the first day you could go into the transfer portal for college football. Now, 12 of those were walk-ons, but I'm a fan of Texas A&M football and have been the leading team many, many times of having the most players in the transfer portal. 36 does seem like a lot.
Yeah, the number seems to double every year.
Right.
Not just on day one, but just in general, it seems to double every year. And now with the NIL money being as involved as it is, because guys can go make deals while they're in school and start getting that deal ready or have somebody making those deals for them, there's going to be a lot more. So that number, Kevin, 36, you said?
Yep.
I think it's gonna be up in the 300-400s. Was it 300 or 400 or 292, or was it even more than that?
I don't know the total number. I really don't.
All right, I'll find that.
But it feels like it probably will surpass that. Now, let's stick with the NCAA. The NCAA also approved a rule change to combat players who faked injuries. And they said you will now start being hit with a 5-yard delay of game penalty. And one more I wanted to throw out there. Kendrick Perkins. Now, this is something totally different than usual.
21-22, 1946. 22-23, 2303. 23-24, 2,707 transfers among FBS scholarship transfers. Wow.
That is a lot. Now, Kendrick Perkins talked about how he just sent in his awards ballot for this year, for the NBA awards. That makes sense. A lot of people know who he is. He's a prominent NBA figure. But last year, he told everybody that he was not voting for the NBA awards anymore. No, this was not the MVP controversy year. It was that he talked himself into voting for Rudy Gobert for Defensive Player of the Year. And then he was mad at himself after the fact because he was going to go with something different. And he was like, I talked myself into it. I got mad at myself. So I'm done voting with the awards. Done.
Get out of here.
But then the very next time it was time to vote for the awards, he voted for the awards.
You know, he couldn't give that up. They wouldn't let him, I'm betting. They were like, look, we gave you this privilege. You have to continue to do it. Otherwise, we're taking away that nifty pin that we gave you last time.
Do you think he should have gone like coach's poll and just had an assistant fill it out or whatever?
That's not a bad approach to it. Just send out on Twitter, who do you think deserves it? And then vote that way. You know, like just be like, I took it out of my hands, and if they want to take the voters away from me or the vote away from me, they absolutely can.
Now, are you familiar with the band, the New Pornographers?
I think so.
So this headline is just like, I mean, come on. So the New Pornographers drummer has been arrested on charges of child pornography.
Okay, never mind.
It feels like you can't be that shocked, right?
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is Cam Ward a franchise quarterback? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, what...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ward seemingly always at the ready. Look at him extending the play and now downfield. Touchdown! That is how Cam Ward does it.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout-out to my cat, Einstein. He passed away this week. He was a good cat. Sorry for your loss. Obviously, a lot of folks can empathize with that, how tough it is when you lose a pet. And from the 469, can y'all send a shout out to my pops? It's his birthday today, the big 50. Tolo name Sergio. I think Sergio is the one wishing the happy birthday to the pops, but if I'm wrong and it's the pops that turns 50 and his name is Sergio, either way, happy birthday. Thank you very much for rocking with us. Right?
Sergio's a dope-ass name. I've always thought
I could see
I had
that.
a friend named Sergio. He was always cool.
Is it because of John Hamm in that Saturday Night Live going, Sergio?
No. I just my friend Sergio in elementary school was cool.
Okay.
And so I've just assumed every other Sergio out there is awesome.
You know what? Real quick, 877-881-1053. What is the single coolest name? Just go ahead and feel free to send in your opinions. We'll see if we come to a consensus. Now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
That was a good one. I like it. All right, let's start with this. Do you guys believe that Cam Ward is a franchise quarterback? And the reason why I wanted to ask that is we've spent so much time talking about like where Shador is going to go now, Jackson Dart and Shuck and Milroe, because for a while it's been clear that Cam Ward was going to be the #1 pick. You're going to a franchise that obviously needs a quarterback, but I guess there hasn't been as much discussion, at least among our show. Do you think that Cam Ward can and will be a franchise quarterback?
He will be the franchise quarterback for the Tennessee Titans. Yes, because he will be the #1 overall pick for the Tennessee Titans.
I mean, but Ryan Tannehill, Will Levis.
I don't know exactly where he's going to land on the list of the redraft, like you put it out earlier, where the top 5 were guys that you're like, yes, those are legitimate, star quarterbacks in the league. Nobody thought Jalen Hurts was going to be a franchise quarterback.
Fair.
And here he is. So,
because now you'd say he is, right?
Especially since they've decided this is how we use Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
They don't use Jalen Hurts like Patrick Mahomes. They don't use, Jalen Hurts is used differently than other quarterbacks. They have a better team. And so, I don't know exactly how the Titans are going to end up using Cam Ward, but he has the abilities to be a franchise quarterback. I think that. And I think he has the confidence. Hearing him talk and the things that he says about himself, he's confident, dude, without, in my mind, being cocky and arrogant. And that's something that I really like about him. So am I saying he's going to run out there and be better than Mahomes? No. But I do think he's going to be a very good quarterback in the NFL, and they're going to be happy they took him.
Now, there's some votes for best name.
Kyle Young.
He'll join us next Wednesday, by the way.
Mateo, Magnus, Jesus. That's a great point.
Or Jesus.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That is Good Friday bias.
Yeah.
That worked in there.
It's okay. Jesus is a good name.
Yeah, absolutely. Thaddeus is the coolest name.
What are we doing here?
Now, this one's interesting. From the 940. Can I get a shout out from my wife? Today is our anniversary. We've been together for 10 years. Happy anniversary, Yolanda. Now, that is not the same name, but it is somewhat similar to Belinda, who was one of the 4 stars of yesterday's discussion about infidelity and minding your own business and whatnot. From the 214, coolest name ever is Carl. 469, Steve. The 817, The Rock.
Mm-hmm. That's not a name.
True.
That's a word. It's a noun.
You don't think anybody in the world
is named The Rock?
Like actually named The Rock?
No. No.
I don't know.
Like,
There's a
even
lot
The
of
Rock-
people in the world.
Even The Rock's name is Dwayne.
That's true.
So no.
Okay.
I did like the person though that texted in and said their name is Corey, and since Corey's name is Corey, they think Corey is the coolest name.
As long as you spell it the same. Or
They
else
spelled it like me, so I appreciate that.
Schism between people. From the 940, my son's name is Stone. That's the coolest name.
That is a pretty dope ass name.
So close.
Yeah.
To
Archer's a cool name.
To Rock.
Archer is a cool name.
Archer is. Except like if it was the reporter and his name was Archer,
that'd be a little off.
Instead of Todd Archer.
Todd Archer is a good name, though.
Yeah.
That's a strong reporter name.
Absolutely. It is. All right. I want to run through what the scouts think is going to happen.
Oh, Rock Hudson. Dadgummit.
Yes.
What was his real name?
I think, was that not his real name?
Is he dead?
I'm pretty sure he is dead.
So Rock Hudson, who is dead, so nobody out there is named Rock. His name was Roy Harold Schur.
Oh, okay.
So Hudson wasn't even his last name.
He was a movie star.
It's true. Yeah, movie names don't count.
Peerless Price.
That's a dope
from
name.
From the 203. That is a cool name. Gunther. Man.
No.
Gunther is a cool name.
Unless your name is Gunther.
Yeah.
Then I'm
like if you just saw somebody and you're like, this is Jimmy and this is Gunther. Like, I realized, but let's say they looked exactly the same. Wouldn't you say, all right, if I have to fight somebody, I'm going to fight Jimmy?
But you're not going to fight Jim.
I agree.
Yeah.
But in this scenario, it's just Jimmy versus Gunther, especially if they call him like Big Jim.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Oh my God. That guy can pick up a tractor and drop it on your head. That's a fact.
In his overalls.
All right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Without a shirt on underneath.
For sure.
And a red cap.
For sure. Man, we did family pictures over the weekend.
Never mind. I'm envisioning something from Letterkenny, so never mind.
We did family pictures over the weekend, and we were like out on the farm, and we pulled up, and there was this kid running around with no shirt on and a blonde mullet. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I expected.
Yep.
And his name is Ransom.
No way.
Yes. I double checked that because I thought maybe it was Branson or I heard it wrong. And I was like, ransom as in like the thing you might do to Mel Gibson's kid in that movie or whatever.
I hope that dude becomes a radio person or a writer and he has Ransom Note as his column.
I'm going to tell you this. He is absolutely looking like he's on pace to be the best damn rock DJ you've ever seen in your life.
I like it.
He has potential.
Okay.
He was super nice too, and the kids loved him and everything like that. All right. For the scouts, how did the scouts see the top of the draft playing out? Well, they think it's going to happen pretty much exactly as the betting odds.
Okay.
They got Cam Ward going number 1, Travis Hunter number 2, Abdul Carter number 3, Will Campbell 4, Mason Graham 5. So every single one of those, at least as of yesterday, those were the betting favorite players to be in that position.
Okay, that hasn't that kind of squared away most of the things. I mean, if you were paying attention to draft 101 last night,
if you were lucky enough to get a seat.
Yeah, not everybody was. Somebody just texted in and said, LMAO, I know that kid.
Okay, and you know what? Is he awesome? He seemed awesome. That's the first time I ever met him, and his family was super duper nice. I just realized, though, I also have family members that listen to this show, and so hopefully that's good. One of Jess's best friends will never listen to this show because the only time she ever tuned in, we were talking about how we all went to the lake and they kept trying to water ski, and my exact quote was, man, that afternoon was kind of a beating because none of them knew how to do it, and so it'd be like, start the boat. Oh, they're down. Hold on. Circle the boat back around. And we did that like 50 million times. And so she's like, I'm not listening to your show because the only time I ever heard it was you saying that we're a beating. And I was like, to be fair, that activity was a beating.
Yeah.
Not just y'all.
Just the activity, not you.
Now, number 6, Alec, I feel like you have been in support of this. Ashton Genty going number 6 to the Raiders.
I hate everything about it. It just makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And the Raiders don't do things that make sense, except for when they actually get competent leadership in their front office like they have now. And I hate that because they still have quality assets to go get quality players.
Yeah.
And it's going to happen, and it's going to make me really sad because that's a perfect marriage right there.
Now, it only goes to the top 10, so we don't have the Cowboys pick in there, but I'm going to throw it out there. I don't think this will stand. Do you realize we still have all 32 teams have their first round picks?
Yes.
Like we talked about it. We were already to a point where it was unprecedented. Now we're just 6 days away from the draft and it's still in place.
Do you think it's going to stay that way?
Okay.
Or do you think people are going to be jumping up and down on this thing?
I really don't. I like what you said. For other people.
Uh-huh.
Not me.
Yeah, I do feel like there's going to be some trading on draft day.
You know what?
And Steven, kind of intimated that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. No, he did. I'm just curious if we're going to get to the spot where, like we talked about, some people view prospects 10 through 40 as the same.
Yes.
So I don't know, but it is wild to me to think about the fact that they're still all with their original team. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter, popular food opinion. Give us a sports opinion, and then what popular food have you never tried? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 972. Gonna get a shout-out for my first date that I'm excited about in 4 years since getting out of a bad relationship.
Oh, good for you.
Man, good luck. I hope it goes awesome. Right now, it's time for the Combo Platter Popular Food Edition. Now, this goes back to, we're going to go to cut number 8. Baseball icon Jim Palmer. This is Jim Palmer talking about a food that he's never had, and this is stunning to me.
You know, I've never had a wing, ever. What do you mean you've never had a wing? Never, ever had a wing.
You've never had... Wait a minute.
No, I'm just never have.
You've never had a chicken wing?
No.
Like,
why would I?
Why would you?
Don't they have skin and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of things have skin.
But I don't eat skin.
Apples have skin.
Why eat apples?
You've never had a single chicken?
Hold on. Well, pause it right there. Man, that guy, great follow-up and really undercut Jim Palmer right there, Hall of Famer. A lot of things have skin. First of all, that's a quality line. Secondly, he said apples have skin, and Jim Palmer had to concede that he eats apples, thus negating his wing argument. I don't know if we need to hear on, but the point is, Jim Palmer has never had a wing. So, give us your sports opinion, and then what popular food have you never tried? 877-881-1053. And then from the 682, can we give a shout out for Friday finally being here and the work week being over for a lot of people?
Heck yeah, man.
You know who echoes that right now?
Me?
Alec.
Oh, yeah. Alec is tired of Kevin today.
Right before we went on air, he goes, thank goodness it's Friday.
Yeah.
I have been agitating the hell out of him today.
Yeah, and you're not just like poking him with the stick. You're just telling him jokes that he hates.
It's not even like, it's not anger. It's just disappointment.
Mm-hmm,
you know,
mostly.
And it's been kind of reverberating throughout the week. But, you know, that's what 1:30 on Fridays is for. I get to take all of that and I get to use it against you as a weapon of war.
Well, look, in the break, Carter brought up Mrs. McGuffin stuff or whatever.
Oh, my gosh. You can't say her name on
I know.
air.
That's why I changed it.
And because there's been times where you said there's a name of a popular TV show, and you're like, that's the name of the show. I can say it. And I'm like, And I just felt like you were going to, it's her name. I can say, how else am I supposed to say her name?
Agreed.
It would have ticked me off.
From the 817, Mavs win tonight, beat Oklahoma City in 7, and they've never tried lobster. All right, I'm going to focus on the first part of that for a second. If that happens, I am just so excited to see how people react. I know the Mavericks, if they win tonight, will still be a massive underdog against Oklahoma City. But if they take down one of the, surely top 3, if not top 2, presumptive NBA champion or NBA title favorites, I cannot wait to see how people react, especially if the Lakers were to lose in the first round. Then you're like, oh, the Mavericks already got farther than Luka. But if the Lakers also won, that means you'd be one round away from the potential dream Western Conference Finals of the Mavericks and the Lakers. I don't think that's going to happen, but I would love to see it.
All of us would. Well, I know all of us would.
Oh, yeah.
There are a lot of fans out there that just want to see the Mavs fail, but I know we would love to see that.
From the 903, Stars in 7 over the Avalanche, and they have never eaten sushi. Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like early on, sushi is the leading candidate in this.
I did tweet this out in the majors if anybody wants to jump in over there, but a lot of people said sushi there, and so far I've seen this sushi on this side as well on the fan text. Somebody said they've never, orange chicken. I don't know exactly where, I didn't read that conversation, so I just said that word. Sushi, though, is the leader.
Okay.
And I don't understand it. Alec, have you had sushi in your life?
As a kid, I used to eat it. I haven't had it in recent memory.
All right. That's interesting.
I think if they described it as like, oh, yeah, it's this cool fish wrapped up with rice and different stuff, but instead they're like, it's raw fish. And that just, I'll pass.
Yeah.
I have also not had sushi.
I will say this. When it comes to like I don't know the difference between taste of Toro and other tuna. Like I just don't know the difference in taste. But I do know that I was, as a kid, we saw shows and sushi was so gross. And that probably stuck with a lot of us. And I tried it for the first time with Adrian and I was like, man, this is better than I thought. And then I turned into like, that's all my kid will eat. Like one of my kids, he's like, I just want sushi. And I'm like, oh, it's expensive, dude. Come on. But it's better than people think. But it is one of those things like liver and onions. You know, you start thinking that's just got to be gross because my cartoons told me that it was gross.
From the 682, I've never tried Nutella, and Miro will be back and the Stars will win the cup. First of all, I desperately hope that second part happens. I don't think I've ever eaten Nutella on its own, but there are these kind of long stick dessert things that Jess says essentially what's inside of them is like Nutella. And so she's like, I think you would like it.
I love Nutella. Nutella's pretty good. It is. I got a sports opinion.
Okay.
Upon seeing last night's game, I believe that this Rangers pitching can carry the team throughout the entire year.
Woo!
I do not think that this Rangers pitching will stay exactly as good as it is. They're not as good as they are pitching. Not every one of these guys. Tyler Mahle is not as good as he's pitching.
Sure.
Patrick Corbin is not as good as he pitched the other night. Kumar Rocker might not be as good as he pitched last night, but they are capable of being that good. And I think that as long as Boch can keep all of them motivated for whatever, each individual dude has a different reason for being out there.
For sure.
And as long as he can keep them motivated, I believe that this pitching will carry the load for this team throughout the entire year. And there are going to be some peaks when they're really good. There are going to be some valleys when they're really bad. But at the same time, I think the bats will come alive and help out during those times too. So I think that this pitching, for the first time as a Rangers fan, I really do feel this way. This is the strongest pitching group I've ever seen.
And if the pitching stays anywhere near that level and the offense even gets to average, dare I say above average, you've seen some glimpses of that in the past couple of days. Dare I say above average, that is a playoff level team. Now, where they go from there obviously depends on a lot of different things, but that is a playoff level team.
Yes, absolutely. Sports or food that I haven't tried. I'm I'll try a lot of foods.
Yes.
I am interested in lots of different types of food. I even love lingua.
By the way, for people who have ever asked, Brandon will try all of the foods as well.
If I don't like it, then I'm going to be like, that wasn't my favorite.
Sure.
But at least I know. And then maybe I do fall in love with it. I'm like, wow, that's really good. I've never tried bagel and lox. Do you know what that is?
Is lox just cream cheese?
It's bagel like with cream cheese and the smoked salmon on top.
Oh.
And then I guess it's got like, some sprouts or something. Okay. I've never had it before.
This won't surprise you to know.
It's not the first thing I order on a menu.
We went to a bagel shop in Manhattan, and of course, I just ordered like the breakfast bagel, which was delicious, by the way.
Yes, of course it is.
But I was not about to step out and like try something new.
From the 469, come to Malibu Poke on Oaklawn. I'll hook you up, Kevin. I think we need to make one trip. Take a couple bites. That's going to be a good place right there.
Okay.
Take a couple bites and see if you like it or not. I think we should do that.
But poke is different than fancy ramen?
It's sushi in a bowl, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's basically sushi in a bowl.
Okay.
And there can be some other things mixed in.
From the 817, I've never tried raw fish, and the Mavs are going to lose tonight. You know what? I need to follow up with the updated spread because that will obviously give you an idea of whether or not bettors think that Ja is going to play. It's still sitting at 6.5.
Okay.
So that would lead you to believe that they still think that Ja is going to play.
Here's my feeling, though, still on this is Ja does most of his work in the paint, correct?
I mean, he can for sure.
He's not a stalwart 3-point.
I agree.
He can be solid. He's a big shot maker.
Yes.
But most of the work in the paint is going to be tough, as we just saw with Sacramento, even for bigs and let alone point guards.
You're right. Ja has an innate ability. Now, I know it's easier in transition, but he has an innate ability to figure out that path to the basket.
Usually you're just trying to beat a big on the outside, and then you're going to an empty space, or you're trying to beat somebody your size and going into a big. But now you're getting past a big to another big, and that's where I think the biggest problem is for most teams. We'll see, though.
From the
tonight
817, the Cowboys will make their fan base mad with their pick next week.
Yes.
So they're not going to think that the first round pick is Golden?
Not everybody. Hey, if it's Matthew Golden, the Cowboys were impressed with him, dude.
You said if, right?
If it is.
Okay.
Yeah, the Cowboys were impressed by the way he approaches the work, the abilities of the speed of him. They want to be a faster team too.
He's worthy.
And they said they'll never try pineapple on a pizza and that those people are crazy. From the 651, the Rangers are going to win the AL West and they've never tried a McGriddle before. Are they missing out? I think, look, I haven't had a McGriddle in a while. I feel like Mike ate one or two of those a day.
Yeah.
I haven't had a McGriddle in a while, but I remember when they first came out, I thought they were freaking amazing. And maybe they still are amazing. I just haven't had them in a while.
I had one in my time, just one. And after I had that one, I was like, that was enough calories for my whole year. I think I'm good. And those little pockets of syrup, I think, were enough.
That is fair, because they do give you the elements of, sure, you'd like a breakfast sandwich. Would you also like pancakes?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's all mixed in there. All right, Alec, a couple things. I want your combo platter, but also you got a sneak peek of it. What did you think about the WrestleMania stage?
That's absurd. At Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, they did the right thing. They made it look like the outside of a popular hotel out there. I've never been out there. I don't know what hotel that is.
It looks like a casino, yeah.
But yeah, it's really, really cool. There's a lot of elements going on there. They've even got like some giant LED panels above the ramp that look like playing cards.
Yes.
And they have like the superstars' faces. That's really cool.
All right.
Old.
Dang, man. Take that, Stephanie.
I was talking about somebody else in the commercial.
Yeah, sure.
There you weren't. Follow up. Will WrestleMania night 1 and or 2 be better than anything else the Raiders will put in that stadium this season?
Yes, both of them will.
Okay.
Because remember, I just talked about it a little bit ago. They don't make smart decisions. That football franchise, they don't. But for the sports opinion.
By the way, real quick, Alec, I'm sorry. 972, shout out to the guy going on his first date. Hope he slays it.
Right.
Slay day, baby.
Oh my God.
Shout out to him, though, because that does take some courage. I'll
For
bet
sure.
there. sports opinion, I seriously do think the Mavericks are going to win.
Tonight?
I do think they're going to win tonight. And after hearing the morning show, they had a Grizzlies insider in, but remember, they don't name their names.
Yeah, they didn't want to say who it was.
But he was really good, and he said that there was going to be a good chance that Ja doesn't play. I'm not disputing that guy. It's weird that I haven't seen that more reflected in even a little bit of a dip on the point spread. And if he does play, I don't think it's going to be to his fullest capabilities. I don't care what kind of tranquilizers they inject in that ankle and everything. It's still, he's going to feel it. And I heard Corey talking about it a little bit. Ja does a lot of his work around the rim. And what does that require? Explosiveness. That requires speed. Outside of that, the way that I saw the Mavs bigs play just recently, not even in the play-in game, really down the stretch, their bigs have been phenomenal since they've gotten healthy. I just think it's the perfect medicine to go against a hindered Memphis team. So I think they're going to win. Outside of that, I don't really expect them to go far within the playoffs. I think OKC is one of the best teams, as you alluded to, Kevin, in the NBA. For my money, I think they're going to win the NBA championship this year.
Okay.
As it stands right now, I think they're the most well-rounded team. But I do think the Mavs are going to annoy some fans tonight by winning, which is a weird thing to say.
I'm all right.
It's a very
with that.
weird thing to say.
Perfectly cool with that. By the way, Sean did say this morning that he would pay off our bet about Ja's suspension
on Monday.
The cupcake bet on Monday morning. So I think during crosstalk, Alec, you are the silent assassin around here. I will purchase the cupcake, and we will surprise Sean with an Alec bomb.
Now, Alec, I know we still need to get your food opinion. I want to throw this out really quick so I don't miss this because I'm intrigued by this. The Cowboys will trade back into the mid-20s and accumulate 2 to 3 quality picks for the trade to completely turn this franchise around. And they said that they will never try haggis. So I was just looking at it.
Oh, yeah, that sheep or something?
If it was like sheep's intestine, if you weren't being... If you were like, hey, I want to trade down and see what we can do, I definitely think you could pick up a second-round pick, an additional second-round pick, if you traded down into the mid-20s, or you might be able to score, depending on how far you go, like a second and a fourth. So the opportunity would be there. All right, Alec, what popular food have you never tried?
There's 2 that come to mind. I saw some people that were going down like the fast food route.
Somebody said a Big Mac.
Wow. That took me until high school to try. I will say that. It took me way too long to try a Big Mac. Wonderful. But Panda Express. Never eaten there.
It's probably smart.
Never eaten at Panda Express.
I love Panda Express.
And part of it, shout out to UTA, was we had one in the university center, and everyone just flooded it all the time. So anytime I wanted food on campus, I didn't have anything on me, it was like a 25-minute wait just to get some Panda Express. So I'm like, that's not worth it. I'd rather drive 5 minutes down the street out of the parking garage to go somewhere else where there is no line. So I just never thought of it. There was never one close to my house. And then crawfish.
What?
Let me preface it. I'm not opposed to it.
Good news for you. Brought us at the ballpark today.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. So I've never tried. I've never been opposed to it. I've just never sought it out either. Like, I will try it. If I have the opportunity to try it, if I get invited to a boil or something, I will try it. I'm not opposed to it. I've just never had the opportunity right in front of me to try it.
Crawfish good. I like crawfish.
Yeah, and I like Broadus's description either yesterday or the day before of like once you get down the opening process, like it is good.
It changes everything.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway where you got AM on the FM. Perhaps a mini WrestleMania preview. And also Texas Rangers TV play-by-play man and the person now responsible for Mike. It's Dave Raymond next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys are the North Texas baseball.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Ryan Zefferjohn into pitch, facing Corey Seager in the first pitch. A swing and a high fly ball to center field. That one is back. At the track, Paris leads up, out of here! Corey Seager leaves the yard to straightaway center. And the Rangers get a little cushion on Corey's fourth blast of the year. It's Texas 5, Angels 3.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just wanted to show Dave what his competition is up to.
They're one team.
Texas Rangers TV play-by-play man and the person now responsible for Mike. It is Dave Raymond. Good afternoon, sir.
Well, good afternoon. He's not my competition. He's my teammate.
Exactly.
I was just going off what he told me. He said that he was your competition. So
Hey, listen, before we get into any nonsense, can I get a shout out?
Yeah.
I'd like to give a shout out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shout out Friday.
It is.
I want to shout out, and I'm sincere about this actually. I want to shout out Rangers Nation, and I don't mean Rangers fans. I mean specifically, there is a fan who has a site and he has a following on social media, on X. He's known as @Rangers_Nation.
Yes.
Anyway, put out an activation today for all fans, not just a section of the stadium or whatever, but all fans to be there today for Jock Peterson. And when Jock comes up, no griping, no groaning, like everybody up, let's start clapping and then cheering, Peterson. I love the idea. And I thought it was great. Jock's off to a tough start. And Jock's got a big personality. Seems like the type of guy who'd be immune to criticism or that kind of stuff. But listen, man, I guarantee you he's human, and it would help. And so I just think it would be really cool. It'd be it's a very cool gesture. It's a great idea. And so I wanted to shout out Rangers Nation for trying to get this started today. And, we'll see how it goes. The former Dodger, Jock Peterson, against his old club, and maybe we just give him a little extra love this weekend and see if we can get him going. The Phillies did it with Trey Turner a couple years ago. A fan got it started, and it was incredible. Turner was off to a horrible start. They'd been given a huge contract, and people were booing him, and typical tough Philly fans. And a fella decided to start the same concept, and he went off that night, and the team and Trey Turner caught fire. And it was made into a documentary, which was really good, too. But anyway, I love the idea. So shout out to Rangers Nation for coming up with that and hopefully getting it started tonight.
All right. And
positivity,
Kevin. I definitely like that positivity for in the game. Behind the scenes and in the media, I do want to ask you this, and I'm totally serious with this question. Do you think that some of the criticism is warranted? Because for the people that were out at spring training, he was screwing around a lot in like team workouts and stuff like that. And I wonder if that has anything to do with this.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I would say that everybody goes about their business differently. So, look, if you're performing, you're eccentric.
Yep,
sure.
You
like
have,
Derek Holland. Yeah,
right. You've got a unique personality, whatever. And then if it doesn't go right, then you are open a little bit to that kind of criticism, right? And so you just take Marcus Semien. Semien's not going to be open to that criticism because he works his fanny off. He does everything right every day. He's there for his teammates, et cetera. So he's kind of immune a little bit from some of that criticism. But if you are going to go about things a little differently, then there is an element of that I suppose you have to understand could come your way. So all that being said, this is how he's always gone about it. It's not like it was a surprise to anybody in the Rangers organization.
No, I hear that.
They knew what they were getting. And so, and some guys, they just, you think about even the students in a classroom, sometimes you just have to handle different people differently.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Give them a little space to do their thing, whatever. So I don't know. I mean, all that to say, who knows? It's above my pay grade. I know it. He cares and he wants results. So let's just hope that those start coming for him.
Now, I know somebody who fits in that category as well, and you just said it. His work ethic is unimpeachable. But there have been concerns about Marcus Semien, not necessarily just the player, but his spot in the batting order. Boch told us on Wednesday that after 100 at-bats, that's kind of how you're like, hey, your start's over. This is where we're starting to settle in. Do you think we could be a week or two away from perhaps them shuffling up the batting order for real?
I mean, anything's possible, and I don't think that they would ever paint themselves into a corner or box themselves in by saying that even as much as Corey Seager is locked in number 2, that'll never change. I mean, you have to be willing to be flexible to some degree. At the same time, they're going to give Marcus some rope. You are getting close to that number, and I don't think it's out of the question. I think that it's absolutely possible that they would try to experiment somewhere. And listen, Jock Peterson in his career has batted leadoff more than he's batted in any other spot in the lineup. No, he hasn't for a couple of years, but we saw it the other day on the road, and the idea was give Marcus a day off, and maybe Jock, because he had some comfort level there, maybe it would, kickstart something for him. So that's a possibility. I think that Wyatt Langford is kind of a compelling guy to put in that spot. Great speed. He gives you that power threat right up the starting line. It's interesting. But lineup science is a curious thing, and I don't, Lord knows, I don't want to get into their business and try to tell them what to do, but I don't think it's beyond comprehension that they would experiment at some point if they felt like they needed to. The other thing I would say, though, is while he's off to a tough start, the Rangers are, 11-7?
Yeah, 12-7, right?
12-7, that's right. 12-7 after last night's win. And best record in the American League.
Yep.
So
you
do sometimes want to kind of tread lightly when fiddling with things that are, in a way, sort of working, right? Wins are the ultimate, outcome.
Yeah.
That's the one thing we're looking for. So I don't know.
As we were kind of watching, I was noticing, Adolis is hitting hard. That line drive out into right center field for the double, and then he, steals third for the triple. Corey Seager, he's getting some hard hits. I started getting that feeling that it is going to come around. They're squaring the ball up really well, and it's going to – are you kind of getting that feeling that this offense or those guys in particular are maybe back or ready right in season mode right now?
Yeah, I am. And I thought last night was a really good night. There have been incremental movements that we've seen. And then last night, I thought we saw kind of the best. It was, they had 16 balls with exit velocity of 95 or greater. They had 9 of those exceeded 100 miles per hour last night as a group. But I think Young's been good all year, right?
Yes.
It just had to miss a little time. Wyatt Langford's numbers have been good. I think he's looked good up there. Garcia's been pretty solid. So, yeah, I mean, and then, frankly, the other production they're getting are guys who are considered, off the bench or extras or whatever. But Pillar's given good at-bats. Josh Smith has been great. Jonah Heim, I think, has been excellent. And I don't know if we can have this conversation. I know it's only been 5 games, but at what point do we say, hey, you know what, Dustin Harris is pretty good at hitting the baseball?
Yeah, I like the kid. I like him a lot.
Yeah. He's been very good. Now, it could be that opposing pitchers are just sort of testing the waters a little bit with him, and maybe start seeing a little different strategy employed against him. But for the time being, man, he looks great. He's got power. He gives you a good at bat. Even his outs are loud. I mean, he's and as Josh Smith is coming back from this little thing in his thumb, this nerve, I don't know what you'd call it, injury. If you need to give him an extra day, I don't think you feel too bad about doing it the way Harris is swinging the bat.
Absolutely. This is a fun series this weekend.
Oh my gosh.
It's got to be a blast for you up in the booth. Getting this type of action, these two teams together. What are you kind of keying in on with them having so much on their roster?
Yeah, so much on their roster. They have over $60 million of players on the injured list, which is
good.
Which is more than like 4 major league teams' current active rosters. So,
that's insane.
Yeah. It is insane. When it's all said and done this year, their payroll and then the luxury tax bit of it that they're going to have to pay, or the competitive balance tax, is going to exceed $525 million. It is a disparity unlike, I think, anything we've ever seen in the game. And yes, they are loaded. So at the same time, they are not, infallible. There are ways to get to them. So and I say that as if I know that there's a specific strategy one would employ. Somebody's beaten them, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. They've lost 6 games.
Valid.
So, but they've got great pitching. They've got a tremendous lineup. They're a really, really good team. They've also made the postseason 11 years in a row, and yada yada. But you're looking at the 2 most recent World Series winners in this series. So I think it's just compelling. They're the favorite in the National League, hands down. And I think the Rangers, going into the season, all the analytics and all the websites were saying, yeah, it looks like the Rangers should be the best team in the American League. And so far that's trending for them. So you might be looking at the best representative from each league right now. And how can you get better than that?
Talk with Dave Raymond, who just guaranteed a Rangers-Dodgers World Series
that's what I heard.
Here on 105.3 The Fan.
He wants it too, though.
So I think we're all fascinated by the saga of Kumar Rocker and like how much longer he can stay in the rotation, not necessarily because he's pitched bad or anything, because obviously we all felt great about last night, but we also felt really good about Jack Leiter and how he'd been pitching and if he's ready to come back next week. How do you think Rocker is inevitably going to go down next week or not so much?
Well, I think if you look at the current 5-man rotation, that he would be first man up, right, to make that move. So, and there's certain roster limitations with other guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think when Jack is ready, and right now the idea is for him to go out and have at least 1 rehab start, then I think the idea is, yeah, he probably gets activated, and you would expect that Kumar would be the odd man out. Now, between now and whenever they feel like Leiter's had enough work in the minor leagues to consider him ready, Lord knows things can happen. And so you don't. That's why Vogt always couches things like that is, well, I don't want to commit to that because what if somebody else gets hurt or whatever? So you just have to wait and see. But yes, I think as it's currently constructed, he would appear to be the guy who would get sent out, and it's okay, right? That doesn't really mean anything bad long term. And he's been good. He's had bumps, and I think that's what you expect from a young pitcher. And so, but you can either grow with him at the big league level through some of that, or you can have him do some of that growing at the AAA level while you have somebody else who you feel like might be a little more consistent at the time. So that's probably the move, though.
Dave, I'll tell you, your color analyst has been fantastic. David Murphy is remarkable at what he does.
Yeah.
I really
I don't care for the other one as much.
The other guy different, but I've really enjoyed you and Murph's work together. That was good stuff, man.
Why are you guys going to be like that? Murph, as we know, is awesome, and he's 3-0.
There he is.
Don't think that. Mike is feeling that too. He's been texting me the last couple of days. Mike,
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that other person.
Hey, he's been so good too, man. I mean, what a joy to work with. I'm so lucky because both of them are just delightful, and they're so just insightful and have great observations during the game. And I learned so much with them, and but I also have fun with them. I think they're both just really fun to hang out with and talk baseball with. So it's a real blessing. And listen, everybody needs a little break from Mike every now and then between us. No one's right. It's just us.
No, it's just nobody.
Ratings say a lot of people are listening, but I hear you.
We're in the tree trust right now. I will say, Dave, seriously though, the broadcast and the pre and post, the way y'all melded everything together, I've really enjoyed the presentation a lot. It's been spectacular. I didn't know exactly how it was going to land, but y'all done a fantastic job. Tell the whole crew that.
Well, I appreciate that, and tip of the cap to that guy we heard when we started this segment. But Jared Sandler hosting that has been excellent, and I just, it doesn't matter. People don't care how the sausage is made, but just know that there's an extraordinary amount of energy that he puts in. My favorite thing is when he comes up with these games, which are so great because they put us on the spot, but they don't embarrass us, generally speaking. and we learn a lot of stuff. I think the viewers learn stuff. I learn things, and it's a fun way to do it instead of being lectured on a broadcast. And I just think he does such a great job creatively, and he brings so much great energy. So yeah, a lot of credit to Jared, but also Hicksy and Nadell and of course, both my partners, Murph and Bassick, everybody willing to just chip in and be a big part of it, I think it's been fun. I mean, that's the other part of it. It's actually kind of been fun for all of us. So it's pretty cool.
Do you think even that one day before the potential rain delay that might have been in Chicago or Cincinnati didn't embarrass you guys at all? Because that game in particular, Dave, I heard, and it felt like Jared was dunking on you guys just a little bit.
He might have been.
He was like, I'm gonna make this one harder on the guys today.
Yeah. And you know what? Listen, it's a long season. These are small booths, and guys get a little fussy sometimes. And so sometimes I just remind him to show the soft paws. Like, put those claws away for a minute and give us a break, man. But you're right. Well, that was the get to know guys, right? And
yes.
Yes. Kind of tough. I was like, dang, I don't know.
I was listening to that as it happened. I was like, ooh. These questions are brutal, man. Well, seriously, we love you, man. Thank you very much for jumping on with us again, and thank you very much for being the new caretaker for Mike Bassick.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it as always, and thank you guys for raising him up well. You've got to be very proud of that young man. You've done a great job with him.
We are. Thanks, Dave.
Agreed. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Raymond, who says he is not competition with Jared Sandler right here on 105.
They're on the same Rangers team together, Kevin. You're always trying to pit teammates against each other.
I did realize the irony of perhaps not asking for a Dave Raymond call to come back on that segment. Like, hey, I'll take the loss on that. I really should have thought that through a little bit better. But you're just so used to, like, Alex, like, hey, well, let's give you some Rangers highlights. And I was like, oh, yeah, that was a good one. Give me cut 3. And then I was like, ooh, that was a radio cut. But all right.
And I've been very adamant about this for many years. I think Brad Sham was the first person to tell me this. We're spoiled in DFW. We have fantastic broadcasters for our sport.
For sure.
Like in radio, TV, we have all sorts of people that are very good at what they do. Dave Raymond being one of them, too.
Agreed. Now, speaking of people who are good at what they do, we'll get to AM on the FM. You know what? Right now.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. And then you're going to become an even bigger fan of Paige Beckers after I tell you this story about her draft night experience.
Can we just go back to the GM confirming with us that he's like, we're not going to...
That was awesome.
That was cool.
I totally expected him to be politically correct and say, we plan on Paige being here for a long time. He just goes, yes, we will not be trading away a generational talent.
I love it.
That was awesome. And before we get to any of my content, you mentioned that Cubs game with the Rangers on the road trip where Jared was just dunking on Dave and Mike.
I couldn't remember if it was Cubs or Reds.
I just remember at the end of that, Mike goes, well, Look at me, back in the major leagues again, loser. I was like, geez, man. And even I was like, geez, Jared, these are some tough trivia questions.
They were hard questions.
I was like,
sure.
it was guess that Ranger, and it was just like the deepest, darkest info about these Rangers. I'm like, I don't know what they did when they were 6 years old, playing catch with their dad. I don't know any of that.
But as Dave just said, we learned.
Yes.
We learned that day.
They learned the hard way.
Congratulations to us.
Yeah, they learned the hard way. The question of the day today is going to be, it's kind of in lockstep a little bit, just on the opposite side of the coin with the combo platter. Today is National Animal Crackers Day.
Man, I haven't had animal crackers in a long time, but I feel like every time I have them, I'm like, that was a good decision.
Huh. Interesting, because I'm going the opposite side. The question of the day today is going to be, what is your personal most overrated food?
See, it depends on which animal crackers you get. Do they still make the ones in the, I guess, like kind of single serve red boxes? It's the circus looking box where they still have the animals, like maybe in the cages on them. It might be the Ringling Brothers, and I don't know. Hopefully people will know what I'm talking about. I always thought those were top notch. If you buy them in a tub that's like $6, I can see how that might let you down.
I don't know. I think it might have been like middle school. I kind of revisited them after you were like force fed them as a kid all the time. Like kindergarten, that was what the teacher would give you for coloring inside the lines. And I thought that was the greatest thing ever. Tried them again once I was older, and I was like, these are okay. They're not the like world breaking thing that I thought they were.
I'm going to answer your question in a second because it's obviously popcorn. But I think Corey might have bad hockey news for us. I honestly don't know what he's going to say. That's my guess.
Pete DeBoer says Jason Robertson won't be playing in game 1. And I don't like this. Is week to week. Not day to day, week to week. So Miro's already not in. I believe, I got to make sure that there was no changes to Nils. Nils, who was ruled with a season-ending shoulder surgery, nowhere close. But if they play long enough, he could be back in the conversation. Change has not happened for Miro, and now Jason Robertson is week to week, which I do not like at all.
So right there, 2 of your top 5 players, you'd probably say, that for sure are out for game 1. And when you hear week to week, Corey's right. That does not inspire confidence.
Yeah, that stinks. I'm sorry. Alec, you're going to have to repeat the question and give me a second to think about this, because this Jason Robertson news has crushed my soul.
So we're the math show of record.
Mm-hmm.
We're the elevator show of record.
True.
I think we're also the bad news show of record. 'Cause it feels like we convey a lot of bad updates for our favorite players and our favorite teams.
I'd like to get some more good updates. Yeah, you're right about that.
Hey, a good update I got is they still have those animal crackers I was talking about.
Oh, they do?
With the string that you hold the little box with. Those are still around.
Huh, okay. Well, the question of the day, Corey, and
Oreos.
In light of National Animal Crackers Day, the most overrated food.
Oreos.
Oh.
It's Oreos. Easy. Yeah. As a matter of fact, my wife yesterday, she had chocolate-covered Oreos, and they were Easter themed, I guess. And or those little pink, the little pink cookies, the little pink animal crackers. Those are terrible.
Oh my God, that is an outrageous opinion.
It tastes like there's wax on them.
Frosting ones that come with the white frosting ones,
not
the
even
circus
good flavor.
animals.
It tastes like wax on a cookie.
You are
terrible.
a monster for that.
That and Oreos. See you later.
Huh.
Popcorn is trash.
All right.
Nobody actually likes popcorn.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yes,
what,
I do.
What kind of popcorn do you like?
Buttered popcorn.
Exactly. Nobody actually likes popcorn. Everybody's favorite kind of popcorn, it was very serendipitous that hit the bell. Oh, you know what kind of popcorn I really like? Is that caramel popcorn. Yeah, because it's caramel. Oh, you know what popcorn I really like? Is that
White
cheddar cheese or that white cheddar. Yeah, because those things are delicious. Oh, you know what I love to do? I love to go to the movie theater and just slather the butter on the popcorn or put Milk Duds in there. Of course, because those things are good. Popcorn in and of itself, trash.
I will combat it because
you like kettle corn?
I do, but
of course you do, because it's got other stuff.
Yeah,
I do
you
enjoy
love kettle.
But
I don't.
Okay. Kettlebells, maybe. I use those frequently.
Sure.
No, I like it because it's super low calorie, but yet if you eat the whole bag to yourself like I do because I have no self-control, it's filling. And there's not too much nutritional value in it. So whenever I'm, just binge watching YouTube late at night and I'm like, I shouldn't eat this entire bag of Doritos I'm staring at. Let me make some popcorn instead. It's the guilt factor. That when I don't want the guilt factor to settle in at midnight on a Saturday night, then I go for the popcorn. That's why I go after it.
Which goes to exactly what Kevin said. You don't like it. You just go to it for that reason. It's got 3.6 grams of fiber in every ounce.
No, see,
that's good. It's kind of a
helps you go to the bathroom.
A net carb zero right there.
Somebody just said, by that logic, you don't like bread because you got to put them together. Or sandwich meat. First of all, you can absolutely eat sandwich meat with no bread.
Sure.
Bread is there to be a conduit for your food. All right? Bread is not.
You can eat a Hawaiian roll though.
That is true because it's a little bit of a tricked up bread. But bread is not there since the Middle Ages or whatever for you to just eat to survive. It's for you. It's the vessel for your food.
Yeah,
or a pre-food. Because people do serve bread as, like a before the meal.
Get you hungry.
Yeah, Texas Roadhouse or something.
Yes. I'm still really not sure how that works.
It was an opinion.
That is weird.
Back to you, Alex.
That's a great point.
Sorry, but for the people that are upset about my Oreo take, this is not the first time it's happened.
Oh my God, no.
And I understand it. I just am not a fan.
I'm kind of with you though, because the only time I go after Oreos are the special edition ones or the mega stuff. I don't get the regular Oreos because I think the ratio sucks.
I've had one Oreo that I've liked ever, and it's the carrot cake one. Other than that,
I didn't even know that was a thing.
I've tried other flavors, and I'm just not.
I have a recommendation if you haven't tried it yet. I don't know if it's even still on the shelves.
Is this the Coke Zero ones?
No, I did try those. They were actually kind of good. In a weird way. The Post Malone collaboration.
Those actually, I did have one. They weren't bad.
Those were awesome. Oh my gosh, I binge ate those, and that's probably why I started feeling weird after a few weeks. But keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. I ate an unhealthy amount of those. National Animal Crackers Day, so most overrated food. You can keep those coming in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. So we all know the hype surrounding Paige Beckers.
Yes.
But I sent this to the group chat, this story, when I saw this. I was like, you know what? She might be one of the boys. Because how did she celebrate after the draft night festivities on TV? Well, she talked to Aaliyah Funchell, a sports content creator that was on the orange carpet. And she said that she was planning to go home or go to the hotel, wherever she was, and just order a ton of wings. And she followed
in your
up.
face, Jim Palmer.
She followed up on that. And
a literal ton?
She DoorDashed. This has to be somewhat close to a literal ton. She DoorDashed 4 100-piece packs of wings for her and her crew, including a vast selection of veggie sticks, different dipping sauces, different seasonings and whatnot. It looks like
money.
The seasoning, yeah, because this is expensive. I have the total price too. Ooh. The different flavors that her and her crew got. It looks like hickory smoked barbecue, Hawaiian, garlic parmesan, lemon pepper, mild, and Cajun. Were the different selections.
So you got to think, give or take, about $1 a wing. Now, I realize they can have specials and whatnot.
Sure.
Maybe you get a little bit of a discount. You order it in bulk with the tip. I'm going to say that she paid $550.
I was going to say $620.
Kevin is super close. $540.72.
What a bum. Couldn't even get it. You went over.
Yeah, Mr. Math.
Yeah.
Look at you. I thought you were better than this.
My bad.
Yeah, when Cynthia Freeland and her math talk comes on.
That's why she's so great.
I looked at her Twitter the other day. She has a picture of her as the background kissing the word math. So she's perfect
Math
for this
is
show.
Kevin, you have 24 hours to respond.
Oh, I love it, love it, love it. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Another top-notch edition of AM on the FM. Now, we got C-Block.
Let's give something away! Hey!
877-881-1053.
Now.
Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Modest Mouse and the Flaming Lips on August 19th at the Toyota Music Factory. You can buy tickets right now, or you can win them for free. Just got to be caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, C Block.
If you want to win, get the guy they can't tackle. Next on The Fan.
It's the Rangers and the Dodgers, the last two World Series winners, meeting in
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
That red light went on, and I started in on the back on the KNC. My brain just triggered for a second.
We can make that happen.
All right, guys. So I got a bunch of things to get to. One being, did I handle this situation with my neighbor correctly? And I really, this is a fun conversation, and I hope we can all get in on this one in just a minute. Before we do, though, I did see Mike Bassick did tweet this earlier this morning. The Rangers are wearing red today.
Love it.
And because the Dodgers have the blue and white uniforms.
I love it.
So the Rangers are wearing red. He said, I hope to see a whole lot of red out there in the stadium. So
that is my favorite iteration of Rangers colors.
I mean, it was a time period for us that was a lot of fun.
It was the opening of the ballpark in Arlington. It was the first time that the Rangers made it to the playoffs. It was Pudge. It was Juan.
Yeah. It felt like a new version.
Yes.
I'm still very. I still love that classic Nolan Ryan white with the blue cap. I still love that look so much. But you're right. That red look is great. And for tonight, if you're heading out to the stadium, according to Mike, they're wearing red. So wear some red out there in support of your Texas Rangers, and say hi to Dave Raymond for us while you're there. You know, just say what's up. All right. So, and then I saw this, Kevin. It's been a while since I've checked the Players Tribune.
Okay,
but the Players Tribune is still a great way for an athlete to show that they can write and tell their own story the way they want to. It's like their own little journal of their feelings. And Ashton Genty wrote a piece on the Players Tribune that I think everybody should go kind of read through the whole thing. But I'm going to give you a little bit of an excerpt here. I'm going to give that to you real quick. He said, this is at the very end of it. So I've had to take the long way sometimes. And what I've learned about the long way is it didn't keep me from being great. It just made it so when I got there, I'd be even greater. I'm there now. And I believe that's exactly what it's made me different. It's made him different because of the journey that he's had to take. And he said, I truly believe I was born to do this. I truly believe what makes me different, it isn't about the position I line up at. It's about the mindset I bring to it. Those 11 dudes on defense, they're all on a football field playing football. Me, in my mind, I'm still in the backyard with my friends playing No One Can Touch Me. I've taken the long way. I'm done with that way. If you pick me, it's simple. I'm coming to your franchise to do what Saquon and the Eagles just did.
Wow.
I'm coming to win big soon. It's tackle football. You know what I'm saying? I'd draft the guy they can't tackle. Thank you for your time, Ashton Genty. That's strong, dude. That's strong content from him right there.
I love the line, it's tackle football, draft the guy you can't tackle.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes a lot of sense.
I don't know if he was trying to up his draft stock or if he was just like, hey, man, I got words in here that I need to get them out.
Yeah.
And sometimes that is the case. Sometimes, man, what was I watching recently where a guy was recording all the things that he thought? And, it was The Studio. And Seth Rogen was recording his thoughts, and he said his therapist was like, hey, when you're anxious about something, get your phone out and say things to it and just let them be there. You know, get it out. That way you get it out of your system. And I was like, that is a good idea. And writing has been for me, and I know, Kevin, for you too, has been a way for us to kind of express things and get them out there. But that's strong stuff from Ashton Genty right there. And I'd love wouldn't it be wild if they said, all right, we're going to assign every single draft prospect this thing too. And then you get to see the difference.
Write a paper?
Yeah, you get to see the difference.
Oh, man, that would be interesting.
For every one of those. And from the 3-2-1, did Corey record his neighbor Steve on his doorbell camera? No, but there was some doorbell camera stuff included in that conversation. And I guess it's time to get to that discussion. Did I... Rangers Wear City connects on Friday. Did I... Mike
you think
said
Mike
red.
lied to you?
I'm looking at Twitter. Mike said red. Hold on. Would Mike Bassick lie to us? Would he lie to me?
No, maybe he was wrong, or maybe he's right. Maybe he said tomorrow.
He said Rangers red versus Dodgers blue tonight. late notice, but I think the Globe needs a lot of red tonight. So maybe that's what he's saying is I just think it. And Mike, you know how Mike is. When if I think it, everybody else should think it too.
So you might have misread it.
I may have misread it.
Okay.
Or maybe they're doing something. Maybe everybody should wear red tonight. Or
I mean, yeah.
Wear your Peagles. I don't care. Just go out there and cheer loud as hell. All right?
Okay.
How about that? And
agreed.
Do what Dave Raymond said. Give Jock Peterson the power of positivity today. First at bat, cheer him on. If he hits a home run, do it again at the second at bat. All right? Let's get that rocking.
And if you don't think that's going to happen, you can always go lower on underdog with your play with him. Maybe mix it with John Morant. Theoretically.
The other day, I was sitting at the house, and my son got home. And my son asked me, he said, Dad, do you need to wait for the person crossing the street to get completely across the street before you turn? And when he asked that, before he even said before you turn, I was like, yes.
You're right.
Because the reality is the pedestrian has the right of way. And you should give them. I hate going through school zones and seeing people like, oh, I got to wait through this light. It might turn red and this kid's crossing the street. I need to cut him off. I don't like seeing that, dude.
Yeah.
They have the right of way. Let them go through. That's the rule according to what we learned in driving school.
Yep.
Once they get all the way through. I said, so what happened? And my son said, well, he was about 2 or 3 steps off the curb, and there was another group of kids coming up behind him. And so I decided to turn in, and the guy turned around and flipped me off and started yelling at me, calling me an a-hole and all these things. And I was like, oh, man, like, do you know who the person was? And he said, no, I don't. He said, but he probably lives in a neighborhood. He was walking his dog. And hey, wear red anyway. For anybody that just said they were just texting all their friends to wear red, wear red anyway.
Yeah.
It's a cool color.
It's true.
And so he said, no, I don't know who it is. And I was like, well, you know, we'll probably see him around. Just make sure in the future you turn. Look, people get mad about things. They flip people off. They vent about it and they move on with life.
That is true.
About 30 minutes later, I got a knock on the door, and my kid looks outside and says, hey, that's our neighbor, Doug. That's the guy. And I said, what? And he said, that's our neighbor, Doug. That's the guy. Doug, I love Doug. He's fantastic. He grew up in my dad's neighborhood. He has the great story about Carter walking over in the snow and his shoes, talking about, hey, I think your tree's broken. Like, he's great. So I opened the door and I said, hey, how's it going? And he said, can I talk to Avery, please? And he said, you can stand out here if you want, but I'd prefer to talk to him alone. All right. I want to let everybody know, 877-881-1053. You're not letting your 17-year-old kid go talk to an adult alone when you know that there's a possibility of a situation.
I got that.
All right. So there's no way. So I opened the door and I said, Avery, come here, please. Avery steps outside, and I said, Doug would like to say something to you. And our neighbor went into his spiel, and he was like, look, man, you reached behind. I could have reached behind and touched your car. That's how close you were to me. And so obviously, I'm going back in my mind, and I'm like, Avery didn't tell me that it was that close. He said 2 to 3 steps off.
Yeah.
Is this adult lying? No, I don't think so, because he's a good guy. I've talked to him enough. And then he kind of continues to go on, and he's like, look, you know, my dog could have jumped in front of the car, and Avery, I could see, is tense and tight because he's experiencing a moment of conflict.
Yeah.
And I was kind of watching him, observing him. I Mike Maddoxed him and put my hand on his shoulder just to let him know I'm there to support him. You know, just to touch is part of healing anxiety. It's part of what we do. And Doug is continuing on with, hey, your dad and I have seen enough risky driving out here that there's no reason you can't just take a couple more seconds. No reason you can't just calm just a little bit and let somebody pass. And he was like, even those kids that were behind me, go ahead and let them pass. And at this point, I had known, Avery had told me that this person had flipped them off, called them the words. And so I did ask him, I said, were you mad? And I saw on his face, he looked at me as if oh crap, he knows what I did. And he said, kinda, and left it at that. Now, I didn't go back at him and say, well, Avery said this, because honestly, it didn't really have anything there's no way to solve that part of it. So we got done with the conversation. I agreed. I told Avery a story about how we need to be better neighbors, and especially take care of your own neighborhood. Take care of your neighborhood, man. That's a responsibility that we have as drivers. I don't want to run over a kid in our neighborhood. I don't want anything bad happen to anybody. So yes, Avery, a young driver who's less experienced than us, make sure you take care of it. And Doug, thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it. Doug, was still kind of amped. I could see he's still kind of amped up, and he went on and left. When we went inside, I did tell Avery, I said, I did see that he didn't completely tell us the truth, but that's neither here nor there when it comes to that. But you saw it too, and he was like, yeah, he lied. And I was like, it's okay. We know what happened there.
Right.
Now, the question I have for y'all, because I wasn't going to let anybody just talk to my kid and then talk down to my kid without me being there. But I also wanted my kid, and no, he wasn't jaywalking. He was walking across the neighborhood street area he was supposed to. What I wanted my kid to see was how to have a conversation in conflict.
You're right. And
how to have a rational conversation, and how important information is.
Okay.
If I didn't have that information, I may have just been like, oh yeah, talk to my kid, walk off. I had information that I knew, so I knew what was going on. But I wanted my kid to understand that you can disagree about something and you don't have to chop somebody's head off.
Sure.
You can disagree. We can all have reasonable conversations, even if we're mad and upset about things. Now, maybe it was best that both of them had time, about 30 minutes between, because Doug was a little amped up. And again, I like Doug, but I really do want my kids to understand, because we've all experienced the adrenaline starts pumping, and now you're saying words you didn't mean to say.
Yep.
You're doing things you didn't really want to do, and and then you're regretting some of the things you didn't do whenever you were in the moment. And you've experienced that.
Yes,
I've experienced that before. So I wanted to make sure that my kid saw it. When we went back in the house, Carter had got onto the Ring doorbell app and watched the whole thing. And he was excited to talk about this. And he was like, oh my gosh, I wish you would have body slammed. And I was like, dude, no, this is me explain all of this to you. So I told Carter too. And I was like, look, so I asked Carter, because Carter was in the car with Avery. Guess what? I got a third different story.
Oh.
I got a third different story from what I was told by all those people. Carter's is the one that I trust the most because it's a combination of both stories from Doug and Avery.
Yeah.
And once I got that, I told Carter the same thing. Look, man, if we get into these conversations, we can. The most important thing to me is we take care of our community. We take care of our neighborhood. We're not here trying to be unfriendly to people we live next to. We're all working together on this. And I'm hopeful that and somebody said, I'll beat his A. Look, that was the thing. He didn't come over. He didn't say any bad words to me. He didn't say any bad words in front of him. I still need to investigate a little more of the flipping off part, because Carter didn't say whether or not that happened. But there was no reason for me to get into a fight over it.
Yeah.
It's just him saying, hey, please be a little safer. And I think that's a fair thing to do. Did I handle that as a responsible father and adult, and did I do a good job with my kid?
Yeah, no, I think so. And from the 817, this is interesting to me. Doug should have ended that conversation with an apology for flipping off and cussing at a minor. Because I wonder if one of the reasons he needed to walk away, too, is it wasn't until after the fact that he's like, oh, crap, I know who that is. And like maybe he just thought it was some jacknuts like speeding through the neighborhood and everything like that. And he's like, oh, man, dang it, I know who that is. I will say I appreciate him making the effort, even if he was going to like try to lecture your son. I appreciate him like trying to reach out.
And then on top of that too, I did tell Avery, I was like, look, man, I do care about you. And the reason I tell you every time you walk out the door to be safe is because I want you to walk back through that door. Every time you leave it's a nerve-wracking part for us as parents, because there's that possibility. So please be safe in all of these aspects. Do the right thing. So again, some people are saying, hey, he did this to your son. My son also did something wrong too. something that I have taught him differently. So I'm not going to punch my neighbor in the face and show him who the real boss is. Everybody knows who runs that neighborhood.
Oh,
no, I'm just joking.
We'll
anyway,
wait to hear Doug's retort on his podcast. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what are your predictions for Mavs-Grizzlies tonight? Also, Masterpiece of the Week. It is a jam-packed segment. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
Are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you for it. Thanks for choosing the KNC
Uber Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
door ready for spring? Don't wait till it's too late. Call Tolbert Garage Door today for our garage door roller special. Smooth, quiet, and reliable, just like it should be. Call now or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Meanwhile, the Mavs this quarter, 5 of 6 from 3. Williams has 2 triples. Thompson with his fourth. Klay Thompson catching fire.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What are your predictions for Mavs-Grizzlies tonight? We will get to Masterpiece of the week after that, but also, how the hell did the Mavericks get this grade for the season? Don't forget, if you want to go out to see the G-Bag Nation, well, it'll probably be closer to game time. Go ahead and head out to the ballpark. They'll be out there getting you ready for Rangers-Dodgers, which you can hear right here on The Fan. All right, I want to get predictions. So predictions for tonight, but also, did you see the grades for all of the teams this NBA season?
No, I have not seen this yet.
What grade would you give the Mavericks for the season?
Off season coming into it, A+. The regular season, D.
Oh, okay. Only 2 teams got Fs.
They're in a play-in. I mean, like they still did good enough to get there. They were good enough to be there.
I suppose that is true. The Phoenix Suns and Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh gosh, yes.
The Philadelphia 76ers definitely.
That is a miserable situation.
Those are the only 2 teams that got an F.
And granted, the Suns, who missed the playoffs with all of that talent, that definitely deserves an F. The Mavericks screwed themselves. And their expectations were very high too, but they screwed themselves too. What did we see on their grade?
Who's that?
Did you say their grade yet?
The Mavs?
Yeah,
not yet.
Oh come on, dude!
But they didn't get an F.
All right.
Pelicans got a D. Toronto Raptors got a D+, as did the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay.
I think that is an insane grade. I don't see how this season can be anything right now but an F.
I disagree with you, man. If you made the play-in, you did good enough to be in a place, and now you're you're 1 game away from the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
You're 1 game away. Now, did they make an extremely crazy move?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes,
that was the dumbest thing I've seen. Those dudes on the court though kept playing, and they're still playing right now.
All right,
I'll give them that. Now, was this a front office only grade?
No, it's for the whole. They get an F for me.
Daniel Gafford doesn't deserve an F.
He's collateral damage. There's nothing that this franchise deserves to me but an F this year, right now.
PJ does not deserve that from you.
He's collateral damage as well.
He's so much nicer.
Sorry.
You know how women are, right?
I mean, look, I bet plenty of people in that locker room said F as this was going on.
You know what? You're probably right about that. They were very frustrated.
From the 817, F- for the Mavs. From the 469, the Mavericks will win because Klay Thompson was waiting for the playoffs to really turn it up. And you know what's funny? That's something that we talked about, like when he got off to some early season struggles. And there were plenty of people, I'll admit, there are plenty of people that were like, oh, he's washed. And obviously this season did not lend itself as a good counter argument to that. But I also said at the beginning, I wonder if the playoffs is where he is going to shine. Now, I would have thought he would have been better in the regular season before he would have like turned it up and shined in the playoffs. But I am oddly intrigued by the idea that Klay Thompson will like really turn it on in the postseason.
You know, who was the guy on the, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. He was on the halftime show, the pre and post game show with him.
Skin.
He's the white guy with the weird hair. No, not that guy. And he was on ESPN. And he was like, look, man, nobody wants to play the Mavericks. They have champions on their team. They have Klay's a champion. Jason Kidd's been there. Anthony Davis is a champion too.
Yeah.
Like they have dudes that know what they're doing on this team right now. And then they have Kyrie, obviously, you know, not able to be on the court, but in their ears on it. So they still have that ability. It's just you don't know exactly what they are completely at the moment.
And this one has a couple of different messages in it, which I kind of agree with, but not the rest of it. From the 206, I predict and hope the Mavericks win just to continue to stick it to all the people that keep complaining about Luka being traded. I was a Mavs fan before him and will continue to be a fan now that he's gone. I think that's two different things in there, though, right? Because, like, I agree. It is amusing, like, especially you heard the crosstalk that didn't even include us for a few minutes, which was tremendous.
Yeah, it was pretty
with
fun.
With Sean and Bobby going after it, that if the Mavericks could win or if they could cause some trouble after that in that Oklahoma City series, that would be fascinating as all get out to see, especially if the Lakers struggle. But I think that's different than I was a Mavs fan before and a Mavs fan after. So am I. But I don't think that means that you can't complain. Like, you can still love the team and be like,
sure.
I hate what they did, but...
And that's again, you said collateral damage. I separate them, and that's two different things, two different fair things. I don't think anybody on that court made that decision. Now, that granted, maybe some people on the court did go to Nico
I have no idea.
Did go to Patrick Dumont and say, hey, man, this dude's disconnected, and we don't, not everybody's a fan of him, and he's kind of a ball hog. Maybe there were some people that were upset, but for the most part, I don't blame them for the Luka trade.
Okay. Now,
and you can separate that. I can separate that.
Yeah.
And that's how I've gone about this whole thing the entire time.
For sure. And look, somebody used the phrase shock factor, and that's probably still at play. Like, if they made it to the finals again and, like, Luka had another meltdown and got booted out of the game and then there were rumblings. But, like, I think it's the shock factor that does factor into this.
You thought this team was going to go as a group win a championship together.
I did.
You were building it for that.
From the 2-on-4, we losing tonight, boys, and I keep looking for more movement in the line, and I just haven't really seen it so far. It's still kind of hovering around that 6 to 6.5, whereas if John Morant was more likely to not play, I would have thought maybe you'd scale it down and kind of like hedge your bets, like a 3.5 or 4-point spread. Haven't seen that happen just quite yet. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Long time no speak.
Sorry, Alec, this text really made me laugh. I want them to lose for the Tim McMahon article alone. They just want that, whatever that evisceration's about to be, that's what they want.
And the appeal of the loss for me tonight would be then you're still in the lottery.
I'm not going to lie. I texted my group chat with all my high school and college buddies, and I said the exact same thing, Corey. I said that the other day. I wanted them to lose just so I could get the Tim McMahon
It's going to be juicy.
It is, and so is Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very alarming things said on this very program. We're going to do our favorite tradition of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves in a moment, but just wanted to be known. Corey, last week, it was all you.
It was.
It was pretty much entirely Corey Majors.
Thank you.
You only have 4 this week.
Well, it's still a lot, but...
This feels like a vengeance.
Compared to Kevin Hagelin's 11, I think you're safe. And obviously, we're not going to get to all of them, so we'll have some left over for next week. But we have 2 people not here that we can pick on, and I'll let you guys choose. Do you want to pick on Brian Broaddus, or do you want to pick on Stephen Jones?
Stephen Jones.
Why did you say that so fast?
Because... I heard Broaddus the other day, and he was like, oh, yeah, I know you were scouting that out, Majors. And sometimes he will dunk on our tomfoolery, so I picked Stephen Jones.
Because he had to be part of it so many times when we were doing the Power Hour on Wednesday nights.
And also, I believe I know what Stephen Jones is about to say.
Did I set this up?
Yes, you did, and
you did.
Stephen said this.
Yeah, I think they come in all, pardon the phrase here, but all shapes and sizes.
All right.
Because
the best part, I'm sorry,
matters.
Corey, yes. And he chuckled at that too. The best part about that, and I would like us to play it one more time if we can, is Stephen Jones is thinking exactly what all of the childish middle school folks amongst us were thinking.
Yeah, I think they come in all, pardon the phrase here, but all shapes and sizes.
And I'm giggling like an idiot in the background, but at the same time,
so is he.
Stephen, and I know professionally what the relationship is, and I know what he seems to be to a lot of people in public, and you can have your opinions on him, feelings about him. I know for a fact like that joke carries with him. He thinks that's funny. We think it's funny, and we're just joking around, having a good time. If we were sitting there having dinner with him, we'd crack some jokes like that too, and he'd probably have some good zingers as well. So he heard it. I asked him. I said, when it comes to receiver, does size matter? Because Tet is big and tall, and Matthew Golden's a little shorter, and that was exactly what I was asking.
Mm-hmm. Well, it feels like Broadus was kind of in on the bit, too, with this one. He said this.
You get a sack, say a 35-pound sack, and they're kind of medium size. Those are pretty good.
So this is a bold move by Alec right now, because Alec said he's never tried crawfish.
And that's what we were discussing.
He has been invited to Brian Broaddus's next crawfish boil, yet still plays the audio of crawfish boil to make it sound like Broaddus is talking about balls.
And Broaddus is listening right now, too, as he's getting prepared for his show.
I have a job to do. You guys put me in a very odd situation where I have to make people sound weird.
Mm-hmm.
And I just do my job, and I think that sometimes with clips like that, I do my job too well.
That's a top-notch bit of audio.
I apologize, Broadus. Well, Kevin, since you want to try to bury me, let's bury you. Kevin, you said this.
Okay, get car insurance and don't hook up with your cousin. Fact!
I mean, it's fair.
That is such a low bar, people. Yeah. Get car insurance and don't go bang somebody at your family reunion. That doesn't feel like a lot to ask.
That one was somehow better. I don't know how you top that.
Who goes to a family reunion is like, hope I go hook up tonight. Don't do that.
I mean, yeah, that goes without saying, I hope.
And yet here we are.
So remember when Mike was here, we had, at least I had a favorite subcategory of him overreacting to stuff. I have a new one that's kind of developed over the past few weeks of Corey just questioning himself and words.
Bobby Bowden told us that same thing. Bobby Bowden. Bowden.
Because you were going back and forth with that and Jim Bowden, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In my mind, I was like, which one is it? It's been so long since he coached.
Yeah.
But yes, back when we were filling in, I believe, for the morning show, Bobby Bowden told us,
I go get those mamas.
I go get close to their mama. I want them to know that I'm going to be like a daddy to their kid.
Sounded like a Steven story about Jerry the other day. That sounds very close. Let's see. Kevin? You said this.
But it took like 25 minutes or whatever to get it going. I was like, I got to go do something else. That,
you just
I
gave
actually
up that
know
quick,
what that
huh?
was.
Gave up after 25
That was
minutes.
about the Masters.
Mm-hmm.
But, I also think if you're trying to get your little fella feeling big again, as the Blue Chew commercials from RJ would tell us, if it's been 25 minutes, you need to regroup and go do something else, right?
You could visit Men's Tea. That could help out for
Yes,
sure.
that's true.
Aren't you doing that today, Corey?
I'm going to see Men's Tea for
because
another
in the break,
visit today.
he's really been fiddling around.
Oh, well, this feels appropriate, Kevin.
What is a glizzy?
It
that
almost
was what
sounds
my
like,
wife said.
It almost sounds like you have disdain for the glizzy without even knowing what it is.
I'm not going to lie. In my head, glizzy means something else completely different, and it's not FCC compliant.
Aww.
And I can see how people would be against that.
From the
Not
817,
me.
yeah, wait until the reunion is over, you moron.
No! How is that your takeaway from what I said?
Because there are Master Peeps, dude. That's why.
Oh, man. Well, Corey, you said this.
Like, they've had some ding-dongs, if you will.
I want to know what that was about because of the polite, if you will.
If you will, yeah. I think I did not know the word I really wanted to use, and ding-dong sounded like the right one.
It really felt like you should have been like an overweight judge or sheriff fanning himself because it's so muggy out here, if you will.
If you will.
Let's see.
My Lord.
I think I actually remember the context of that, but I'm not going to tell you because that's the fun of the segment. Kevin, back to you.
I did something terrible to their mom.
Dude, they're...
Crap.
It sounds like you are telling a story about what you did to your kid's mom.
Yeah, and it was like we were talking about how like it was such a minor infraction, and yet people were looking at me as, well, you heard the rest of it, and that sounds bad.
Well, don't vote for this. I just thought this was funny.
Nipple.
All right. Anyways,
that was okay. I just want for the context.
Oh.
That was the guy who was the PA announcer at the East Regional Finals, and nobody told him how to say Khan's last name.
Right.
He was just like 2-pointer for nipple. And you're like, no.
We believe you, dude.
I just love the excitement in that. That's my new favorite drop. Kevin. Again, you were on a roll this week.
Just has to kind of open his mouth and be like, eh? That was.
That is glorious. That is glorious. Sound effects are always a win in my book.
Like you and your stupid hungry hippos a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
I love sound effects.
I don't know why that's so funny.
See, but I can't tell because it's too much of like a gobble sound of effect. I can't tell if I was like confused Tim the Toolman Taylor or if I was or if I was like actually pretending to eat something in that scenario.
Let's see, Corey, one more from you.
They did it, and it was a girl, and he was like, great, another girl. And he walked off, and he already had like 3 girls.
That was about the gender reveal. But it sounds like.
Yeah. He had replicate with him.
Jeez. There's one. This one's
Somebody
walking
out there that's watched Invincible knows what I'm talking about.
This one's walking a thin line, Kevin.
The WNBA, the Sparks, maybe Paige Beckers are on wanker watch.
Kevin. Okay. Although Wanker Watch is still, it's a great idea from the Tolo. You know, the new segment or the new edition. If you aren't completely the wanker of the weekend, you're just keeping an eye out for Wanker Watch.
We're really going to have to workshop that name, though, because the whole point was preemptively if anybody prevented the Wings from getting Paige Beckers. But it sounds like a perv out, and that is not meant for... That's not what it's meant for.
All right, I got one more quick one just for Corey.
Slay, tinkle.
That was Kevin.
It was.
That was
I'm
Kevin.
saying it was for you.
That could be my winner, but I'm voting definitely.
Just for the record. Hold on. For the record, that was what I did not want the show to become yesterday.
Yeah.
Now I realize we're in trouble on that.
Yes, it was an Invincible reference. Thank you. Somebody got that one. I'm voting for Kevin and what he did to their mom.
I did something terrible to their mom.
I had to tell him about it, and this is a tough one.
From the 940, I look forward to this segment every Friday on my drive home from work. From the 817, I love this damn show. For the 940, this is the absolute best segment of every single week.
Thank you.
I am going to vote,
I appreciate
not
that.
for me. I'm going to vote for Stephen Jones giggling like a schoolgirl about the innuendo that Corey threw out with his question.
Yeah, I think they come in all, pardon the phrase here, but all shapes and sizes.
I just love how
I guess that wasn't quite like a schoolgirl, but you get the idea.
Well, we are going to have a winner. It's not going to be up to the people. I am agreeing with one of you two. Kevin, congratulations. I'm not agreeing with you. You are Masterpiece of the Week.
I did something terrible to their mom.
So defiant.
That's terrifying.
So definitive.
I mean, look, like a lot of... Never mind. Nope.
Thank you for censoring.
Man, Kevin, this goes back all the way to the beginning of the show this morning. From the 229, just starting the show on the app, it's always a safe bet to say you were all idiots. Remember at the beginning it just said, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
And we were like, we don't even know what that means.
Callback.
That's a callback to the beginning of the show for somebody that's just starting the show right now.
They said that's what we have in common, and that's why they love us. That's nice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go out to Globe Life Field so we can chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
A month.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Let's take you out to Globe Life Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how we doing today?
Terrific, Hagee. Happy Friday. How the heck are you?
I am doing excellent. Thank you for asking. And I know you guys are at the ballpark. What is the excitement level for tonight's game as well as just Rangers-Dodgers series in general?
Yeah, I think for us it's a 10 out of 10, considering the pitching probables here for the Rangers, what they're going to be throwing out here the next 3 days. You know, I think you just have to look no further than their promo sheet. You know, in a lot of series, they're gonna have just like nonstop stuff. But here for this Dodger series, it's like, guys, the champs, the best roster money can buy with your first place Texas Rangers, DeGrom on the hill tonight. I think you could go promotionless tonight. You know, and maybe that's unheard of in the world of professional baseball, but I really think you could.
Yeah, this is outstanding. This is best on best when it comes to the pitching stuff, as you mentioned. I'm so glad they moved things around a little bit so we get this thing, DeGrom, Eovaldi, Malley with the way he's been pitching. And I'm still riding that Rocker high from last night, dude. Yeah. So I'm feeling great.
Yeah, I was excited about breaking out my Ranger red until I realized it was a city jersey night here or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So Bassick, once again, the fountain of misinformation. Sorry. You know, I mean, my God, what are we doing? But here we are. You know, I was kind of hopeful that I think we're city. We're going
jersey. Peagle. Going Peagle tonight.
The Peagles tonight. So
Peagle
Bassick,
possibly
if we had red ones, I probably would have broke that out. But Bassick, he's trying to get the crowd to wear red. But we got our city jerseys tonight, right?
Yeah, I think
and you could get a Sean Tollison autograph, by the way, Rangers pitcher from 2014 to 2016. I believe he's a hometown guy.
He is. He's from Allen. Covered him in high school. Also, if you get a chance, ask him what he thinks about Derek Holland.
No.
Because I would love nothing more than string after string of people wanting an autograph and being like, hey, what do you think about Derek Holland? Why do you guys not really get along that well?
It's funny.
How could you not get along with Derek Holland?
Dude, they're
Derek, two different people.
Derek even said it because
Derek's awesome.
Yeah, Derek was Sean is very, very dry and very clever. Like, we talked with him once in spring training and we're like, how about this positioning of your locker? And he goes, for sure, man. Some people don't even get one wall. I have 3 walls. And like, for whatever reason,
I didn't know if he was serious or not.
Yeah.
He was so dry.
We had this interview with him and Derek and Mike, and Mike talked about it the rest of the day, how it was the most awkward interview he had ever been involved with. It was amazing.
Fun times.
Yeah, for sure. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Heggie, thanks for asking. It is a what you drinking, what you thinking Friday, but we're here at the ballpark. We're going to take maximum advantage of that in the form of Jared Sandler at 4:40 and Eric Nadell joining us at 5:20. Right before we get to the Expressway and LA Live and all that. It's going to be an eventful and enchanted evening of broadcasting. 4.5 hours leading into that pregame at 6:30.
Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Globe Life Field. By the way, they just got it in under the buzzer from the 575. KNC, can I get a shout out from my wife, Hannah? I met her 11 years ago today. We've been married going on 3 years, and she is the absolute best. There you go. Come back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, what's up, Hannah?
No.
Okay.
Go Jesus. I did something terrible to their mom.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in. It's Hour 1 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, live from the Globe, as the Rangers will host the Dodgers tonight. A matchup of the last two World Series champions, and a great opportunity here this evening to go out and watch Jacob deGrom battle maybe the best lineup in baseball. Okay, let's do this. We'll be broadcasting for the next 4.5 hours. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, NA. We will have What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up today at 5 o'clock. Okay? It's just a little bit of a schedule tweak there, as we want to make sure we have enough time for everything, that happens at that expressway, including LA Live.
Yes, sir.
I believe the G-Bag of the day has found a permanent home there at 5:30.
That's awesome.
Okay.
That is so awesome.
Thought you guys would like knowing that.
That's great news on a Good Friday.
Right there in the middle of maybe of your drive home. Maybe you're already home. Maybe you want to go back and listen to it with the Odyssey app. But you can count on it every day at 5:30 for the first time in 12 years. The time of the G-Bag of the day has moved. But you're going to love that 5:30 to 6 o'clock every day with Lucius cranking the G-Bag of the day, then LA Live back to back.
That is like music to my ears. I love the show. It's always something I look forward to. Learn so much along the way. Laugh. Kind of like
it's the best.
Kind of like, oh geez, I didn't know that. But Lucius does such a great job. So it's hats off to him. It's must listen.
Hats off to you, Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champ, coming off a very successful Draft 101 last night in our performance showroom downstairs.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate that. Thank you to the guys and the gals that came from far away. There we had a crowd of a couple of folks that drove 3 hours away to be a part of this. So
they're crossing state lines.
Yeah, they're just but a lot of really great draft questions. Really loved being a part of that. Always do. Thanks to Gavin Spittle and to Derek Eagleton, to Tim Collins. Thank you to Travis Hill and the guys at Whataburger as well for being such a huge part of that. And if you're interested, if you didn't get a chance to see it after our show today, it is actually up on our YouTube page on 105.3 The Fan. So you can, it's 2 hours worth of draft content. You can kind of take a peek at it for yourself. So thanks to Carter Freeman for getting that up and going.
Lucius Alexander's back home at 75 in Fitzhugh in the Pimp Cup. Fix it to go 4.5 flawless right here. That's radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Of course, you have Eric Chiafalo in the house. Wolchuk fell to the bronchitis, I believe. That's one of the worst coughs I've ever seen from somebody that didn't have tuberculosis. That was Doc Holliday level stuff, fighting through it yesterday.
I thought it was whooping at one point. We were all kind of looking around. He called it a little tickle in his throat, but I feel like it graduated to a scratch.
Yeah.
And especially after 2 hours of babysitting on the draft show last night and running point, I'm sure he woke up this morning feeling like, ooh, let's go get a little steroid shot, get me back to feeling 100, especially on draft week. It's a bad time.
Yes. Sometimes you got to go steroid shot. I've had to do that before for poison ivy. It was overwhelming me.
Yeah,
it was something else, man. It had a life of its own that year.
That's awful.
I'd spent the better part of
If you stand within 2 feet of poison ivy, are you going to get it?
Yes. Yeah, I will get it.
It's so windy here.
If I touch it, I'm going to be uncomfortable for the next 2 months. But that particular day, it was like my first experience with poison ivy. I'd gotten out behind our property, beyond the fence line, and there's all this brush, and I was raking it up to make this little trail back into the woods and stuff, and it turned out really good. But for the better part of 4 hours, I was weed eating and then taking poison ivy and raking it across my legs. I didn't have any pants on.
Oh, you just did it completely naked out there.
Yeah,
that was a choice.
And it got so bad before I went to the steroids that I had taken a washcloth and just scrubbed my leg because it was itching so bad. And
that probably was helpful. I think that's something they've recommended you do.
It was raw. You can probably ask Basque about it because I had to wear shorts the next day because if I'd worn pants, it would have stuck to my legs.
It was that raw.
Yeah.
Jeez,
it was horrible. So I knew I had to go get some antibiotics and some steroids that time around.
Were you debating on whether to do that because you're kind of the guy that really I'm going to tough it out.
I don't want to go to the doctor.
I'm not going to go do that. I'm just going to tough it out and hope it goes away kind of guy.
Yes, I think actually what I did was I got a teledoc. and they're like, okay, you need to go right now, right? Because this is bad.
Get this fixed.
You got infection. You got rampant poison ivy like we've never seen.
You got bleeding from rubbing it raw. Yeah.
That's when I found out, though, this is a good time to have poison ivy talk, and maybe some people are dealing with it right now because they've been doing some springtime gardening or whatever. But one of the best ways to get relief if you're up at night is to hit it with the blow dryer until it pushes past the point of pain. Right, it'll be a very painful itch, and you'll be holding the blow dryer on it, like getting some relief, like, wow, that kind of feels nice, and then it'll go numb. At that point, bang, you got about 15, 20 minutes to fall asleep. Right.
Ooh, okay.
So that's a pro tip.
That's your nighttime
Yeah,
routine.
so-
You should do the alpha male influencer nighttime routine.
Yeah.
Showing how you blow dry your
How
poison
the alpha
ivy.
male deals with poison ivy.
Here's the stupid question: is it the cool side of it or the warm side of it that you use of the blow dryer?
Yeah, you blowing warm or cold?
Oh,
on
you
that?
go heat.
You're going heat. Okay.
Okay.
You
All right.
basically want to max out the itching and heat nerve endings.
Oh.
Right.
So you're frying them.
When you heat them up past a point, they're like, okay, we're done. I can't feel anything, boss. All right, I get it.
Yeah.
And at that point, you got about 20 minutes or so to fall asleep. It's quite pleasant.
My dad used to basically just lather us in that pink calamine lotion
Calamine
whenever
lotion.
when we had it, so we would just be
That's
all
good
pinked
stuff, too.
out. But somebody just texted in 214. Best thing for poison ivy: wash yourself with Dawn Platinum.
Oh, the dish soap?
Dish soap.
Yeah.
If
Maybe
it's for a dish,
after
can it
an
be,
exposure.
Could it be for my epidermis? If it's for my plates,
Yeah.
I wonder. Are they really that awesome? Is the versatility of Dawn soap that where I could wash my plate and my butt?
I think
You've never had the struggle, huh?
I think for the issues of science, that Dawson needs to get poison ivy, and let's see if this works.
Well, I think it would work on the front end. Like I was out working in poison ivy, and now I've scrubbed myself thoroughly with this Dawn Platinum. I think it would break down the oils. But once you got it, I don't think there's anything you can do but roids.
Yeah, I think that's 100%. That's a roid factor right there.
I
That's
mean,
tough sledding, dude.
And I got the special poison ivy soap. So now when I'm done outside, I'll take a shower with that now to try to mitigate it.
Gotta get ahead of it.
There's a special poison ivy soap that you can wash with if you've had exposure to it within a couple of hours, something like that. Okay, of course, we do have Ruben Portillo in the house. He is a remote engineering
Ruby
as
Tuesday.
we're live at the Comerica backyard here in the G-Bag Nation, home of the Rangers. And yes, Eric Nadell is going to join us at 5:20. We'll take your phone calls at 5 o'clock sharp, okay? And looking forward to hearing from Rodeo Ron, who went over 30 days sober this week.
I
Brian.
saw him last night.
Cool.
He looks great.
He really does.
He
Nice.
really does. Congratulations to him. He asked a really good question, and he did the tagline and everything, and even in the people in the crowd.
Where you
at, baby? And everybody, all the guys in the panel looked at me like, and Wolchuk, we were all kind of laughing about it. But seriously, Ron looks great.
Yeah, I'm happy for him.
So if you're kind of debating on trying to turn your life around, Ron's a good example of that. How you look. He it's outstanding.
He was flexing about just how easy it's been.
Yeah.
Like when you sort of see the light on what's gotta happen, you flip that switch and you just make it happen, dude.
Yeah.
That's big boy stuff. And he's still sipping on that Dr. Pepper though. So salute to him on that.
That's how it was for me too. Like I was going 1,000 miles an hour, and then it was just like a lane change, and it seemed fairly easy at that moment.
Yeah.
it was wild.
I think you get to a point in time you say just enough.
Yeah.
When you like I always say the rock bottom element of it all.
Yeah, I think that's what it is
I think he
for
hit
both
it.
of us.
Yeah, I think he hit it there. He got it.
Okay, we are looking for some of Hurtado's finest a little bit later on. Their new burger here.
You and I made a scouting mission to go over and see if we can find a menu to see if
I know.
it's on.
Okay, I was doing the same thing when I was walking by, trying to get a peek ski at the menu, and I guess they probably throw it up whenever the building gets in here because it wasn't there, and I was wondering.
the same thing.
Is the Burgertron on the menu, especially after last night?
Well, you know
dude.
me.
It should be. It's a Ranger burger.
Yeah,
we're at the Ranger game.
You know me.
Let's have some Burgertrons.
If Ruben's willing, I'm willing to buy them all. He makes the run
look
for
at
us.
that.
So if we're interested in
he's
if
a
this
jolly good
if this
fella.
burger's on the menu tonight, we're all going to have one.
You're
It
incredible.
makes sense that it would be, but we have not yet confirmed that Jake Burger is. But you could get a Jake Burger Whataburger jersey next Wednesday. It's going to be Whataburger night in their A's game. The co-branded Whataburger sleeveless hoodie.
It is great. Travis Hill, again from Whataburger, sent me the drawing of it, the rendering of it. Trust me, you want to get this if you're a fan.
Dude, their merch is 10 out of 10. Every time I see something different, I'm like, oh, it's phenomenal. I want it.
The Josh Young World Series replica ring is next Tuesday against the A's. You do have an ice cream sundae on Sunday against the Dodgers.
Is it dollar
Perfect.
ice cream?
Yeah, that's a dollar. That's kids 13 and under. But that's a 420 game right there. So I imagine that Bluebell's going to see a lot of foot traffic coming through on that particular game there. That's a Sunday. Glizzy Day is Wednesday as well. That includes the Ranger Glizzy cap.
Man,
so Wednesday's huge.
I wish. Can we get out here again on Wednesday? I want to be here for some of that.
I'll tell you what.
Those are some ideal giveaways. It's funny because in Around the Bases, I will unveil to you what I believe to be the single worst bobblehead giveaway night at any ballpark ever in the history of Major League Baseball.
Wow.
But that's not what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with some badasses.
Yeah.
With the Glizzy hat, with the Whataburger deal. I can't wait.
Wait till you see this hoodie. I'll send you the picture. My gosh.
Send it to me.
You got it. Folks, seriously.
Send it to me Peyton style on Snapchat.
On Snapchat? Should I show my face wearing the actual jersey?
Yeah, I want the whole
with
face.
no pants?
Just the jersey, Winnie the Pooh style.
Yeah, just
with a tub of honey.
Just pour it all over me.
That's a calendar, dude. We can do a baseball bronze calendar. Oh, get you in there for.
How about me just with all the Ranger items with just no pants?
That is incredible. We got to make this happen.
So was that a tease for Around the Bases at 6 o'clock? You're going to give us the worst bobblehead ever?
I'm going to give
6
you
o'clock.
At 6 o'clock. Yeah, dang right. That's when we go around the bases, dude. But I'll tell you what. Yeah, I do believe it's the single worst giveaway in professional sports history.
Is it given away now that Matthew Golden's going to be the pick? Is this turning into a bad, like the worst kept secret in football, or is it that much of a sure thing? How would you put it right now?
I really don't know. It's funny. I was talking with Matt Pittman of Meat Church this morning. We were talking crawfish techniques, and Matt and I were, he's going up to Green Bay. He's taking his son up to Green Bay he's going to be part of the Dallas Cowboy contingency that's going to hang out there. So good for Matt and his son. But we were talking about that. I still feel like that Ted McMillan's still in play. I feel like that Golden's in play here. Depending on they went. I talked to a buddy of mine in the league last night. Dallas went and worked out Walker, the edge inside linebacker guy from Georgia.
Yeah.
They worked out Malik Williams as well up there. They went to Athens, Georgia, linebacker coach, defensive line coach, late run to Athens, Georgia to get some workouts done. So, there's still a lot of possibilities, Dawson, I think, for this thing to kind of stay open.
Well, I just want him to get it right.
I do too.
And if Golden's the pick, I know people were drawing comps to his career, to Calvin Johnson's career.
That was me.
Today.
And listen to this.
Yeah, what was going on there? I was curious about that.
The numbers. If you look now, people say he played in an option offense and all these things like that. But if you just look at the numbers, the career numbers of production, I'm not saying the kid is Calvin Johnson.
Right.
I'm just saying if you look at, someone was asking me, they say, hey, give me, the question was, give me a wide receiver that had an all-pro career that didn't have college production. And people say, well, wait, he played in an option offense and stuff. Well, I'll counter with you too. Texas had a situation where they didn't use him as much. They have weapons, Bond, Blue, Helm, the tight end. They had all these guys. They're throwing the ball to other people. Quinn Ewers, and people saying, well, it's Georgia Tech's are running off. I'm just telling you, if you want to say that's a receiver that became an all-time great coming out of an offense that didn't have a lot of weapons around him, didn't have a quarterback, but Texas has a ton of weapons, and he wasn't used in the right way. They set their offense up for Bond, and it didn't work. This guy played outstanding for Texas. And you look down the stretch, their final years, very, very similar numbers that way.
Okay, what kind of numbers are we going to get from the Mavs tonight? Brandon Williams has scored 17 in 2 of his 3 games since being able to rejoin the Mavs. I think, he gives you a chance. Maybe he's not a future star playmaker, but, this team needs it so bad that if he can give you 15 to 17 points, I really like the Mavs' chances of winning this game. Do we know for sure yet on John Morant?
That's what I'm asking right now. I'm going to ask
Okay.
somebody from the Mavs if they're expecting him to play tonight, and we'll get back with me on that one.
I mean, but if John Morant is out, you got to be thinking the Mavs are going to win. Even if he does play, this is probably like a coin flip type of situation. I just don't feel like the Grizzlies are, really excited about being here. And maybe the Mavs feel like they got something to prove. Like, even though we lost Luka, we're still pretty dang good. And I feel like that might carry the dub tonight.
Yeah, and ultimately you have the best player on the floor in Anthony Davis. Hopefully he's out there playing his best. And traditionally, when you look at those Laker matchups with the Grizzlies, like Anthony Davis has done a pretty nice job on Jaren Jackson Jr. Maybe you get him into some foul trouble, something like that. But John Morant, I don't know how much he was planning on getting to the rack anyway tonight, just because of the big trees that you have.
Yeah.
But especially if he's hobbled, now you're talking about a settling for jumpers John Morant. And his three ball's actually gotten pretty good.
Yeah.
This latter half of the season, he's knocking them down, but
he could crush you with that if he's hitting.
No doubt. But you'd live with that over him just being able to get to the rack at will.
My guy at the Mavs says, I said, you guys thinking Ja plays tonight? And he said yes. So we'll see. We'll see. Their game plan is to have to deal with that tonight. So hopefully, they can handle that. He's one of the best players in basketball, but he's hobbled. So hopefully Mavs can take advantage of that a little bit.
I want him to win. We'll take your thoughts on that a little bit later. What are you hoping to see tonight? But up next, Chiafalo, it's time for a top 10 at 2:20 here. Wolchuk is out. What you got in store for us?
877-881-1053. I have the top 10 Easter candies of all time as we head into Easter weekend on this Good Friday. And even more reason for Nico Harrison to be Rob Pelinka's best friend. Next in the name.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. We are live at the Globe. The segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420. Here's the Chief.
All right, 877-881-1053. We already have a text from Christina in the 817. Reese's peanut butter eggs are the #1 Easter candy of all time. She notes that Cadbury eggs are extremely overrated.
I know some people feel about that, but I'm going to disagree. I think that Cadbury egg is pretty dang good. Now, I like the smaller ones. Okay, I do think the full-size ones are a little much. So I've been going to the miniature ones.
I like that. 877-881-1053. Let us know on this Good Friday here at the Globe. Now, I have a couple of news items here from a Mavericks standpoint, or at least, in some way this ties into the Mavs. First, it's Shams Charania letting us know that the Lakers have signed Rob Pelinka to a contract extension and gave him a new title as president of basketball ops along with general manager. So he's getting the level up. And that all is, a big, I'm assuming he's handwriting a thank you card to Nico right now.
Yes.
And they'll probably embrace at a coffee shop again at some point, and Nico will congratulate him, probably give him an attaboy butt slap. They're a couple of besties.
Yeah, I would imagine when Nico ultimately does get fired, he is going to be such a legend there that they'll make way for him somewhere. If he doesn't go straight back to Nike to get rich off the Luka in Los Angeles money.
Speaking of Luka in Los Angeles, we have the sound. This is the teaser from Malika Andrews as there is a Luka Doncic upcoming interview sit-down with Malika where he shows his phone that he apparently threw in anger after hanging up the call where he found out that the Mavericks had traded him to the Lakers. Here is that sound.
I thought I would show you the souvenir from that night.
Oh, yeah, it's still there.
You hang up the phone the night you're traded, and you threw it?
Yes.
Do you have that phone?
Yeah.
You still use that phone?
Yeah, it still works.
Okay, so there's the clip. Now that is Luka's wife coming into the interview setting because she wanted to show the sort of the souvenir, as she put it, the cracked up, busted iPhone that Luka threw in anger the moment he found out that he was traded to the Lakers.
I am surprised that he wouldn't go get a new phone just because the annoyance of a cracked screen. But maybe it's driving him in some way. Maybe he likes that it scratches that itch a little bit. It's a reminder every time he checks his phone of what he's trying to rectify here, the reckoning he's trying to create.
Reminds him of a broken relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fueling him, I believe. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that to me that's it's a very, very difficult thing for him to have to deal with. And there's just, like I say, there was it just bothers me so much. And I would have been fired if I'd have worked at the Mavs. I'd have been fired because I would have stood up and said, we are effing idiots if we're thinking about doing this right now.
Yeah.
Nico would have said, all right, then Brian, you can go in your office and pack your stuff and leave. And I would have walked out of there and I'd have been just fine with it. Because I know how hard it is to find players, elite players. I mean, like franchise-changing players. Mm-hmm. Did it for 13 years. It's hard. And when you finally get one, but I would have been fired. I would have been the one, and I wonder if there was others with the Mavs that, and listen, I'm not giving Patrick DeMond or the family any pass here, but somebody had to step up and say, no, you can't do this. And I would have been that guy, like I said, that would have been fired. And then you know what I've been doing? I'd have been calling Malik Andrews and saying, listen, this is how it went down. This guy was on a mission. He was on a mission to move on from this guy.
Yeah.
And we tried to stop him, and it didn't work. He was that dug in. I just can't believe that nobody, Michael Finley, any one of these people that know basketball didn't step up and try and stop this, from happening.
I think, and I'm with you 100%. The only thing I would say is
you can't hide things like this in an organization.
Okay, because that's what I was going to say.
You
Nico
can't
kept
hide
it
this.
tight-lipped.
I think Nico had already gotten rid of anybody that would or could.
That's like I said, shame on those people that sat there and I couldn't in my own working in a front office. I'm thinking we can't do this. Please hear me. We can't do this. And I would have risked my job. I would have absolutely, because you can't find players like this. It's so rare.
It would have been awesome to have that, dude. They would have built a statue for you. Mavs fans would be absolutely loving you.
Trust me, I'm a guy that got fired for standing up for players. So, my contract ran out. But I don't know how in an organization that people just go, yeah, this is a great idea. Let's do this. This is cool. Let's do this. He can keep that a secret. No. Not the way. No, you can't. Everybody knew what was going on here.
There's no way you could ever justify it. It was just a horrible, weak ego decision. I think the other thing that's interesting to me is that Luka didn't like so many people on the coaching staff, the front office, the ownership group over the years, but he wanted to be here still so bad. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that he had such an emotional reaction. Like, I can't believe it. I don't think it's that. I think it's the rejection. I think it's the public humiliation that a team traded you.
There's definitely
that
some
really
of that.
set him off.
Yeah, the embarrassment of really, I'm being traded. This is not something that guys like me need to be worrying about.
His whole life, he's always been wanted.
Yeah,
and now it comes down to, wait a minute, I'm dragging this team to a final a couple years ago. We finally got the right combination of guys to maybe make a run at this thing. I'm a little banged up right now, but I'll get back. You
don't have a great relationship with the coach. You don't talk to anybody in the front office. They need a go-between. They fired your training staff. I would be like, sweet, I'm going to the Lakers? Dope, dude. I hate everybody here. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I thought I liked Jason Kidd for like a season. I don't know who he liked.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. There's no question about that. But let's go ahead and get into the list here. 877-881-1053. What's the best Easter candy? We go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander. When you think of Easter candies, Lucius, what's popping into your mind?
I had to get my hand on those robin eggs.
Oh yeah.
By Whoppers.
Yes.
The Whoppers. Bro. By the way, that's what my uncle used to say going to Burger King. Hey, you boys want some Whoppers?
Yeah.
I still do.
That makes at least 3 of us.
Yeah. I'm anti-Whopper. I'm more Whopper candy guy than Whopper burger guy. I do have respect for the Whopper candy, especially
I
this
do
time
love a
of year.
malted milk ball. Right out of the freezer, by the way.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Man, it's amazing how many.
That whole carton you put in the freezer,
Yep.
the whole carton?
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds amazing when they're tumbling out of there.
It's just like rocks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't it cool, though, like how freezing candy does something magical to a lot of it?
The Reese's peanut butter cup, slightly chilled. Girl Scout Thin Mints is another one. You can
those
slightly
stay.
chill. And
Stay in the fridge. You guys, you got any Easter hunt deals going down, Dawson, this weekend?
Oh yeah, we'll be Easter egg
tearing
hunt
it
for
up?
sure. With the 3.5-year-old and the 6-year-old cousin got dropped off last night, so she's going to be in the house for the weekend. We're going to do it big on Sunday for sure.
Looking in the poison ivy.
I don't think we're not going to do any actual eggs though, which is weird to me. Right?
What are you doing?
We're going to get the plastic eggs with
yeah.
money and candy inside.
Yeah.
No actual eggs.
And it's on 420. Are you going to be having any adults out there?
I don't know. They'll probably be in the garage.
You can put like a little gram. You can put a gram in the
You guys
eggs.
always
and
tell
hide
me, right?
them.
The cousins, don't the cousins go for a walk?
Thanksgiving generally is the cousin walk.
Nah, man, I'm saying you put a gram in the eggs and hide them joints. So when the adults find them, they're like, I see, fam.
Oh, you get uncles and aunties out there crawling around looking for eggs.
The green eggs are for the adults.
The green eggs are for the adults.
That's a daddy egg. Put that down.
Put that one down.
Whoa, wait. You found it. Good. Thanks.
That's so funny, though. You guys usually did real, actual eggs, and you would try and find those.
You never dyed eggs?
We dyed eggs, yeah, but that was a separate deal. You weren't hunting for those eggs because there was no payoff. Why would, as a kid, I want an actual hard-boiled egg? I want the plastic one that busts open with
if you
with
found
candy.
the most, you got a prize.
We were conned into thinking that those eggs were amazing.
That's hilarious.
They were hard-boiled eggs.
They're fantastic, bro.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Does
Put some salt on them.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah.
Did your kids, or Dawson, your kids, the hollow Easter bunny, the hollow chocolate Easter bunny?
Oh, yeah. That my mom used to
you
get
kind
like
of break
Easter
that
baskets.
thing, break pieces off of that. That's,
Always started with the ear. Did you always start with the ear? Or did you finish with the ear?
I think I finished with the ear.
Okay,
I think
so
I
you
just kind
started-
of broke it in half.
Started at the foot?
Yeah, just kind of but those little pieces of chocolate I thought were always great.
They were. They are. And I look forward to crushing some. I do the same thing I do at Halloween. I'm stealing a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
Secretly. But I
that's bad for you.
I'll tell you what I don't want at all is Peeps.
get
is
the
that
peeps.
that foamy
Get the
thing?
peeps away from me.
Who invented that?
Way worse than candy corn. Way worse
yeah.
than the circus peanuts.
Circus peanuts.
Even worse than that.
Really?
Get out.
That's true bottom of the barrel. Yeah, because I haven't had the circus peanuts, but I just imagine I would rather have those than Peeps.
Yeah.
Peeps are just
Peeps are the worst.
The only thing worse than a peep is actually the black licorice.
Okay, yeah.
That's you're lucky. You
I
rallied a
can't
little
believe
bit
those
here.
stay in business. That's crazy. 214, do you guys not do G-Bag of the Day anymore? We absolutely do. 5:30
every day.
Commercial free. LA Expressway. Rocking and rolling right into LA Live. It's absolutely fantastic. Looking forward to kicking that off later on this afternoon, live from Globe Life Field. We have 214. My favorite Easter candy is the Whopper Robin eggs. Getting a lot of love for those. Getting plenty of love for those. And, of course, the chocolate rabbits, the Reese's. Everybody likes the Reese's.
Yeah.
And this is, according to America, the top 10. Just on the outside looking in, you have the Sweet Tarts, Chicks, Ducks, and Bunnies. You have the Jelly Beans as well. Russell Stover, Itty Bitty Bunnies. And then the Jordan Almonds, all on the outside looking in. As well as
Lucius, what are the Jordan almonds?
I have no idea, but when I hear Jordan, I just think Jordan.
Yeah.
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, those are like the pastel colored almonds. They're just like covered. They're probably chocolate.
Okay, that works.
Milk chocolate covered marshmallow Peeps also outside looking in. But your top 10 looks like this: Russell Stover marshmallow eggs at 10. I just don't really do the marshmallow stuff. I think
don't do
that's.
that. No.
I mean, I love doing s'mores, of course, but I don't like a marshmallow candy. I believe.
No, marshmallow can really complement something incredibly well. Like You drop a couple of marshmallow, the mini ones, on top of a chocolate chip cookie when they have about 3 minutes to go in the oven.
Oh yeah,
magic.
Melted it down. I think.
Wow,
Special.
when it's mixed in with something.
Yeah.
Wow, adds
Maybe
a chewiness.
the best thing you've said in 5 years of working with you.
Yeah, it's kind of a role player. It's not the star of the show. It's just, hey, here's an added ingredient, sort of a glue guy of the chocolate chip
The
cookie.
big back general right there, baby.
Yep. Jeez, that was
General of the big backs.
That might be take of the day. We might already have the take of the day award, and we haven't even gotten to the 3 o'clock.
Yeah, take it a day.
Lent is over. Let the games begin.
Marshmallow Peeps at 9. Nestle Butterfinger Nest Eggs at 8. Hershey's Easter Solid Milk Chocolate Bunny at 7.
Solid. That's I gotta
to
go
me. That's
hollow.
that's
a lot.
That's a top 4 in my mind.
That's a lot.
Cadbury Caramel Egg at 6.
What's the Cadbury again? Is this English candy? What are we doing here?
Yeah, I think it.
You know
comes
the
from overseas.
eggs that are right there at the checkout in the grocery store. They got like a blue and green aluminum foil wrapping over them.
Oh, those
size
are
of an egg,
Cadbury's,
but there's
okay.
chocolate in
Their
there.
chocolate's actually pretty good, but
Right.
I mean, and the caramel's probably pretty good as well.
Yeah, the
You
caramel's
guys-
probably better than the original.
Guys
Like the
make it sound
cream
like
one.
lobster.
Cadbury cream one comes in at 5. Easter pastel M&Ms. That comes
you know
in
what?
at number 4.
I don't like the surprise of the egg with the filling like that you just described.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't like that bite-in surprise.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
Chocolate Lint Gold Bunny at 3. Cadbury Mini Eggs at 2, and number 1,
Yes.
of course, your continuous reigning champion, unanimous champion, heavyweight Reese's Peanut Butter Eggs.
Yep. There
Yeah.
you go.
Continue to get it done at a high level.
I do feel like this year they made like a Twix egg.
I'm down for that.
I saw you digging
I
into
think-
free
I
candy
think there might
for
be a
Twix.
Snickers one too, bro.
Okay, yes, I would look for those to be risers in future rankings. You know, they're just maybe in their rookie year or their first couple of runs.
They're just getting
through.
going. They're not a household name yet, but they're going to be on the map.
Let the parents get
Well,
involved.
the Rangers are definitely on the map here at the Globe, and they are hosting the Dodgers tonight. Pregame coming up at 6:30. The first pitch at 7 o'clock. It's going to be on CW 33 and Victory Plus. The regular gates are going to open up at 5 o'clock, and I mean, the Dodgers are in town. The A's are going to be in town next week with all the fun that's going to be had there, including a Bruce Bochy pin night on Monday. So a lot of great giveaways with the A's in town on Monday, and you know, a chance to check out tonight what I think is a World Series preview right here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Again, pregame's coming up at 6:30. All right, a Friday staple next, Chief. Where are we going with it?
Yeah, go ahead and text it in, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub, next right here on the Fan.
A monster weekend to recap Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
you're right now just 1 hour away from Krusty's Corner, okay? So that sets the agenda here for the next hour. Again, the G-Bag of the day has been relocated. You can find it at 5:30 every day live here on The Fan, or go back and listen with the Odyssey app to any segment that you might have missed, okay? It's like a podcast menu in there. Here's the Chief with some biggest L's and biggest dubs.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
We start with a nice little victory in Carthage, where our buddy Pappy saw his grandson Camden get a big hit in a Little League game this week. Congratulations to Camden. Nice work. Gramps, who I know taught him everything he knows at the plate. Pappy, we love you. 877-881-1053. We do have some dubs from our buddy Woody, who's still sober.
There you
off
go,
the
Woody.
benzos
Keep
and
it
the
rolling.
opiates, rocking and
Look at
rolling.
that.
Keep going, Woody.
Also getting the dub because it's WrestleMania, and he's excited about how that's going to all shake out.
New Orleans, where are we doing this? Las
Vegas.
Vegas. Okay, gotcha.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a big one. 2 nights of just
Aren't the
some of
WrestleManias like their Super Bowls? Isn't that kind of their deal? Isn't that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay. By the way, when it was here
I
behind
thought it was
us,
Monday Night Raw.
when it was here in Arlington, at the stadium, man, people were saying like that really didn't want to go and went. They had a great time, and they're like, "Man, you missed out on that." So
They put on a heck of a show.
they do. It is quite. You're right. Quite the show.
Our buddy DW Shopping took an L this week because he had to spend 3 days in the ICU. But big victory. He did not have a heart attack. So I don't know exactly what the diagnosis was or is, but he's optimistic, and we pray for a full recovery to our buddy Shabby, who's a great, great dude.
They kept him 3 days, didn't have a heart attack?
Guess so.
Wow.
That's,
Wish you the best.
That's a heck of a stint, though.
Yeah.
We love you, Shabby. 208, biggest L, the in-laws visited. Sorry about that.
Come on, bro.
Victory, though. He notes, father-in-law bought my 10-year-old son an analog portable radio, a little transistor style.
Wow, that is kind of isn't that kind of old school stuff?
Yeah, heck
like
yeah.
Does that have the crank on it?
I think it's got the crank on it and everything.
You know, when you think of old school radio stuff, I remember Mickey Spagnola. We would be flying like on a Saturday going to a road game. Mickey had a little radio that he could pick up college football from like 35,000 feet in the air.
Oh, that's cool.
Like he would be but he had to hold it above his head and
What's in the game?
it's like, the Missouri Tigers, and so, but he had this, he was able to get scores and stuff.
That's dedication.
From like this little radio he had. It was crazy.
The coolest part about this is the 10-year-old boy immediately wanted to get that thing turned over to 105.3 The Fan. Listen to a little G-Bag
Oh, there
Nation.
you
So
go.
shout out to
There
you
you
in the
go.
208.
Yeah,
We love
there
you.
you go.
214 biggest L and Dub got $50K in stock grants from my company for a performance bonus.
There you go.
No L, NA on the L. So just victories for my
big.
guys in the 214. Nice
Yeah.
work, dude. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
817 took an L because in a few months I won't be able to listen to you guys for a while. Biggest Dub, I'll be in basic training for the Air Force.
Okay, look at that.
Thank you for your future service,
I was
sir.
worried that he was going to say, I'm going to jail for a little bit.
Yeah, I got a debt to society I got to take care of, boys.
Some tax evasion I
Going
kind
away
of
for
worked
a
around.
Little 9-month vacation, boys. See you on the other side.
Got any book
Letters from
recommendations?
Oh, that's great. But maybe if our Air Force guy decides to get that Mickey Spagnola radio, be listening to us up in the clouds.
Nick will let you borrow it.
903's taking a surgery L. He's got it coming up on the 29th.
Bag of peas?
No, not the vasectomy. This isn't the big V. This is the big C. So we're pulling for
come
you.
on, man.
We're pulling for you, 903.
Keep going.
Now, we did get a dub from, this is just a nice heartwarming story from Bryce Underwood, who was supposed to be an LSU Tiger.
$2.9 million Bryce Underwood.
12.
He's at 12 now?
The light
12
for the whole deal.
Oh, but yeah, I think it was 2.9 because that's one of the reasons why that our guy probably left Tennessee.
Nico.
My guy has yet to play a snap of college football, and Nico and him are making about the same scratch there.
Well, apparently Bryce Underwood was able to surprise his former now high school security guard with a brand new car.
All right.
So this is a nice little story here from him. We all had. I mean, we had some fun older security guard dudes walking around the high school that we used to always bust their chops, and now Bryce.
So you had a
Underwood
fun, playful relationship with the security at your high school?
I did, yeah. We had a couple of older dudes that were they were pretty cool right up until at the end when we tried to do a little prank ski that went a little haywire.
Yeah,
we started breaking crap that they weren't supposed to, and then all of a sudden Officer Quigley didn't like us so much.
Officer Quigley.
Quigley, bro.
Yeah,
what?
Quigs.
Exactly.
We called him Quigs.
Exactly.
Our guys were hard asses, but they weren't actual cops. They were just dudes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and they were in street clothes. And they would try to stop us from getting out to go to like lunch at McDonald's, which you couldn't do until you were a senior, right? So at the back half of our sophomore year and our junior years, we were in a constant like cat and mouse game with these dudes.
That's hilarious. Trying to sneak some Big Macs.
And they would never tell on us, okay? So if we got out, they were just like, whatever, you know? But if they actually stopped us, which proved to be pretty difficult, I mean, because we would just kind of hit the gas and swerve.
You guys
to
were the Dukes of Hazzard in your day, right?
It was right. I mean, this is the freaking late 80s, early 90s. It was a lawless land.
Yeah, dude.
You know, totally different.
I envy that.
They would have called the cops on us, I'm sure, in these days.
Oh, definitely.
Like,
yeah, now that's a huge story.
Your son could have run me over at 11:45 this morning.
You know who has some car trouble this week? Our buddy Haley Joel Osment. I did. I had a flat tire on the way to work yesterday. Just pulled over right there on 114 right before the MacArthur exit. And I was sitting there for about 45 minutes. But AAA is incredible. I'll tell you what. Having AAA just one call away. Come over there, change that tire, no problem. Shout out to my guy Edgar, who was just very, very buttoned up and impressive. But we got that done. I had to go to Discount Tire.
How fast did he take you to do it? Did he do it like in 3 minutes?
No,
the jack and
we were kind of chatting a little bit. I think it probably took him about 7 minutes.
There you go.
So,
but he had all the gear, right?
Yeah.
Knew how to unlock the tire and all that stuff. Yeah.
You got to know how to pick a dang lock to get some of these tires out.
That's
of these
what I'm saying, bro.
These days.
Yeah, you got to have that your own little
little device.
That own little device that you keep in the dash. Otherwise,
it's like trying to turn on a propane stove.
Yeah, they're all a little bit different.
Yeah.
But Haley Joel Osment, we know him, right?
Yeah.
He sees dead people.
Yes, and now
we see drunk people.
He sees bars. We see drunk people. He was arrested at a California ski resort, charged with public intoxication and possession of a controlled substance.
Oh, come on.
Prior to his arrest,
I see another drink in my future.
he attempted to board a ski lift with his helmet on backwards and without skis or a snowboard. He's just going up there ready to.
I just want to go up the mountain.
Just go up.
You know what? There might have been a good bar up the hill.
Yeah, probably.
There's probably something at the halfway house. They're serving like Bloody Marys.
Is that
Young
how they
Bennett
roll?
Broadus will tell me that story. He's like, yeah, Dad, we ski like halfway down. There's like these Bloody Mary stops. Maybe there's a good bar at the
That poor
halfway.
guy sound like he has no friends. Wouldn't your friends stop you? I mean, come on, bro. Let's go back to the what's the name?
I don't know. I put my helmet on backwards before.
Solo Dolo out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems kind of like a drunken hijinks type of costume you could put on to add to the hilarity of it.
I bet you won't take the ski lift.
469 said, wow, I didn't know being the man was illegal. Yeah, that is a pretty great story from Haley Joel Osment. And
I imagine he's like 4'11", too, so I mean...
It's a funny visual.
Yeah.
And I'm getting called out now for not changing my own tire. I actually do, and you're not going to believe me. I do know how to do it. I just don't have the good jack. I got one of these old school crappy ones, and if I'm a free phone call away from Edgar 10 minutes away, I'm just going to use that. But I do. If I could invest in one of the good ones that they have, one of those
NASCAR-like one,
they're like industrial.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now I could change a tire for you. I have done it before.
Listen, that whole thing. I don't blame you, Eric. I'm the same way. My biggest fear is changing the tire and it just fall off the jack onto me. It's worth the $20 I pay a month not to have the car fall on me.
Yeah.
That's my deal.
Well said, sir. We have amazing things.
We did miss one, though, bro.
What's that?
We did miss one. Katy Perry and the Blue Origin Girls.
Oh, yeah.
She took a big L this week. She's still taking L's.
Katy Perry in particular, right?
Katy Perry in particular. Wendy's told they said it left her up there in space. And now you got Martha Stewart clowning her. Martha Stewart clowning her.
Wow.
Yeah. Katy Perry taking an L, going up to
Good
space.
call. Maybe the biggest L of the week. There we go. Thank you, Lucius.
Thank you, Chief. We have the top stories of the day, including reasons to believe in your Dallas Stars, is coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation live from the Globe and the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Nation 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe, where they have just delivered us some Rangers giveaways. This is terrific stuff, so thank you to them for their hospitality, especially on a Rangers-Dodgers game night. Welcome into the show. We're live Comerica Backyard. Join us here. It's the 200 level, suite level. If you're on your way in, just over the center field wall. I mean, this would be about a 720-foot poke, probably, from home plate, just to paint the picture for you. But tonight, with the Dodgers in town, starting a 3-game series with Jacob deGrom on the hill. Are you kidding me? You got to be, listening to this game. The pregame coming up at 6:30. Eovaldi tomorrow, and flipping Mahle on Sunday. So you're giving them your 3 horses that you would expect would carry you in the postseason up against the reigning champs. And on top of that, last night, Kumar Rocker with his first 7-inning outing of his big league career. So a lot of good things with these Texas Rangers right now. Coming off a sweep of the Angels, they are tied with the Yankees for first place in the American League. And, on top of that, it's a ice cream Sunday with the Bluebell ice cream there on April 20th. Ice cream for kids 13 and under, just $1. So a lot of great things going on. But that's not all. Obviously, Stars, Mavs, Cowboys draft 6 days away. It's an absolute sports paradise here, and we're happy to be broadcasting with you on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I'm Gavin Dawson, of course. Broadus is here, coming off his Draft 101 triumph last night. Thanks to everybody who came by and made that a majestic evening. Lucius is back in the Pimp Cup. G-Bag of the Day, LA Live. That all kicks off at 5:30. Chiefs here, but Wooly Bully, actually, you could tell he was fighting something off yesterday.
Yes.
And he just decided that today it was in our best interest. It was in everybody's best interest for him to go back into hibernation. So we'll expect his healthy return Monday for draft week.
Absolutely. He ain't missing any of that.
So what do we get here with this little pack? This is like these little Lululemon packs that everybody's wearing these days. There you go. It's kind of like a fanny pack. It's like a hip pack.
Yeah, it's a beautiful fanny.
It's perfect for and if
got a nice little Ranger Texas
the button,
the big
little
T
Ranger button on it.
Yeah, it's perfect for game day. You get all your gear right in there. You get your keys and your wallet, your phone in there.
It looks like it's the size that you can take to stadiums and you can get in with it.
Yeah.
They have that ruler they put out. I'm like, this is too big.
Yeah, this is your stadium pack. Yep. This is your man purse.
This thing, okay, how do you wear the fanny pack?
Lucius, I'll bring this one to you.
You going around the waist? You going around the waist, or are you going to wear it like samurai style?
I think I would go messenger style.
Or messenger style.
Yeah, I don't know what that is exactly. But, samurai.
Yeah.
Diagonal across the body, for quick access and, it's a little less
is kind of well made.
Yeah, a little more of a. All
right.
I might do some break dancing right here.
Yeah, you never know when I'm going to bust a move on you.
Yeah. Okay, but, I think a lot of fans would want more than what the Rangers fans have given you. Maybe that Mariners sweep over the weekend took a little bit of the wind out of your sails. But what do you think at 877-881-1053? Jake Berger moving his average up again last night. He was 1 of 3. Doley had 2 more ribbies. Seager was 2 for 3 with a home run. It feels like this offense might be starting to come around. And Leote's been frustrating, but he had 2 more ribbies last night. I think that's the 3rd time this year where you look at the box score at the end of the game, and without Tavares' production, you wouldn't have won. Okay, so there have been some very timely hits. I'll appreciate that right now, while at the same time I'm also hoping for a better long-term solution here to center field. I don't know. Maybe that's the reality. Is the Rangers are going to rely on players of that caliber a little bit more than we'd like. But that Kumar Rocker start last night was enough to make you feel like, holy crap, how good is this pitching staff? 8 strikeouts, no walks. You go 7 innings, and
only 78 pitches.
Yeah,
I mean, the efficiency factor of it was impressive. And then when you consider what he did 2 times seeing Mike Trout,
that's the Rocker I thought we were getting. Well, that's better than the Rocker I thought we were getting.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm looking for, because Jared had an interesting little nugget on the Rocker Trout stuff from last night. Whereas it's rare that you're able to pull off what he pulled off, seeing Mike Trout twice, especially going 7 innings, something that he has not done. Okay, Kumar Rocker, one of 7 pitchers ever to strike out Mike Trout with runners in scoring position twice in a game.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
That's a nice bounce back.
I mean, not only is it impressive of Rocker to do it, but it's impressive to have never had that happen in your career if you're Mike Trout.
Yeah, I mean,
holy crap.
This is now, it's the 7th time it's ever happened in his career.
Okay.
Kumar Rocker, one of 7 pitchers to have forced that. So that's pretty cool. But Rocker hadn't played that deep into a game since college. You're looking at like 2021.
Yeah.
So that's just awesome stuff, dude.
Yes, and if he can follow that up next week.
Because I mean, Jared was hinting at it with us yesterday. That was kind of a make or break. Are you going to stay up with the big boys game?
Exactly.
And he met the moment.
Yeah, it looks like that Vandy boy Leiter Rocker combo is on here in the not too distant future. Now, what do we think about Jock Peterson here, guys? At 877-881-1053, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you if you want to leave your name and city you're texting from. If I'm thinking about like some Luka rest for him, if I'm CY, I'm trying to get my Nico on just a little bit. Like, hey, how about we do some yoga and we get some good gut health here over the next 10 days while you work in the cage a little bit? I don't know. It's impressive the amount of this is going to be fine that I hear right now around Jock Peterson. Like, oh, you baseball rookie fans, you might think this is a problem, but trust us, the 32-year-old with a 30-pound boiler strapped to his waistline, it's fine, okay? Did you see the exit velo on that near hit he had last night? Guy hasn't had a hit since the Red Series.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. I can't do this. As a knee-jerk guy, I'm thinking like, how are we trying something new today?
Yeah, he had one of those at-bats last night where he made him work. He was fouling, and I think he was ticked at himself on the final out pitch where it was right there down the middle on a fastball, but it was touching like 97.5 or whatever, and you could tell he was frustrated because that was one that he could have got a hold of, and that could have been the one to get the monkey off his back, so to speak. But I like what Rangers Nation is doing. Rangers __ Nation on Twitter. I believe they get the credit for this. They're gonna do a Jock Peterson rally cry tonight.
Okay.
They're going to try and hype him up from a fan standpoint.
Let's go.
Okay, just inject some confidence into him as he's one of our newest Rangers, off to a really, really god-awful start. And so it looks like we might get some Peterson chants going. Every time Jock Peterson comes up to bat, stand, clap, let out a loud Peterson chant. And this will be hopefully the entire ballpark efforting to just inject the confidence into Jock that he needs, man.
Following CY's lead, the players need to know we believe in them.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
They don't need Dawson's cynical negativity right now.
They need Ted Lasso.
Yeah. So I salute that. That's great fanmanship. You're trying to lift up the players with that kind of support. I believe in that. He just needs an energy shift. And that might be just the thing to look out there and be like, holy cow, they still love me?
They still love me. They still
Wow.
got respect for me.
Yeah, that gives me goosebumps just thinking about it.
Yeah.
I might go down there and put a charge into a baseball after that. Okay, if you want reasons to believe in the Stars, here we go. Every forward in Dallas top 9 is scoring 2 points per 60 minutes or more at 5-on-5. Only 96 forwards are doing that in the entire league. That's a first-line rate. Okay, first-line forwards score 2 goals per 60 minutes. Only 96 of them in the entire league. The Stars have 9. Okay? Now, that's 10% of the league. The next best playoff team, Washington, has 6 players scoring at that rate. The Avalanche only have 3. So you're going to hear about Makar and McKinnon and everything that Colorado can bring to the table, but don't let anybody fool you. The Stars, even without Robertson, still have 8 of those dudes, and they are very capable of going out and winning this series, even though our confidence is perhaps shaken to its core, unlike anything we've seen since the 2023 Texas Rangers. Tim Kalishaw on the Morning News, he's a voice that I do trust when it comes to hockey, even if I have to sit through him clearing his throat 4 times every minute, like he's the woolly bully on a sick day working through it. But no, I kid, okay?
No, you don't.
They beat Colorado last year, so his whole take is this thing is pretty much cooked because they're just letting way too many shots happen right now, and there's not a lot of reasons to believe in this defense. And, without Miro, they've effectively gone from a pretty good defensive team to a bad defensive team. And what you have, if you want some confidence, is that the Colorado goaltender has never started a playoff game. And, like I said, the Stars beat Colorado last year. But without Miro, without Robertson, this thing has now shifted into a slight advantage for Colorado. Pre-Robertson injury, it was a coin flip.
Mm-hmm.
You get Miro back. I saw they would be favored still 54% of the time.
Okay.
You take Robertson out now, it's about 52% of the time Colorado's going to take this thing on the Athletics model.
Yeah, that's a really ill-timed injury to have right now. And it was good to see Miro out on the ice getting some work in. And they're gonna need him back as soon as possible. Thank God this is some home court advantage here.
Yeah.
And hopefully they can. If you get this thing to a game 7, by then you feel good that Miro's back, and DeBoer, he's a monster in those moments.
I'm more sure than ever that we're done seeing Greg Popovich in the public eye. Maybe definitely done coaching, as he was taken to a hospital after a medical incident in a restaurant this week. He's now home and doing fine. Shams reported that today. 76-year-old did have the mild stroke in November, so that's something you could come back from, if you really wanted to. But I mean, at this age, Popovich placed onto a stretcher and taken to a hospital with what officials said was a non-life-threatening injury or illness. Sources saying Pop was alert when he entered the ambulance. So I guess the good news is he's at home and resting and doing good now. But a legend, and I thought he was just going to keep going. For a long time they said he was going to retire when Tim Duncan did, but then Tim Duncan stepped away and Pop just kept on going. And but the medical got him last year. Okay, do you agree with what Nico said, that fans will change their minds once the Mavs start winning again with this group? That's what we're kind of looking at tonight. Like, could they win another play-in game and start to get a little bit of momentum going? I think there's definitely some MFFLs who are season ticket holders that are so diehard, they might get excited like it's a regular playoff run.
Yeah, I think those individuals are already loud and proud about the fact that they just want a play-in game.
What's a neutral sports fan doing right now? Is he still out? 877-881-1053. Sorry to cut you off there, Chief.
No, I do think that the neutral sports fan is still probably leaning more out than anything. But, yeah, I think it's going to – for the Mavs fans that are really ticked off, it's this – like, winning tonight is not going to do anything for that, especially if you go get clobbered by OKC.
What about in coming years? What if you find a way to all of a sudden get back to where they're winning 50 games and stuff like that?
I think top record in the league. Like, you're coming up on Christmas and you're sitting there with like a 25-4 record.
Man, they were on a good run until Luka got hurt. Their trajectory was pretty good for the Mavs until he got hurt. But I wonder. I don't think Mavs fans come back this year.
No,
but I do feel like though that. And I'm from here, okay? I mean, Dawson's not, but, we're all from this area. The thing that we're front runners as fans, and I could say that because I'm from here. Diehard fans are, to me, the East Coast fans have some of that diehardness to them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we're a little bit of how it goes. Look at the Rangers here, the attendance with the Rangers.
Oh, yeah.
The stadium has a lot to do with it because it's hot and outside and we don't want to go to games. But when the team plays better, as Dallas sites and Metroplex sites, we go. If the Mavs aren't winning, we don't go. If the Stars ain't winning, we ain't going.
I do think it's possible that Kyrie, AD, and whoever are just so foreign. Like, nobody that was on the finals team is still around. I think it could be so foreign that they still wouldn't front run.
See, I understand.
I think that team could go win and they'd be like, so.
Where are you? We're I'm just saying, we are a front running city when it comes to our sports.
Yep.
And when things are rolling along, we're right there in lockstep with our teams.
Yep.
But, I could say, I think that if the Mavs started winning again, and winning like you talked about, I think that you will see Mavs fans come back to the team.
Yeah, enough for it to be like, if they win the championship, an amazing parade. But I don't think anything like what the Rangers had. No. I do think the pain is significant enough for some that they would still stay away and be like, who are these guys?
Well, see, we remember like the Rangers here in 2-3 years ago. I mean, being just bad, being really bad. The Woody administration here was not great.
Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah.
And so the fans not really into it. But what happens? You get on a run. We were out here on some Friday nights during the end of the season, the playoffs, on a packed house.
Yeah.
They're one of the best teams right now in the league when it comes to attendance. It's because they're winning games.
Yeah, but there is a lagging factor to that. Like in 2010, they didn't even do 3 million fans. They were in the World Series. The next year, they're damn near at 4.
Pardon me for saying this, but a terrible situation with that stadium.
Yeah.
And not everybody. I don't think there's a lot of people that just don't want to go and sit outside when it's 103 degrees, and watch baseball. This is ideal now to come and watch baseball.
Yeah, there's no
Even
excuse.
with the threat of weather, you can come watch the Dodgers play tonight and not worry about the game getting rained out.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think as a Dallasite, we're front runners.
Yeah, and I think it's tough to watch the Mavericks right now because you never want to watch your team and root against them. But I think the disdain for Nico Harrison is so much that you don't want to root for them either, because the more winning they do, the more he gets to be right. And I think right now a lot of us are fighting with, I want Nico to be wrong more than I want this iteration of the Mavericks to be good.
Our show.
And so I don't want to watch them because I can't watch and root against. So I have to go out of sight, out of mind.
Our show and our station for months, years, praised him as a general manager.
And it's all for naught now.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying, though. So to me, yes, terrible, horrible move. Is he capable of going out and making other moves that can make the team better? I think you have to give him the benefit of the doubt for that, because there was a time on this station where we talked about how brilliant he was taking over from Mark Cuban and Donnie Nelson and the fact that they got this team to a championship game a couple
I would
times.
want to believe that he just had a weird Luka blind spot, but I could never trust him again. Like, if he puts together a great team and has a transcendent star, everybody's going to have something. Everybody's got skeletons in their closet. It's biblical. Yeah. And if that gets exposed and you have a big disappointment and Nico's like, that's the reason we can't win because our best player is what? It could be anything. So I would be highly nervous if I had that guy working for my basketball team.
He made a terrible decision, we believe. Now, he thinks it's the right decision, but also, though, we've also given him a lot of praise. Until he made that decision, you would rank him as probably one of the top 2 general managers in the DFW.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, but none of my opinions are permanent. My opinions are just my best assessment of what reality is.
I understand.
And at any point, someone could make a horrible decision that would forever change my opinion of them. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening as we're live here at the Globe. DeGrom on the hill tonight. Pregame coming up at 6:30, and we're back here on your home of the 2023 World Series champs here, 105 through the Fan.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof of it.
Thanks for hanging with the G-Bag Nation.
You can feel it.
On 105.3 The Fan or on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerico.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Gentlemen, listen up. This is Gavin Dawson. I've got something life-changing for you. If you're feeling drained, sluggish, or just not yourself, go to Men's T Clinic. I've seen firsthand their total wellness optimization, changing lives, more energy, sharper focus, better recovery, without gimmicks, without shortcuts, science-backed, individualized optimization that gets results. 5 DFW locations. If you're ready to feel like your best self again, do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MEN'S-T, menstclinic.com. Salute.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
Springtime can reveal many foundation problems. Permapeer is an expert in identifying and correcting foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation or call 214-831-2167.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to hit the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening. We're live at the Globe here in center field, 200 level, the Comerica backyard. If you're on your way in, come say hi. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Of course, the draft is the big focus, 6 days away. Our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all the local Pluckers locations for a draft night party. It's going to be amazing. Brian, you were telling us in the first hour the Cowboys leadership, some of the coaches took a flight to Georgia to check out their linebacker.
Yeah, they did, with Jalen Walker, who is, some people talk about potentially being a true defensive end, maybe an edge rusher. Other scouts I talked to also say, listen, play him at off-ball linebacker. That's what he's done a little bit at Georgia, and then make him a rusher as you need during a game. They worry about him getting a little bit wore down with his size, that as an every down edge player. But the Cowboys sent their linebacker coach and their defensive line coach to Athens, Georgia. Michael Williams was also involved in the workout as well. So it's like a private workout. And some of my guys around the league were telling me that the Cowboys were involved there. So,
and Michael Williams is a true edge?
He's a true edge. Yeah, he's a true edge. He doesn't have the pass rush. He's a good-looking kid physically. He's 265-pound guys. But he doesn't have the pass rush that you've seen from, say, Mike Green, from Marshall, or some of the others, that we've talked about here. But he's a really good player, plays the run well, he's got the size, just needs to develop more pass rush stuff. There was talk about him being at one time a top 5 pick. There was talk about maybe that Dallas really, really liked him when they were getting all this drafting. They're getting all their information together, and obviously they do. They think enough of both these Georgia kids to send coaches for part of the workout to try and get an idea of where they're at.
I think it's notable that they have Nealon, they have Williams. They have young edges. If you're thinking edge here at 12, it's got to be somebody that you think could be a special player. And if they would hit on a special linebacker here, it could push the defense over the top.
Yeah, that's why I think that Walker's in play here. I know Campbell from Alabama is a guy that gets a lot of love, but I'm just talking to some scouts and trainers around the league. He's dealing with the shoulders. He's dealing with some knee stuff, things that, these Alabama linebackers from the days gone by, even from the Nick Saban administration, those guys were always coming in the league just completely beat up. They make all the tackles. They play all the snaps. They practiced extremely hard. So you got some guys that were kind of always banged up. And Campbell is that kind of guy. But you get a guy like Walker, who is just, you throw on the Texas game that was played in Austin with Georgia last year. Man, he was a dominant factor of causing problems for a Texas offensive line that was pretty darn good this year.
I mean, pretty much shut them down. If you could get that level of play in the NFL, I would love that pick at 12, Chief. It's hard to say. What would be your reaction if it's Walker or Williams at 12 as we pick up that show Friday afternoon?
I mean, that would be premium positions, and I think Jalen Walker for a lot of guys, I mean, Dean Brugler, I think, has him as a top 3 or 4 player in the class. So there's kind of there's some volatility in his rankings, but the ceiling is really high on that dude. And when you can get after the pass the way he does, and he's kind of he's a versatile player with where he can be your off-ball linebacker, but then also be an edge rusher for you. I mean, I think that would be a home run selection. I'd just be surprised if Walker was there at 12.
Okay, yeah. And then what do you think about in general inside linebacker, the future of Leofau, Overshown coming back? I think in the medium to long term, it's not a massive need, is it? Or do you feel like you are drafting for need here?
Yeah, well, they added a couple, through free agency.
Right.
So, but
Band-Aid type guys, right?
Yeah, maybe our guy from the Bears a little bit of a different one than
Sanborn.
Yeah, Sanborn a little bit different there, but I feel like to me, I don't think there's a position. People will say maybe at the quarterback that they don't want to take, but you're really open to taking players throughout. I mean, we've tried to narrow things down. If you only if you only still have three picks, you have your first, second, and third, no fourth, and you have 4 positions of real true need, which one you eliminate? We've kind of tried to do that exercise, and I think the Cowboys might be into that situation again, but it's very, very rare that they couldn't take a player that could absolutely help them right now.
Yeah, they have relative needs across the board. I think they have 4 that are bigger than the rest. The receiver opposite Lamb, running back, 1 tech, defensive tackle, and corner.
Yeah.
And so all those are more pressing than linebacker, but they still have some level of a need there.
Okay, from the perspective of this conversation right here, like which position groups are the strongest, we go to Mike Clay at Mike Clay NFL on Cowboys Twitter. This was retweeted by Pat Foreman, who I think used to work for a team or something. He's a prominent guy on Cowboys Twitter, respectable opinion. Anyway, 2025 NFL unit grades, right? Mm-hmm. So they're just going to measure. It was shocking to me how average the Cowboys are, pretty much across the board.
Mm-hmm.
7 and 10.
Yeah. I mean, but so many injuries,
Yeah. And really the first round picks the last 2 years not being prominent big time players has hurt that ranking.
So your quarterback room gets a 6 out of 10. I mean, the 10s are Lamar, Josh Allen, Mahomes, and Burrow. But your running back obviously wasn't good. That's a 3. Your wide receiver room is just a 5. Your tight end 6. Your offensive line 5. Like, I don't know how you could have a 5 at offensive line and then a 5 at defensive line as well and not be investing in the trenches. Like, the reason Pat Foreman tweeted this was he was saying Ashton Genty to the Jags at 5 would be the worst decision of any GM here in the top 10 because of how bad their offensive and defensive line play is. And if you have a chance to get a premium offensive lineman or defensive lineman at 5 and you take a running back, you deserve your fate.
Yes.
Which is going to be, to be really bad in the trenches. But applying that concept to the Cowboys here, if you're picking at 12, you have a chance to address the trenches. At the very least, a premium position has to be had here because of how bad this roster shape is in. We continue. Linebacker is a 3. I assume that's including Overshown.
Yeah.
Cornerback is just a 5. You have Diggs and Bland. I thought that would be a 7 or an 8.
I think they're factoring the injuries here, though.
That's to start the year?
Yeah, so Diggs and Overshown both not really on your opening day roster, so to speak.
And those injuries are so bad that maybe you shouldn't consider them in hand.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what version of those players are you getting when they do return?
Okay, Blogging the Boys did a look back at the 12th pick and what you have likely would have gotten if you had that pick in each of the last 5 drafts. In 2023, it would have been either Christian Gonzalez or Jahmyr Gibbs. Instead, they got Mozzie. The Tyler Smith year, it would have been McDuffie or Hamilton. So you actually did well in the 20s there. Last year, it would have been Talise Fuaga, the tackle from Oregon State, instead of Guyton. And then in 2020, Lamb was great, but it would have been Jefferson. But I think it's notable that 2 out of the 3 years you picked in the 20s, you basically rolled snake eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are, picking inside the 20s, maybe there would have been a slightly better pick, but at the same time, you did a damn good job. Sean Payton confirming in Denver they will be focused on running back. So at 44, Brian, you're getting the pick at what? The 4th running back off the board, the 5th running back off the board. What are you expecting as far as pick of the running backs Friday night at 44?
Yeah, you're in a situation right now. Depending, like I say, there's some teams. I'm trying to kind of gauge when the run is actually going to happen on these running backs, and there, maybe some people are going to look at this group and they're going to say, okay, of course Ashton Genty's going to go first. Hampton, Henderson, Johnson, those would seem to be the names that people are talking about quite a bit.
Anybody else going in the top 20, you think, beyond Genty and whoever the
Caleb
Broncos take?
I mean, I know myself, and I know there's some teams that like Caleb Johnson from Iowa. I have Caleb Johnson as my 30th best player. Hampton is my 32nd best player, and then Henderson is at 33 for me, or excuse me, 35. So I've got them all right there. But like I say, the run can happen. Genty will be gone, and then it's just a matter of who likes what type of player. And there's a lot of people that believe that Hampton's going to be gone. I think that you might be in a situation where you're looking at a potentially a third round running back at 44 when you select.
And do you just grit your teeth and take that? And
I
or
just,
do you wait?
I'm going to look at it. The stack is probably going to tell me no.
Right.
The stack's probably going to tell me I need to go look at a defensive tackle. I might need to go look at a corner. I might need to go look, depending on what you do. If you don't take a wide receiver, you might need to do that. So I don't think you're completely locked in. Me personally, I think you have to address the running back room by the end of round 3. But when we get into, if you don't have a 4 and you're looking into the 5, there's going to be some guys there. But I think it's the difference between, I'll make this as simple as possible, very good and good. That's how I'm going to make it simple for you. Give me the opportunity to have very good over just good.
Okay, and then to wrap up this C-note, congrats are in order for Jake Ferguson. He and college basketball player Haley Cavender have announced their engagement.
That's right.
Yeah,
a tale of 2 stories for the twin sisters. One just punted on Carson Beck, the Miami quarterback, and the other one's getting married, getting hitched.
I mean, that you got a long-term relationship going on right now if you're Jake Ferguson. I think that's a feather in your cap. You got to be pretty dang cool, I think, to lock down one of these Cavender gals.
Yeah. I mean, to lock down sort of an Instagram influencer model type chick is probably not always
ideal.
Not always ideal. But they seem to have been getting along very, very well. I like the fact that he's doing this, ready to settle down Jake Ferguson. Yeah. Hopefully we get a nice bounce back. I'm ready to be a professional kind of year out of him.
I think so. Maybe it'll be good for him.
And he did the beach engagement.
Yeah,
sure.
Wear all white clothes and all that. That
it's a good play.
Thing. Yeah.
He is. I think he's a fun guy. He's a cool guy. He's been an explosive player, but a little bit more professional could go a long way. Just saying. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, what are the things we're starting to hear about this draft coming up? We'll do that next.
A monster weekend to recap Monday morning on Sean and RJ. Stars at...
The Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet herb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lucius. We're going to enjoy the difference of a Jacob deGrom start tonight to Texas Rangers fans hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are in town for a weekend series. With the draft 6 days away, we're in a sports paradise here on the Fan, and it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this. Once again, I want to say thanks to everybody that took part in Draft 101 last night with us from our studio there. It's always interesting every year to be a part of these things when you're working with the fan base and all that. The questions were outstanding. The passion that people have for the draft is tremendous. And it makes everything worthwhile. Our guys worked super, super, super hard to get these players together, get them graded, have opinions on them. Our draft coverage is second to none. Next week we're going to start this thing on a Thursday night and go all through the entire draft, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's the best coverage in the world.
Yeah, I really do enjoy this. I appreciate that we have the platform that we're able to do to cover this. I mean, the partnership that we have with DallasCowboys.com, it will be an absolute blast for us, not only to cover it, but an absolute blast to have you guys along with us every step of the way. So, again, appreciate all that we that have going forward here. Okay, I'm going to take this weekend. Oh, by the way, too, mention Draft 101 real quick. I'm sorry, I need to circle back. It is up on our site now, on our YouTube page, so you can go back. It's a 2-hour deal with the questions and comments, and you could hear it all. We got a lot of voices covering this draft, so you can kind of get it. You can hear the questions and then get an idea of what we think about the particular players
What was your overall scouts grade on the questions? If you just had to, just the quality of the questions from the Tolos and the crowd, what's your
funny.
grade?
You know me, I'm a very much a when you ask a question, or like always, me and Vach do a podcast called "We're Doing All Right."
Do you really?
Yeah. So we do this podcast, but the reason it's titled that is because we're just like
let's get into the nuts and bolts now.
Let's get into it. So last night I heard some really cool stories.
Yeah. Oh, setting the table for a question.
Been a fan for 20 years.
Yeah.
Been a fan, I mean, a lot of, you're kind of
my favorite
like,
part usually.
Yeah, you're just sitting there, and these folks are having the opportunity to, they don't always get to have an interaction with us and
it's
stuff.
their moment, man.
It's their moment, and so now you're watching it, and I'm just sitting there like, I just want to say, okay, yeah, what's your question?
Yeah. Everybody knows Brian likes long-form discussions at breaks during remotes.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So that's where you get those in.
No, I was just kind of just sitting there, and everybody was, hey, you know what, but we had a lot of folks that came from a long way to have those moments.
Any Eagles fans?
I don't believe so. They were all Cowboys questions.
That.
We all had Cowboy questions. It was kind of a fun thing. People I think are really, really curious about what's going to happen at 12, and then how is that going to pair to what's going to happen at 44.
Totally.
That's what people are kind of like, okay, try and pair these things up and give us some hope that hey, if we take a wide receiver, we're going to take a runner. And then, so everybody on the panel had a little bit of a different opinion on how that would all shake out. But I think that's what people are really concerned about, those first 3 picks, because they know they don't have that 4.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people want the trade back stuff. Mm-hmm. Everybody wants the trade back.
Smart fans.
Trade back angle, this. And,
it'd be great to have a pick early in the second.
Yeah. Well,
you just terrified me on this running back thing. Like, if you don't take one at 12, you're going to be looking at third rounders at 44, and then you're going to get the third round and have guys that are just good, not very good.
I just me personally, it's a good group of running backs. I do think there is a difference between Genty and Johnson and Hampton and Henderson. I think there's a difference.
Those are your upper echelon.
Those are my guys. Those are my guys that I think that those guys that, you put them out there, your running game is going to improve remarkably. But in the third round, there's some quality backs. I just want to knock this thing out. I don't want to carry this thing to the 5th and then have this, you could find running backs in the 5th. Well, if I could find running backs in the 5th, I would make those 5th-round grades on the top of my board. I wouldn't have them in the 5th round.
I don't want to be spending time developing a running back thinking, well, maybe he could be a good starter next year. Don't forget that.
If you had Rico Dowdle, currently on your team right now,
yeah, they messed that up.
Then give me, yeah, sure, I'll take a crack at one of these guys I'll take a crack at an Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State or somebody like that.
Yeah,
but I don't have, my running game is really an offensive line coach and an offensive coordinator, and the hope of a head coach that wants to try and run the football. Currently, the way this thing is configured, you're not going to run the ball with currently how you got
Dawson, you were out, but I had a football vision over the week earlier, and I just thought you go get Keenan Allen, you go get Nick Chubb right now, 2 vets that could plug and play tomorrow, wide receiver 2, starting running back, and now you don't feel as desperate at either one of those positions, and you can go BPA, and then if you get to the 3rd round, take your back there. Maybe he's just good, he's not very good. Well, you paired him with Nick Chubb. Yeah. You're fine. See, and you got 2 premium positions in the 1st and 2nd round.
And I say it again, if you would have signed Rico Dowdle, I don't think it's as pressing of a need as it is right now. And that's just how I feel. Okay, this is coming from ESPN. These are some of the things. I'm going to make a lot of calls this weekend. So next week as we get closer to the draft, I'm going to have my 2 cents on what I'm hearing.
You're going to empty the clip of rumors.
I am going to hopefully have this thing wired for you as best I can, talk to my guys. But this comes from ESPN, and they're asking Matt Miller and Reed and also our guy
Field Yates
a lot of questions here. And they want to know, they asked the question, true or false, we'll see a team trade up into the top 10. And Miller thinks it's false. He says unless the Steelers get antsy and trade up for a quarterback, it's very difficult for a team to find value in moving up this year. This is kind of something we've been talking about really all year. So the question, I think, is about what team would be trading up to get. And that's always the things you have to ask yourself. On the other hand, Reed says, true. Keep an eye on the Bears at 10. I could see them getting some calls. If the Saints don't take a quarterback at 9, things could get really interesting from that point on. So, yes, teams won't be scrambling to trade up compared to previous years, but there could be a surprise depending on which of the top prospects are still left on the board. So, if you're a Cowboy fan and you're thinking about 12, you need to stand in there and make a pick, or is somebody going to give you value for your pick? So that's something you need to kind of think about going maybe next week, and maybe we'll get a little bit more of some clarity if teams are going to go up or because it seems like everybody's trying to drop back. Okay, we mentioned Georgia's edge rushers Jalen Walker and Mikael Williams participated in a private workout for scouts on Thursday. Cowboys did send their line coach, defensive line coach, and linebacker coach for them to check that workout. There were about 14 teams in attendance there, and the word was Walker moved around really, really well. This is from an area scout in the NFC said. He did the drills as an off-ball linebacker. That's something I'm very interested in right now. And then he also did some rush stuff too. Walker solidified himself as a top 10 pick. Eric, you talked about that. Williams should go in the top 20. Another team that brought up a trade back candidate, though, is the Atlanta Falcons at 15. Terry Fontenot has traded back only once in his 4-year tenure, but the team only has 5 picks. So, yeah, look through this draft, find the teams. Minnesota Vikings are another team.
Don't have enough picks.
So you might get some teams around you that are willing to move back right there and go back there. There's some players real quick. My final thing, this is from Field Yates. Here he said, here's some players he's graded outside the first round but have a chance to go in late day one. He's saying Iowa State wide receiver Jaden Higgins, Ohio State running back Travion Henderson, Texas A&M's edge Nick Scorton, and linebacker Carson Swesinger. Let me focus real quick on Carson Swesinger. I would consider him as a linebacker at 44 over any other position if he was on the board.
Wow.
I would consider him there.
You like him that much?
I like him that much. The ability, his size, the ability to run, the way he plays, he never comes off the field. That's a guy that when you're talking about a linebacker that can make a ton of plays, Carson Swessinger from UCLA. Keep an eye on that guy.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We are live at the Globe. And you won't want to miss next Wednesday, April 30th, Chief. I know it's a game you would love because it's a Bark at the Park night.
Ooh.
Brought to you by Kroger, Good and Fun, and Dreambone. There, you can bring your dog to the game. It's pretty awesome.
I thought you were making the joke about me getting on all fours and howling like a dog.
That's exactly what I thought about. Yeah,
that'll be my payoff for that whole fiasco. My wife will be walking me around on a leash.
It's an Eric
Chiafalo
bark like a dog,
like the Sacramento Kings coach. There'll be photos of me with a leash crawling around.
Man,
Arlington.
That's classic. I didn't
Cleaning
even think
up the
about
mess,
that.
right?
Yeah, that's right.
Friday News Dump's coming up next. What's in store?
Jacob deGrom will experience something tonight for the first time in 6 years. That's next in the Friday News Dump.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking Jen.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Sword?
Come, drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We're live at the Globe in Arlington. Check out these Rangers taking on the Dodgers tonight. First pitch at 3 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. Yeah, that's a random time to say.
What are you thinking?
I don't know.
He's thinking about the weekend, dude. It's Good Friday. My guy's ready to barrel into an Easter weekend. Who isn't?
That is right. Cannot wait for the feast and the fun that is in store coming up this weekend. We'll be talking hoop with you coming up in 20 minutes. And Sandler is going to be on here at 4:40. Here's the Chief.
Credit Rangers Savant here in the Friday News Dump on Instagram for being the one to start the rally cry for Jock Peterson at the plate to inject the confidence in him. Not Ranger Nation on Twitter. They're just sort of repopulating it. They're aggregating it. So it's
Rangers
like
Nathan
Savant.
Eovaldi, like come out of the dugout like we did that for the Orioles game. That kind of clap. What are we doing?
No, that's like the curtain call.
Yeah.
It won't be quite like that. It'll just be Jock going out to the plate.
Remember we were chanting his name.
Yeah, we'll be doing Peterson. It'll be very similar to that.
Yeah, okay.
But he probably won't acknowledge the crowd and do a hat tip because he's going to be getting ready to get in the box and hopefully make a monster swing. But I also am reading that is supposed to be for tomorrow night. Okay. I don't know why they wouldn't do it tonight. Some people are criticizing it, calling it like a Make-A-Wish kind of vibe. Nonetheless, I like it. I think at this point we're pulling out all the stops. But I feel like there's going to be some confusion. Some people are going to think to do it tonight. Others are going to know it's for tomorrow night. Hopefully, either way, this thing, we will a homer.
What's wrong with
for
people?
Jock tonight.
All I know.
Seriously, what's wrong with people?
There's a lot wrong with all of us.
What's
What
wrong
happened?
with people?
What just happened?
Well, no, just talking about the whole thing that people are like getting all bent out of shape that it's a Make-A-Wish thing. You know?
We're just trying to help our guy out.
I mean, why can't people just keep their damn mouths shut?
We're trying to help a guy get out of a slump. We're trying to curate the slump busting.
They don't have enough patience.
So effed up.
They're Johnny-come-lately baseball fans. They just started watching the sport when they won the World Series. They don't know that it is entirely possible for a guy to open up and be horrible. Complete dog bleed for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, and then put on a Hall of Fame second half. You know, and unfortunately, that's the misery that you have to subject yourself to as a baseball fan, right? Because we don't know. Maybe he's old and washed up. He dang sure looks like it. Looks like he definitely got on the Luka dietary plan in the offseason.
That's been about a half decade in the making there.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw the evolution 19 Jock or whatever looked a heck of a lot different than 2025 Jock.
Well, all I know is if this Make-A-Wish clapping campaign doesn't work, the only thing left will be banging on garbage cans.
You're on board.
What about the nipple buzzers?
Nipple buzzers, garbage cans. I'm willing to.
You're on board with the Make-A-Wish thought then.
Some people are calling it
I think it's
condescending.
funny. I think it's funny, but maybe it shouldn't be funny.
No, but people are like people are serious. Like, oh, what are you trying to do? Make the guy feel good? I mean, is it like
we're trying to help him out?
We're giving him like a petition.
Yeah. It's like a
ribbon.
It's like a retirement celebration. You did it, buddy. It's a body work round of applause here. No, I think we're trying to give the guy just an overwhelming amount of positive vibes.
That's what I'm thinking.
In hopes it'll energize him. Sometimes when Dad's at the yard, these guys making their debut, they hit a home run. Crazy things can happen if you fill somebody with enough positive vibes. I think let's go for it.
I got you.
He needs our help right now.
I'm totally with you on the vibes.
And I'm proud that we have Rangers fans out there that thought of this, and they're going to try to pull it off. It's amazing.
Agreed, man.
If dude goes 3 for 4, we owe everybody an apology.
Exactly. And Rangers fans are passionate. The diehards are diehard. I'm gonna play a game with you. Baseball or butt crack? Is this a real text from the 469? I love the Rangers so much, I'll donate my wife for a slump buster.
Wow.
Do you think that's a real? Is that a real text?
I think that's a real text.
I'll tell you what, though. I saw.
Answer the damn question.
Can I qualify it here a little bit?
Sure.
Before Florida played in the national championship game, students were saying they would sacrifice the mom.
Their own mother?
Yeah.
Anything for a title.
Yeah, anything for a title. So I'm going to say this is probably true.
It is. You guys are 2 for 2. Baseball guys of the day. That's 100% baseball.
He probably secretly wants a divorce anyway.
No
He's
butt
like,
crack
cha-ching.
detected. Yeah.
Oh, man. It's a hell of a sacrifice.
The Rangers are plus 114 against against the Dodgers today. So they're underdogs, and that makes Jacob deGrom an underdog for the first time
ever
since 2019.
What happens? You have the offense to thank for that. Are we still like bottom 5? It's crazy. Just stacking dubs on the backs of pitching.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
Who would have thought?
Starting to see it come alive a little bit offensively, but yeah, not to the full extent yet. We're not out of the darkness completely, but we got some encouraging signs. If Jock Peterson can get back to being just average, and then you get Wyatt Langford back, what Dustin Harris is doing. I mean, big time love for Dustin Harris. That's my lock of the night. The lefty's getting on base tonight. That's a guarantee. Dustin Harris.
Homer? Didn't you call for the homer?
I got the Jock dinger tonight.
Oh,
I think we're going to get a Jimmy Jock.
Better.
I think we're going to get the first Nadell call of a Jimmy Jock. We're going to go 3-runner for Jock tonight.
I just had an idea for the Rangers fans here. They're going to try to propel Jock Peterson to greatness. We need to get this out of the way tonight, because if it works, we need you at the barn tomorrow night for Stars and Avs to shake the defense. Fill the defense with some positive vibes.
Yeah, we need to have.
Colorado in 6.
I would think tomorrow at the AAC there is maybe a record-setting number of giant D signs next to the giant fence signs.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
We're going to have to bring that back.
Yeah, we might need to add a third person. Like, please.
Yeah, we beg you.
Exclamation point.
Yeah, whatever it takes, man. Current get-in price for each game this weekend here at Globe Life Field. Tonight, $77 on SeatGeek. This from Michael Beer, our good buddy. Saturday, $101 average price to get in to Globe Life Field. And then Sunday, the Malley start, $61. So this is setting up beautifully with the pitching matchups, getting DeGrom and Eovaldi and Malley going versus what the Dodgers are running out there. This is truly ideal stuff. This is exciting.
I just want to know what Tuesday is for that Josh Young replica World Series ring. Back in the lineup tonight once again. Josh Young putting in mad work. I know that was Brian's pick to hit a home run tonight, but you can get his World Series ring. Now, you do have to sit through a game where they play the A's. So,
hey, dude, chalk that up to a dub, hopefully.
You get the World Series ring? Yeah. I would say for one of these World Series rings, if you're a proper Rangers fan and you don't have one of these replicas yet, even if you can't watch the game, it's worth just to walk in, get the ring, and go.
I can't wait to see the Josh Young Jungle Cat ring giveaway Brian Broaddus calendar shoot where he's wearing the ring and only the ring.
Yeah. We said with this, though, we do the ring.
Where's he going to put it? I believe he has 11 options.
We said we'd do it with the ring with the Whataburger hoodie, the sleeveless Whataburger.
Yeah, that's Wednesday. That's Tuesday.
Yeah.
The co-branded Whataburger sleeveless hoodie.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's going to be incredible. Okay, here in the dump, are you more excited for Mavs or Rangers tonight? Because I'm going to be 100%
Mavs.
Rangers.
Mavs.
Yeah. Believe yourself, Broadus. How about this? Nico, the Tennessee quarterback, formerly now, he's with UCLA. Reportedly $1.5 million NIL, which is obviously not the $4 million.
Wasn't he going to get
two?
Two and a half from Tennessee?
He was going to get about three from Tennessee. Wanted 4. Now he's settling for UCLA 1.5 with the taxes. My boy's taking home far under $1 million. An ultimate bag fumbling,
and he's having to live in L.A.
and reputation fumbling. Both of these, you didn't get the dollars you wanted, and now you're going to have to do a lot of work to overcome the narrative and the disdain for
His brother turned them down to play quarterback this year. By the way. Nico's brother.
Turned who down?
UCLA.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I'd turn them down, too, if they're only throwing $1 million. This is Los Angeles, man.
That's the problem with doing it this late in the ball game. Most of these programs have their quarterback room buttoned up at this point in the proceedings. So, and Bill Belichick just got a guy from South Alabama.
Yeah.
So he's got his quarterback, and they're feeling
probably
good.
A lot cheaper.
Elsewhere in college football, Lee Corso hanging him up. Got that news yesterday, I believe.
They're doing these tributes now, like ESPN put out all these tributes. It's kind of like he's dying. Have you seen some of these?
Well, it's a death. It's a career death, right? Don't you kind of eulogize the career the same way you do the life?
It's crazy,
especially for a guy like him who's been on television since before television.
38 years he's been on with ESPN. 38 years.
We call that a damn good run.
Yeah, man. He started when he was 62, 52.
Yeah.
Wow.
So these tributes are like he's dead.
Well, they are trying to dead the headgear bit because
nobody's picking that up.
Game day fans are like, well, that's our favorite part. Can we still get some iteration of that? Lee Corso's
McAfee's got to pick that up.
See, you would think that was like that was kind of the easy replacement there, but Lee Corso says, I think I'm going to have to tackle anybody that tries to do a headgear pick other than Lee Corso. Reese Davis is big time championing just ending the headgear bit.
They should.
That's
well,
Lee's
they're probably
and only
tired
Lee's.
of it. I don't know. I think it's a great bid. I think it'd be honoring Lee to pick it up with
I'll
somebody else.
tell you what I was laughing at. Oklahoma, they did a game in Norman, and they had all the guns, those
muskets.
Not muskets, but they were like these powerful rifles with kick, and like he was.
It's an M1.
He was like just. And like he turned it on to Herb Street. Herb Street's like ducking out of the way, and I mean it was hilarious.
Got to know your gun safety.
That gun safety guy,
do.
But yeah, he did some fun things, man. He did some fun things.
A great career.
The thing with the time when the SMU Houston game, you see that where he took off the or the pony and he goes, F it. He threw it,
yes.
And Herb Street just
starts dying laughing
next to it. Yeah,
he's had some funny moments. There's no question. The 817 says in reference to the ring, the Josh Young ring, they note that they actually have 12 places where they could put it because they have an Audi belly button.
Impressive.
I haven't seen an Audi in a really long time.
I passed one on the highway
since I was about 7 years old.
Yeah,
I see little kid Audis back in the day.
I do wonder what.
You're saying doctors are better nowadays?
What's the percentage of Audis these days? Are we still making Audis?
I don't know.
Not sure. I'll have to.
Why don't you look
maybe
that up?
Broadus could Chad GPT.
What did you about to say?
Chat GPT.
Chat GPT. All right.
Go ahead and
I'll
try
look
and
it
get
up
that
for you,
going.
Eric. Happy to help.
What's going on, dude? Hey, we have.
Distracted easy.
I just saw a guy who's in college football right now, and he's an offensive lineman, a little bit undersized, and he just announced with an Instagram post how big he's gotten. And he's with USC, and he's consuming a ridiculous amount of food. The photos show just how much bigger he's gotten, And basically his daily consumption is 12 waffles, 3 bananas, 2.5 pounds of sirloin, 150 grams of white rice, and a protein shake, all before lunch.
Wow. Must be a hell of a workout.
In total, you're looking at an average of 6K on the calories, 381 grams of protein, 725 grams of carbs, and 158 grams of fat.
I hope that brother gets some fiber in his damn diet.
That's a typical day for Gus Cordova, who's most famously known for in high school intentionally putting peanuts by way of a prank in one of his teammates' lockers who he knew had a peanut allergy and was deathly allergic.
Oh, Gus.
So there was some naivety involved there. He thought it was a practical joke. A high school teammate of his almost died, and that is what he's famous for. But he's trying to come back.
I just thought you were going to itch, man. I'm sorry.
I didn't realize that your throat was going to close and we were going to have to care flight you. My apologies.
So a man of that size, how many calories do you think he's burning just living, right? And
yeah.
Because I know the average person's like, what, 2,500 or so?
That's the average expenditure.
A day. So I try to keep it under, if I'm trying to lose weight, I'm really trying to keep it under 2,000 calories, under 1,500 if I'm really going for it.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, but some of these monsters, I guess if you're eating 6,000 and you're not putting a lot of weight on, I guess that's just all that muscle doing its work every day.
Yeah, when you have that much muscle, you burn your resting burning calories is much more than somebody with far less muscle. So I'm sure this dude's all jacked up with the muscles. Brought us what
and
you
all
got
backed
for us.
Up.
Yeah,
and
jacked
backed
up and backed up.
Of 8.2 billion people, 820 million people have Audis.
About 1 in 10.
All right. Hey, that's still pretty impressive. The Audi's still here and doing well.
I don't know if that number is reduced. I think we just notice them less because there's less shirtless heathens running around in our social circles these days, probably.
Less common now, they say.
Okay, what are you hoping to see tonight at Memphis? Did you hear the Malika Andrews audio, the interview with Luka? We have some of that. Maybe we'll get some finest. And then Jared Sandler's coming up at 4:40 talking Rangers here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. But I'm going to talk to you about my friends at Permapure Foundation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Okay, we got a lot going on here. We're live at the Globe here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I'm going to have some Mavs chatter with you at 877-881-1053. What are you hoping to see from the Mavs tonight? The play-in continues. They got to beat the Grizz to play the Thunder. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We have that Malika Andrews audio as well. But Chief has an edition of The Finest coming up here in about 5 minutes. We'll hit you with some football headlines. And then Sandler's coming up at 4:40, 4:45. So a lot of sports to talk about with you. I think number one, we've gotten a break from the injuries, Brian. And, you know, that's still got to be top of mind. Like, be healthy after tonight, after this series, no matter how it goes. We can't have any more injuries that impact next year.
You know what? I think you're absolutely right about that. And hopefully, like I think this team, when you watch them play, they very well, as the 10th seed, they just could have rolled over. They could have said, hey, feel sorry and not play with any enthusiasm. But those guys played hard for each other the other night.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, I mean, watching it, I was like, okay, Sacramento could have just gone out there. Sacramento had beaten them earlier. I mean, Sacramento had, you figure with a home game, they were going to have the advantage and all that. They completely took the Sacramento crowd out of it. But you might be playing a Memphis team that's not enthused about playing this week.
I think a lot of teams could be in that situation, especially these Mavs with everything that's gone on.
Their coach gets fired. I mean, there's just, it's just what kind of enthusiasm. John Morant, I mean, talking to the folks at the Mavs, they're expecting John Morant to be able to play tonight. And so, I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that that they're preparing for. But Dallas has made the point that they packed their trip. They packed thinking they were going to just stay on the road. So their mindset was, we're going to go win a game. It's Sacramento. We're going to go win a game wherever, end up being Memphis. And they're going to say, you know what? We beat Memphis. We're going to go right to Oklahoma City and get ready for that thing.
And in order for that to happen, I need to see such great defense like we saw against the Rockets that day in early February. We still haven't seen that again.
Right.
Can you go out and be so imposing? We've seen this coaching staff throughout the course of a series figure out teams defensively and be able to unleash something that maybe could allow you to steal a couple of games. And right now that'd be exciting. Like there have been no dubs for basketball fans in North Texas for 2.5 months. I'll go give the Thunder hell a little bit and be a team that's not easy to beat.
Take a gentleman's sweep and feel good about it versus the Thunder, or do you need to go to 6 to be like,
I need to go to 6.
Yeah. And we got the Shams report about John Morant. I mean, he's got a severe ankle sprain.
Sure.
I mean, he absolutely does. He got the injection the other night, and he's telling people that he's going to play. We won't know for sure until about an hour before tip-off, but that is a legit, you will not be getting a full John Morant tonight with the way that ankle is. So that's obviously a huge advantage, Mavs there.
Yeah.
And, and you've seen Anthony Davis have really good performances versus the Grizzlies. So that's something that's encouraging. And
especially against Jared Jackson. He's averaged like 28 points a game against him.
I think Edey did a nice job on him in a couple matchups this year when he was with the Lakers, but Edey was awful the other night versus the Warriors. And I got my eye, even though I'm not watching the game, I still got my eye on this Brandon Williams. Got a little juice to him, man.
There we go.
He's undersized. There's no doubt about it. But, man, I was reading about how Kyrie Irving really, sort of took him under his wing. And you can see the elements of that. Obviously, a much lesser version, but the style and being at that size and the finishing at the rim and stuff like that, I mean, for $47,000, that's pretty dang good bang for your buck right now.
I don't know if he'd get on the court for any other team but these two teams, Mavs and then the Grizzlies. If Morant would be out, Brandon Williams would get on the floor for these Grizzlies tonight. But can he, as a youngster, as a guy who doesn't have a lot of experience in this league, play efficiently, not turn it over, right, and play decent defense on the other end? And if you can get all of those things, this Mavs team misses what he does so much that it could have a significant impact. So that's definitely another very interesting thing to watch and hope for. Could he be your 8th or 9th man next year once you get Kyrie back? Could that be your 4th guard on a contender? Okay, here's the chief of some football's finest.
Okay, so got a couple of draft things I do want to start with, and I guess this shouldn't be a surprise because we know how incredible this dude is as a physical specimen, but Boise State's running back, Ashton Jeanty, standing at a nice 5 feet 8 inches and 211 pounds, I guess. I'm watching videos of him dunking on a 10-foot hoop.
Wow.
I just feel like that's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, what an explosive animal at 5'8" to be able to, with ease, 2 hands slam a jamma on a 10-foot rim. That's a pretty impressive video right there as he continues to impress at every turn. And
if I could do that,
he goes.
There's no way you would have ever known I could play football well.
Yeah.
Because I would have just been dunking all day. Boom.
At 5'8" to dunk is such an incredible flex, dude. Especially carrying all that muscle that he's carrying around.
My goodness. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have tried to been the best 5'8" point guard that Division I basketball had ever seen.
How do you like this quote from Daniel Jeremiah, Broadus, on Bama quarterback Jalen Milroe, who will be in attendance on night 1 in Green Bay for the draft? He says that's the lottery ticket. He's got the highest upside of any quarterback in this draft, including Cam Ward, who's going to be going number 1 overall to the Titans.
Daniel Jeremiah, I think, does an outstanding job. Former NFL scout with the Ravens, with the Phillies. He does his homework. He's seen a lot of players in his day. I think there is some huge upside for Milroe. He just has those traits that you can't coach. He has God-given talent, his ability to avoid, his ability to play with quickness, his explosiveness, his power, his balance. Somebody just needs to work. And not that, Alabama didn't try and work with him, but, man, if you can unlock his ability to throw consistently from a platform where, either, hey, he's moving or he's standing stationary. If you can unlock that, like they unlocked Josh Allen when he came in the league, you could have a guy that could be a long-time quarterback and a very successful quarterback in this league. I think Daniel Jeremiah is absolutely right.
Yeah. I mean, he's got elite traits when it comes to the arm strength and the mobility, the speed. He's day 1 going to be a top probably 3 or 4
he's going to be a problem
at the quarterback position.
He's going to be a problem if they figure it out with him and he gets it. It's going to be, you're going to have it's like watching that guy from the Commanders play, when he's moving around. I mean, I've watched him for a couple of years, but man, when you're sitting there looking at those quarterbacks and they have the ability to avoid, move in the pocket, extend plays, run, or throw on the move, it's hard to stop those guys.
Okay, so I have some of the boldest first-round predictions based on what the ESPN NFL insiders are hearing.
Yeah.
Field Yates, Jackson Dart, or even Shuck, the Louisville quarterback, could go ahead of Shedeur Sanders as quarterback 2 off the board.
I believe it about.
Still think that
I believe it about
insane.
Jackson Dart. I do believe it about Jackson Dart. I'm very much open to the idea that if Shedeur gets past, say, that group with the Giants and stuff, and it gets down to where he's at New Orleans at 9, I wonder if Jeff Ireland and those guys down there think that Jackson Dart would be a better fit for Kellen Moore's offense. I know that's I would love to know that. I would absolutely love to know that. And my goal this week is to figure out who Kellen Moore likes better of those two quarterbacks.
I love it. Looking forward to that. Draft week brought us as a different animal. By the way, the bow tie situation, do you have a new special one for this year?
We'll break out a new one for
sure.
I
love it, dude.
Yeah.
Bow tie brought us on draft night's incredible. Another bold prediction is that Armand Membu, Missouri right tackle, is going to be the first lineman taken. And the other bold prediction is that Jahdae Barron will be the first corner taken, not Michigan's Will Johnson. So Texas's Jahdae Barron really been climbing throughout the offseason in terms of the overall consensus, and it's deserved. That dude's a super beast.
Let's make him a Cowboy. I drink to that. Thank you, Chief. Football's finest in the books. Coming up at 5 o'clock, it's What You Drinking, What You Thinking. G-Bag of the Days at 5:30, then LA Live. That kind of sets our afternoon agenda here for the next hour plus. Jared Sandler is next year on your home of the Rangers.
But Tolos, it's time to take control.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
has kept him, from falling off a radar maybe when there was a rough stretch. Like, all minor leaguers are just like major leaguers. They're going to slump. They're going to surge. But, he's a guy, I think he's always had tools that have been appealing to teams. So if he maybe did have a rough year, I don't think teams were eager to, turn the page because he projected as someone with potential, and I think we're starting to see some of that come together. He was never like a big dog, big-time prospect. He's just someone who's kind of continued to get better and better and better.
Jared, are we getting a heck of a home field advantage cooking with this team or what?
Oh, man, best home start ever, right? 9 straight at home. Is that 9 straight at home?
We're about to get Jock Peterson out of his slump.
I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I saw that, the Jock chance or whatever
Not
tomorrow.
everybody's on board with this. We got people that hate life.
Some people think it's kind of...
Gavin, is that you?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. You guys were, dancing around. Who doesn't like it?
No, it's just we've gotten texts about it.
Fan base thinks it's like a Make-A-Wish thing.
Got it. I would just say, do you want...
Like it's condescending.
Like what? Okay. So do you want to, boo him, or do you...
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, this is what we do as fans. This is what we're supposed to do.
I just think, it makes sense, right? Remember Trey Turner in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
That's the example. And you might think these guys, they make all this money, they don't care, whatever. No, Trey Turner has talked about how that was, super important to him. That, meant a lot, and that helped, right? Now, what helped the most is that Trey Turner's a really good player. What's going to help Jock Peterson the most is that he's a really good player. He is going to get out of this, but gosh, I mean, I can't imagine that he's not feeling it right now, and to get that sort of, especially a new team. I mean, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't. Do you lose credibility as a fan by cheering? What do we?
I don't know.
We're not it's not like participation trophy. It's like, hey, this guy's struggling. We're doing this because he's struggling, but we're gonna, as a fan base that cares about a team,
this is how we exert ourselves. This is our role. This is how we can try and help. I'm just following CY's lead. He wants these players to know that we believe in them. And I think that's a great step in the right direction for them.
I just don't. What's the harm? In what way are you getting debited for doing this? Are you? Is someone judging?
You got to be tough. This is over accountability.
Be a man
and figure it out yourself, Jock.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Soft side here.
Yeah. I don't know. You want to be considered one of the best fan bases in baseball? Do stuff like this, right? That stuff's cool.
Amen. A+, Jared, enjoy your evening, and we'll catch up with you next week after sweeping the Dodgers.
Let's do it.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. He is brought to you every game day, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here in the G-Bag Nation. We're coming back with the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated. What you drinking and what you thinking is next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk to you about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic, though. An absolute blessing here for North Texans to get to enjoy Men's Tea Clinic. 5 DFW locations, very affordable.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated here on The Fan. What you drinking and what you thinking? It's got an all-new time here, 5 o'clock. Okay, so I do want to establish that, and I also want to establish the ground rules here, what you drinking, what you thinking. First of all, there are no rules, except for you got to answer the questions, and no operating heavy machinery at the time of your phone call. That does include automobiles. Now, why have we moved the time around? Because G-Bag today is now every day at 5:30, and it would have just been too weird if every Friday, we broke out of that. So we gave it a new home here at 5 o'clock. Eric Nadell's coming up at 5:20. Currently, I'm drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke, as per usual. And I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I just think we haven't spent enough time talking about it. Now, 20 years ago, this is a very popular topic, maybe 25 years ago, the Yankees are the evil empire. They're spending their way to greatness.
I knew you were doing this.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers, they have no respect for fair competition.
No.
Just like the Eagles. Hey, enjoy your championships, guys. Okay? We're all respecting the confines of fair play. Okay? You guys, apparently, you just want to be like, oh, well, look at me. I got more money, so I'm going to buy 5 of the best players in the game. All right, congratulations.
My man with the Fernando Valenzuela jersey on standing next to me.
Congrats.
Smiling with maybe the best
Congratulations.
mustache. I haven't seen a mustache like that in person. That's better than Tom Selleck.
This isn't about fair competition and about all agreeing, This is like basically giving you guys 4 outs per inning, right? Because you have more money. Hey, how many millions of dollars does it take so I can get 5 outs per inning? Just like the Eagles.
Move on.
I tell you what, it feels amazing when you actually win a championship without having to cheat to get it, Chief. I guess that's just all I'm drinking and thinking right now.
I understand that. I totally do. Those loser champions, I can't stand them.
Yep.
I am drinking some delicious ice cold water right now, and I'm just thinking about how excited I am for this weekend, man. I got a little Sunday off. Not going to do the BetMGM show on an Easter Sunday.
Oh.
So we got back-to-back off days, which is pretty exciting.
He is risen.
The family time is going to be wonderful. Yes, he is risen, and I got some buddies that are going to be tagging along to church this weekend, so hopefully some lives change. And we barrel into draft week on a Monday morning feeling refreshed, baby.
Man, that does sound amazing. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Brian?
You know me, I'm not going to drink anything, even though I have a bottle of water here right next to me. But what I'm thinking is I'm super happy that we've adjusted our schedule.
Yeah?
With LA Live and the G-Bag Nation. I think it's going to be a great fit going forward. Super excited about that.
All right, speaking of LA, let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is prepared to tell us what he's drinking and thinking.
Shooby-dooby-doo. I'm drinking some Spittle coffee. It's nice and hot.
Nice.
His door is closed, so I think he made some coffee then bounced.
Okay.
For he's a jolly good fellow if that's what he did, man. Shout out to that.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm drinking some Spittle coffee and I'm eating a pear.
There you go.
I'm eating a pear.
And, are you doing this segment live from the toilet right now?
Not yet. Not yet. Maybe about 45 minutes.
There you go.
About the end of LA Live, it's going to be talking to me, fam. I love when it gets to gargling, too. I was like, yeah, move around. Get on out of there, boy.
Yeah, Spittle will always tell you what country his coffee is from.
Yeah, oftentimes it's Peruvian.
Yeah.
Organic
Michelle
soils.
brought him back some Jamaican coffee.
That Jamaican
broke it out.
Jamaican coffee is dynamite, dude.
All righty, well, let's hit these phone calls here on a Friday.
I didn't get my thinking in.
Oh, that's my bad.
Yeah, my thinking is, this is the weekend to watch the movie Sinners. I was hyped last weekend, but I was wrong, shipmate.
Mm-hmm.
I had no movie to watch, so I had to watch the movie Magazine Dreams on Amazon, which was amazing. It was amazing, kind of controversial, but it's very, very amazing. So, yeah, I'm going to try to catch the movie Sinners, and Godfrey the Comedian is in town. So I'm trying to catch him on Saturday at some point.
Nice, dude.
So we're set in 1932 Mississippi, an action horror film here with Michael B. Jordan. That looks promising.
Yeah, a little Juke Jones.
Right on. Okay, let's check out these phone calls, see what the Tolos are saying here with you on a Friday night. We are live at the Globe. Brings back such great memories. We're ready to make new ones all summer long here with you on your home of the Rangers. And where are we going first, Lucius?
Let's go to my man Rodeo. New man right here. New man.
Evening, Ron. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm drinking that good old Dr. Pepper. And before I tell you what I'm thinking, I just want to say thank you to you guys. And thank you to Sean and Bobby this morning for all the kind words y'all said about me. It means a lot. But what I'm thinking is that we have a jam-packed weekend of nothing but sports. We got WWE all weekend. We got the Rangers all weekend. We got the Mavs tonight. Hopefully they win, and never know. I see the squirrel find another two once or twice, so hopefully they can find one and be able to go deep in the playoffs. And we got the Stars going this weekend. The only thing I got a question is how many screens I'm going to have going at the house this weekend and how much money it's going to cost me to make the future wife happy because she ain't got no TV time this weekend. And remember one thing, if you ain't hanging out with Rodeo Ron, sober, and listening to that G-Bag Nation or 105 through the Fan, where the F you at, baby?
There he goes, Rodeo Ron, an absolute legend of what you're drinking and what you're thinking. He's been with us over the years. What I wanted to ask Ron, and maybe he can give us a follow-up on this, is, he's one of the top players in MLB The Show.
Yeah.
But all of this playing was done late night hammered, right? One of the first times I met Ron, he had just thrown a perfect game, right?
Wow.
So I want to know, are you better now or are you worse?
Yeah, he was giving me a little bit of that tea last night, not as it pertains to the video gaming, but just in general. He thinks his comedy, his bits, the memes that he likes to do, he thinks he's lost his fastball to some extent. He's got to work his way into playing shape now.
Right
so
on.
that might have been a bit of a vitamin S situation for him.
New variables in play. I do wonder about those kind of things. I know
like a sober Eminem?
Yeah. It's going to take some time to find himself.
Sometimes it's just not the same, Okay, who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Ryan in Richardson. What are you drinking? What you thinking, Ryan?
Well, right now I'm not drinking anything because I'm in the car. But you know what I'm going to be drinking when I get home.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome. I'm thinking that...
JD.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking that I'm kind of sad until I move the time. I understand it. But I get out of work right at 5. It's going to be hard for me to I know I'll be able to listen, but it'll be hard for me to get online, but that's all right. And I'm also thinking that, man, writing a book is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, but it's also thrilling. I'm working on. I'm getting pretty far. I got like almost 80,000 words, so it's getting pretty close. Yeah, but working on forever. And I'm thinking, man, I give up on the Mavs, but let's go Rangers. I want to see them back in the World Series.
I love it. Thank you, Ryan and Richardson. I wonder how much ChatGPT could help you write a book these days. I was honestly thinking about that. Like, if you had some ideas in your head, like, I want the chapters to go like this. Here's my basic idea.
You could I think you could do a whole book.
Give me 10,000 words on that. Guaranteed. Next chapter, give me 10,000 words on this.
Yep.
Oh, how about this, boys? Live from Globe Life Field, Shohei Ohtani has gone on paternity leave as he expects his first child soon.
Shohei Ohtani.
Well, I guess the odds of watching a modern-day Babe Ruth went down significantly, but the odds of Rangers' success went up that much more significantly. And in your face, Dodgers fans.
See, this is the thing when I just had the feeling he was going to come in here and he was going to go like 12, 14, and like 3 home runs.
We're calling him Shohei Sharif from now on.
He's on paternity leave.
I want to say thank
He'll be
you
off
to
and on
his-
for the next 2 months.
Is it his wife or girlfriend? I don't want to get in trouble here, but I just like to personally thank her for her efforts in helping the Rangers this weekend.
Brilliant timing. I love it. As Rangers sitting here at 11-7, a really good start.
Dawson, there's like 2 fans that are sitting to our backside here. Both have Ohtani jerseys on.
Yeah.
Do you think they know that he's not going to play tonight
They're
or in
locked
the whole
in.
series?
They got their nachos.
Hey, did you hear Ohtani's not playing tonight? Did you hear Ohtani's not playing? Oh, look,
He is ticked right now, bro. I just broke the news. Sorry, suckers.
Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Black and Gold Super Bowl. Black and Gold B, what are you drinking and what are you thinking, sir?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? But I'm driving right now, so I'm just drinking some water. But in about 5 minutes, I'm going to crack open a cold evening light. And but I'm just thinking that game, last week or the week before when Luka came back to town, after watching that intro, it brought back all the freaking anger I had over the trade. Like, I was to the point where I was trying to get past it and get over it. Like, I'm never going to agree with it or understand it, but I was just getting over it, trying to move on, and it just brought all the anger back, man. And every time I hear Nico or the owners talk about it, try to just justify it, it just makes me angry and pushes me further away, man. It switched me towards almost to Mike Bassett Club. I'm almost done, but not yet, man.
Oh, that's
yeah, I'm not there yet, but if they keep talking about it, it's going to get there. But anyway, that's all. But so the song I'm going to recommend, since I'm still angry about the Mavs, it's going to be a little bit heavy today. It's called Pain. It's by Drago Lodge. Y'all have a great weekend, fellas. Happy Easter, everybody.
There he goes. You know what I always wonder is why it's not called a Yuengling light, Because it's Yuengling. But it's apparently a Yingling. I've heard that.
One of the oldest beers in the country.
Yep. Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to my man Blair in Oak Cliff. That's my hood. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Blair?
Just finished up on some of that Crown. Appreciate y'all for having me on.
Cheers.
And you know what I'm thinking? First off, happy birthday to my tea lady, my Ma Dukes. It's her birthday today, so I'm finna get ready to go out celebrate that with her. If you see her, tip her, in the words of Gavin.
There you go. Happy birthday.
What else I'm thinking? I'm starting to feel kind of vindicated about my crazy theory about the Mavericks trade with Luka and people not needing to blame Nico, especially after his latest sit down with the reporters and what Tim McMahon put out. I'm feeling vindicated because it's really sounding like it was not his call. Dude was just following orders, because how else can you make a move so freaking dumb and still have your job? Like, it just don't make sense to me. So I'm starting to feel vindicated. It wasn't his call. This was all from the owners, the higher up. It was above his pay grade, so he just following orders to keep his job. Because how else do he still have a job? But that's what I got. I hope y'all enjoy y'all weekend. Appreciate you for having me on. And see a shot, take a shot. Have one for me, y'all.
It just doesn't make sense. I mean, Nico played pro ball in Europe. He was a D1 college basketball player. If that is anywhere on your resume, I just don't know how you could have thought that was a good trade unless you were getting marching orders. That would make a lot more sense to me than Basketball Man decided this is a good trade.
To me, this is one of those situations. This was his way of getting Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
That was the only, in his mind, that was the only way that he could get Anthony Davis on this team, by making a trade like that.
Get AD. Yeah, he won a championship in the bubble, and then they could barely make the playoffs with LeBron for the last 4 years. That's the guy we need.
Do you feel like that?
I'm not on you. I agree with you. That is the narrative of record, that he thought so little of Luka and so much of AD. I'm just saying it would make more sense if he just did it because the owner said you have to.
Okay, and then you know what the owner should have done? We saw what Jimmy Haslam did at Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
Then Patrick Dumont should have come out and said, listen, this trade's on me.
Mm-hmm.
The owners ain't going anywhere unless they sell the team.
Yeah.
Bring all the hate. Jerry Jones took all the hate for Tom Landry getting fired.
That would be cleansing. Own it, fire Nico, and then give a new GM and say, and I'm not going to mess with this one, right? That's on me. Then you'd have a chance of a fresh start.
Well, he should protect. If he's the one that gave the marching orders to do it, then he needs to protect Nico, because Nico was a general manager, a good one, up until he made this trade.
Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Will in Arlington. What you drinking? What you thinking, Will?
Keystone Light. Broadus. What kind of whopper plopper do I need?
What's that?
What kind of
whopper plopper do I need?
Sorry, it's so loud out here. My apologies. What kind of whopper plopper is what I'm using right now?
Does he need? Are there different whopper ploppers? Does he need that one of mine?
Hey, no, just get the brand. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, man.
Any whopper plopper will do.
It'll do. You just need the movement in the water, and you got to be. The color sometimes it really doesn't make that much difference because you're throwing it in. You're trying to just attract. The movement is what gets the fish agitated to come hit it.
Sounds like Will had drank a 30-pack of Keystone Light on the lake today.
He might have been at the lake drinking the 30-pack. I didn't understand the question first.
Who's next?
Let's see here. Let's go to Matthew in Dallas. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Matthew?
I'm drinking water at the moment. And what I'm thinking is, if I'm Luka, every team I play in the playoffs, every player, I'm picturing Nico's face on everybody. That's what I'm doing. And it's like I've been a Mavs fan. Yeah, like the water boy when he pictured all those people growing up that used to pick on him. It's hard because I grew up a Mavericks fan. I went to Game 5 of the 2011 Finals. It's hard, but I can't root for them anymore. I can't until Nico's gone and the Dumont sell the team. I can't root for him anymore.
I totally understand that. For me, I guess I'm desperate and I'm clinging to hope.
It's sad to watch.
I understand. I appreciate you keeping me accountable on that, Chief. It's what a true brother will do for you. Let you know when it's getting ugly. It's time to hang up. One more, Lucius. What do you say?
Yeah, let's do one more. Let's go to my man Darren in Dallas. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Darren?
Hey, I'm in the car right now drinking some melon-flavored Powerade. That's one of the best flavors of Powerade. You guys need to try that.
Alrighty. What you thinking?
I'm just thinking, I went to that last game when Luka came to town, and season ticket holder over 20 years. Emotionally, I didn't jump on it right away and cancel my tickets, but after that game, it was so sad. My son went with me, but now my kids don't even want to go to the games anymore. I was in the stands when Derek Harper dribbled the clock out against the Lakers at Reunion Arena. And I cannot believe I'm at this state now. I never thought I would say this, but I don't see how anybody, if they attended that game where Luka was there, could go to another Maverick game again. And I called them, or I didn't call them up. I sent my ticket rep an email, and to make things worse, nothing. They just said, okay, we'll cancel your tickets. They were sending it over to the admin office, and next day I had my refund. I was on a plan where I pay monthly and been doing this, like I said, for over 20 years. And I have no regrets because of the way I was treated, the way they didn't care at all. Said, we'll take care of you. We're good. Wrote a big letter saying, that I can't believe they did this, and until somebody takes accountability for this, I'm done. And they did not care. They sent an email back saying, we got you taken care of. They refunded my 1 month that I'd already paid for the new season tickets because I renewed, and I'm done. And I don't see how anybody could go to another game if they attended that game like I did.
I'm with you, Darren. I think I had a very similar experience, even though I wasn't a season ticket holder. Immediately after the trade, I was open-minded and trying to stay positive, and then we got to a certain point that it was just, too late, and then you add the injuries on top of that, and then whatever happened last week with the Luka return, it was just so visceral. It was emotional, and I think it caused a taste that makes you not want to go back. So I definitely understand if people just aren't watching.
Just real quick, though, is he called to cancel his tickets.
Yeah.
Are they supposed to kiss his ass?
I guess, I don't know what he wanted there.
When in a business transaction, you say, hey, I no longer want this service.
Yeah.
We expect.
I think that is very respectful to just process the.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
we're
like,
done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey, thank you very much.
We're going to let you off the hook for your obligation.
Here's your money. We're not holding it to try and make interest on it or anything like that.
I think that they did do the right thing there. They don't want to hold anybody who feels betrayed.
To me, the guy's getting all butthurt about. He's the one that made the call to give up.
You want him to beg you to come back?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to get that.
No, hell no.
Well, thank everybody for your phone calls. We're coming back with Eric Nadel and then LA Live right here. It's the G-Bag Nation. And the G-Bag of the day is coming up as well here on 105 through the Fan. I have to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because you never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up right around the corner, and then we're into L.A. Live here on a Friday. We're live at the Globe. Eric Nadel standing by, and the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Eric Nadel, presented by Tylock George Eye Care and by TXU Energy. And good evening, Eric. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. How about you?
We're doing wonderful. The Ohtani news, I guess he's going to have a kid, so he's out on paternity leave here. He's going to miss the entire series, huh?
Yeah, how about that? Rangers catching a break, you would think, in that regard, although you never know whether the substitute is going to wind up having a big game, which seems to happen quite often.
Yes. So for you as an announcer, is it a disappointment to not be able to call Ohtani this weekend, or have you had enough of that?
No, I love watching him. We saw him plenty, obviously, with the Angels. But, I love him. He's, maybe the greatest player in the game, one of the greatest of all time. And I miss the opportunity. We have one opportunity a year to see him. And that's it's a disappointment to me. But obviously for the Rangers' chances of winning, it should be a help.
With this roster the Dodgers have put together, obviously not having Ohtani is massive, but are they still a significantly better team?
Yeah, I think so. They've added some incredible pieces in the offseason, including Kirby Yates. But, adding Sasaki to their starting rotation, Yamamoto's off to an unbelievable start. And if they need anything else, they'll just go out and buy it. There doesn't seem to be any sort of budget on their part. So they have truly become the evil empire that, all the other teams and all the other teams' fans despise.
Indeed, and they have built one heck of a team. It's going to be amazing to listen to you guys call the action all weekend long. Now, I think it is fun that we have these three pitchers going, isn't it? Starting with DeGrom tonight, then Eovaldi and Mahle. This is going to be amazing to see them tested against this great lineup the Dodgers have.
Yeah, and the Dodgers so far this year, like most teams, aren't scoring the way they probably will by the end of the season. They're averaging just over 4.5 runs per game, which is still pretty good. And they've hit 34 home runs in 20 games, which is fantastic. You look at the names in that lineup, and they're pretty solid, and they're very difficult to pitch to. They've got their best three starting pitchers going as well, so the pitching matchups are all like what you would see in a playoff series. And there's already an electricity in the building. You guys can probably feel it. A lot of people out here early for batting practice. I'm sure many of them disappointed that they're not getting to see Ohtani take batting practice. But there's quite a bit of star power even without him, with Betts and Freeman, and actually the guy who's been, according to many, their best player this year, Tommy Edman, the former Cardinal who's playing second base.
Eric, are we starting to see enough signs that this lineup is one to still be confident in with the Rangers?
I don't know that we're seeing any signs, to tell you the truth, but we know based on track record that they're going to score some runs. Marcus Semion's still struggling, Peterson beyond struggling, Berger's picked it up a little bit, and Josh Young's been fairly solid. Adolis has been okay. He's gotten better too, so I guess you'd say there's been improvement. But, you're looking for much more than what the Rangers have done so far. They won those 3 games against the Angels largely because they only gave up 4 runs, and they didn't allow a home run in any of the 3 games.
Eric, when you're talking about broadcasting a series that has electricity to it and the teams and all that, is it kind of irritating, though, when there's a run scored against our guys and you can hear the crowd through your earphones at a home game?
I wouldn't say it's irritating. The Dodgers, they're like the Yankees. They have tons of fans, and I think here in the Metroplex, they probably even have more fans than the Dodgers, even going back to the time when the Dodgers had their minor league clubs here. And I think that it's just something we've come to recognize. And honestly, it used to bother me when there was a huge imbalance between the noise when the Rangers did something good and the other team did something good. But it's pretty balanced now.
How about this rebuilt bullpen? What are the returns on it? Are you buying sustainability here with these guys that CY has brought in for us?
I am. I believe in CY and the decisions he made in the offseason. I was just talking to Kirby Yates about that down in the Dodgers clubhouse. We talked about the fact that, he was interested in coming back, but, the Rangers were going to spend their big money elsewhere and not on the bullpen. They were going to put the bullpen together more economically, shall we put it. And they've done a sensational job, and they sold us on the idea that Garcia and Martin and Jackson would be able to close out games 7th, 8th, and 9th. I think what we didn't really realize was how good Sean Armstrong and Jacob Webb and Hobie Milner would be, because those guys have been every bit as good. They've been great. It's a completely rebuilt 6-man bullpen there, and they've all been outstanding. And that's kind of surprising, 20 games through the season, that all 6 of those guys are clicking.
This guy is good, man. We love, listening to you call games. We love knowing CY is making the decisions on the players he's bringing in, and we're excited about this series. But before we let you go, Eric, we got to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
What I am drinking is the official smoothie of the Texas Rangers, the Tropical Smoothie Cafe. One of our sponsors, I'm happy to say, sent up smoothies today. I was hoping you'd ask me what I was drinking. This is a pineapple, coconut, banana smoothie. I didn't get to order my specific favorite, but it's pretty close to what I would have ordered. And that's what I am drinking. And what I am thinking is, I hope that Chris Woodward gets a fine reaction from the crowd here as he coaches at first base. Woody's still one of my favorite all-time Ranger managers, and certainly one of my all-time favorite human beings to, ever wear a Ranger uniform. And I hope that those people sitting behind first base and behind the Rangers dugout are warm and welcoming to Woody all series.
Hey, Eric, is that smoothie had missing a little bit of that Cuban rum?
Yeah, that would make it just perfect. It would almost be a pina colada smoothie.
There you go.
Well, thank you, sir. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch you up with you next Friday.
I love pina coladas and walks in the rain, too.
There he goes. Eric Nadel with you here on The Fan, brought to you by Tylock Georgia Eye Care and by TXU Energy. And it is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day. Yeah, feels good.
Boom shakalaka.
Boom. Somebody call the doctor.
All right, let's see here. Our winner and champion of G-Bag of the day so far comes from the RJ and Choppy Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? I do not know. Producer Peyton Russell, though, he held it down for about 30 minutes solo on the air by himself. Sure, and, man, them knees got wobbly at the very end, right there at the finish line, man. He exhausted all of his energy and all of his content. How many days is this? This is day 3 for this man?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. RJ and Choppy Show producer Peyton Russell struggling.
Awesome, man. It really has. The Nico stuff we'll talk about. That's about all I got. That's about it. I've thought about some lifestyle things, but I've run out of things to say. I really have. Bobby's in studio. He's laughing. He knows we're going to replay this stuff. I'll have to go through the guests again. Dewey Scruggs, NBC 5 at 7:20. Meat Church 8:20. Tim McMahon at 9:20. Look, I could talk about some Snapchat stories.
Yeah.
That Bobby has referenced on air. I got scammed. I really did. I maybe talked to a bot here, exchanged some photos, and they got out, and then she threatened to delete them. And so I got scared. I blocked her. But yeah, that's about all that is there. Nico, man, you suck, dude. But yeah, it's Sean, RJ, Bobby coming up next.
Yeah.
We're going to try and drag this out. We're going to try, Bobby, I don't care what you say. I'm dragging this out. The Mavs do play.
The Mavs do play.
Mavs do play.
The Mavs do play. Mavs do play, baby.
Yeah. I love it, dude. Just holding an informal news cadence delivery, leaking out the most embarrassing personal details of his life. He's just on autopilot. The mouth's just working. He's panicking.
Just drowning live on the air.
Man, that's hysterical. Okay, let's see what I got. You guys have a family group chat?
Yes. Sometimes.
Sometimes. What do you mean sometimes? Is there a family group chat? You just don't participate in it, or is this what is that sometimes?
You know, I think like before a vacation or before the holidays, the communication can pick up, but it can go dormant for a long time.
Okay.
I would say no, Lucius. I do not have one.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got a gentleman right here. He does have a family group chat, and he's upset that all they do in it is just gossip, talk about celebrities, or say happy birthday to each other. They ain't talking about no money. Y'all ain't talking about something with some substance.
Conversation about bull, man. Come on, man. All these conversations about all this bull, man. Man, ain't nobody said nothing about damn dollar. Ain't said nothing about damn check, damn job. Ain't said nothing about no money. But sitting here talking all this ain't nobody saying nothing about no money, though. Come on, man. Gotta get some goddamn money, man. All this broke shit ain't it, bro. Ain't nobody saying nothing about damn dollar. Get some goddamn money, man.
Yeah, he left that as a voice note.
Oh, he did.
That's a good move right there.
That's a good voice note right there. Y'all ain't talking about no money. Y'all ain't talking about no dollars.
Man, ain't nobody said nothing about damn dollar. Ain't said nothing about damn check.
See, I feel that because I don't like meaningless conversations either, but I know for other people it's like their love language.
Yeah.
They're like, their day hasn't started unless they've had at least 15 minutes of meaningless conversation with somebody, right? This is how we express it. Hey, yeah, we're friends and family. We're talking about nothing over here.
Yeah. Yeah, we're connecting.
Yep.
All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. This is not one.
Winner.
But this dad right here is teaching his son how to be a demon. The old classic prank calls. He's teaching his son how to do prank calls. Now, they're in traffic, and someone is in their company van. So, you know, the company van has a number on it.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's a welder. So he handed the phone over to his son and said, call that welder and prank call him.
Yo, so I need something for you to weld, you know.
Okay.
I need you to weld these nuts.
Yo, you should have stayed on and heard his reaction, bro.
Yes, dude. That's the kind of parenting I want to do.
Making that man a savage, brother.
Welder thought he was about to cash himself a little check.
Come on, bro.
I got something.
They ain't talking about no money.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, one more. Today is Good Friday. Easter is Sunday. I got a comedian right here named Mike Goodwin with a joke that will give you some perspective going into the holiday.
Grandma says there are only two things in life that you worry about, whether you're healthy or whether you're sick. If you're healthy, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you're sick, you got two things to worry about. Whether you're going to get better, whether you're going to get worse. You get better, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you get worse, you got two things to worry about. Whether you're going to live, or whether you're going to die. If you live, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you die, you got two things. Whether you're going to heaven, whether you're going to hell. If you go to heaven,
You got nothing to worry about.
You ain't got nothing to worry about. What if you go to hell?
You got two things.
You got two things.
Yeah.
Worry about. Original or extra crispy? That's
Thank you so much, Lucius. There's your champ of 3 challengers.
That's great.
Yeah. Is it Peyton Russell? Is it the man mad about meaningless conversations in his family's group
Ain't
chat?
talking about no money.
Is it the kid that prank called a welder or Easter words of wisdom? Either one of those could win. I'm going to go with the prank calling a welder, Chief. How about you?
I'm going with the Easter words.
Okay.
Sorry, Pepe.
Lucius.
Yeah, I'm going with the comedian, too. Mike Goodwin. That's hilarious. Great joke.
The comedian does a good job here.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the day champion, Peyton Russell's embarrassment has been put on hold for now.
Honorary?
Right.
I got a Peyton song, though, on Monday for you.
Yes.
Okay. That Peyton song is fire.
Let me go ahead and open up that calendar and make sure he is added as a 5-time honorary G-Bag of the day champion to make sure we hear that for the G-Bag of the Year competition in early January 2026. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has a Friday night edition of LA Live.
It's a feel-good Friday. Let's get into it. Right into the great Rick James.
Well, all right, squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast. Hey, it'll make you dance to some of everything.
OG, bro.
Everybody get hot.
Classic.
Lucius, we love you, bro. 5:45 to 6 p.m. That's my jam. I try to leave work on time just to hear you. That is my entertainment for the afternoon. You keep me high, you keep me happy, keep me in the Pimp Cup, dude. Live updates every day. I love it.
There you go. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. This is LA Live for Good Friday, April 18th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. We made it. We are blessed. We are blessed. We've seen another week of 2025, y'all. It's a blessing. It really is. Some of us did not make it, so count your blessings.
That's right.
Let's enjoy this holiday weekend because we earned it, and let's do it safely. Avoid the law dogs. Avoid the law dogs, because if you get arrested tonight, you will not get out until Monday. Courts are closed tonight, bro. Courts are closed. I'm just telling you right now.
Bad deal.
You
It's
will
a
not
bad
get out
deal.
till Monday.
I mean, for our taxpayer monies, we should be able to get out if we have a minor infraction on a Friday night.
Yeah, you know what? You're preaching right now. You are preaching. You are preaching. But, you know, it's going to sound crazy when you're in the holding cell saying that.
Yeah.
We should be getting that right now. Damn it.
Yeah. You work for me, buddy.
Yeah.
I'll pay your salary. Let me out of here.
Mind your speeds. You know what I'm saying? Please mind your speeds out here on these streets. I'm seeing a whole lot of bad traffic. I feel like the traffic in DFW has gotten worse. I mean, by the damn day. And people are saying it's because there's a lot of folks from out of town here. What town do you come from when you do 40 miles per hour on the highway? Where's that at?
I don't know. Must be a legal weed state, though.
That's not my
Driving
Texas.
state.
Not my Texas.
Yeah. Move it along here. 75 at least.
Yeah, please, man. Pay attention, right? And spatial awareness, too, is good out there. Get your spatial awareness. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. Please keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. In other words, stay on your dean and don't crash out. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Okay, I got some fun stuff for you to end this little Friday with. It's been sitting in my folder for maybe about 2 weeks. I got some news bloopers I want to shake out of here, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, let's see here. Now, I've been waiting on this one because it was actual tragedy. Actual tragedy, so I wanted to give it some time before I played it. But let's go to ABC 6 in Philly, where that medical plane crashed. Remember that?
Yes. Right there in town, right?
Yes, bro.
Just like a missile
It
came
was
down out of the sky.
Scary. It was scary. It crashed near a gym, so they went and talked to a witness, and this man wanted to tell you about what he had going on in the gym first.
Right now we have Azul with us, who was actually at the gym at the time of the crash, and he's here to tell us what he heard, what he saw, and just his reaction to the whole thing. So tell us what you saw.
I was at the gym. You know, today was leg day, and you just hear everybody say, "Get down, get down, get down."
This man had to tell you it was leg day. Come on, bro. Come on.
Grinding, of course.
He had to tell you it's leg day.
Yeah.
I think that happened on a Friday, so leg day on Friday, it makes sense. You can kind of recover for the weekend.
Yes.
I ain't mad
Sounds
at that.
nice.
Yeah,
Don't
ain't
have to
mad
be
at that.
limping around work.
Yeah, looking crazy, telling everybody you had to work out and everything.
Yeah, I got my calves too.
All right, let's see here. What else we got for you boys? Let's go to News Center, Maine. They were stumbling and fumbling right out of the gates.
Good morning, I'm Sharon Rose. And I'm Gilbert Debit, Juliba, Lika, Watanka.
Wow.
Yeah.
Quite an improv.
Yeah, one more time.
Good morning, I'm Sharon Rose. And I'm Gilbert Debit, Juliba, Lika, Watanka.
What?
He short-circuited.
Yeah.
He couldn't say his own name?
Couldn't say his name.
Hold on.
Oh, my God.
I'm trying to say what word he was trying to say right here. Hold on.
Juliba, Lika.
What?
I'm not sure.
This is like
That's
Steve
an
Carell and
uncomfortable
Bruce
part.
Almighty.
Yeah.
When Jim Carrey's fooling with him.
Yeah. I don't know.
Lika.
Foreign language.
What are we
Yeah.
doing?
Got you nervous right now. I'm nervous. Hey, you might like this one, brothers. Let's go to WBRZ News in Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
There was a reporter. She's getting tired of her Bayou accent because it keeps getting in the way of her broadcasting.
Now, this roster the Tigers have. Tigers? Who am I? Coach O?
Coach O.
Tigers.
Now, this roster the Tigers have.
The Tigers.
Let's see what else we got.
I would embrace that.
Lucius,
You got to
that-
embrace that accent.
That's not Smacker Miles, is it?
Ooh, hold on. I might be able to tell you in just a second. I don't know. But I can tell
Les
you.
Miles was a coach at LSU, and that might be his daughter is on the news sports.
This lady's name is Brianna Andreas.
Thank you very much, then. Okay, no Smacker Miles.
Darling. Tigers. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Hey. Oh. KSL TV in Utah. I think this reporter right here was holding in a fart, maybe?
She spoke with news specialist Sheriff Park about the frightening moments and the ultimate relief when the victim was safe.
Not relief! Not relief!
The farting moment.
Not the relief at the end.
She spoke with news specialist Sheriff Park about the frightening moments and the ultimate relief when the victim was safe.
Ultimate relief.
Ultimate relief.
He is
man.
tripping, bro. Speaking of, I think this reporter right here was kind of gassy on the BBC broadcast.
Queensland are still without power this morning, making storm recovery efforts even more difficult.
Oh, wow. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, one more time.
Queensland are still without power this morning.
Wow. That's got to be a lot of volume to catch the mic like that.
Yeah.
You could hear her fighting against it, too. She didn't want that thing to fly, but
Sometimes you're on a run of silent ones. You get a sense of confidence about you.
right.
Like, I just hammer this thing right here. The next thing you know.
She came out and said it was a gargle. I was just gargling. It's that gargle.
It's a butt gargle.
Listen, a butt gargle is crazy. Butt gargle is nuts, bro. Staying on that other side of the pond, BBC, there's a reporter right here being cheeky when talking about boats.
And with the boat race only a couple of weeks away, we might have this discussion in a fortnight's time.
And you were saying how usually they throw the cocks of the winning crew into the
Yeah.
water, but no thanks anymore.
No thanks, it's cold. You okay, Mari? Yeah. No, I don't think anyone wants that.
Was that our Breast FC gal?
No.
Kind of sounded similar, didn't it?
Oh, no, I know who you're talking about, too. No, the little lemon-headed girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CBS Sports.
Yeah. Shout out to her. I seen her at a boxing match. Let's see.
Kate.
Yeah, Kate something.
Yeah, she's married now. She's got a
Ah, come on, Broadus. Damn, man.
Broadus got it. All the news, all the 411.
Yeah. Well, she's married now. The last guy, he fumbled it, but